प्रचोदयात्। ॐ साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वप्रचोदयात्। 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 ॐ
गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती हीनामभित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम श्री सत्य साई साई रामा मानस पूजा सोस्त्रम हम ऑफ मेंटल वर्शिप ऑफ श्री सत्य साई रामा संपूज्य साई गणनाथ माधव श्री साईते मानस पूजनस्य संकल्प शुद्धं मनसा विद्धनं करोमि तत् स्वीकरो साई देवा. Having first worshipped Sai Ganesh, I desire to offer to thee the foremost mode of mental worship. Though my purified mind, through my purified mind, please accept it, O God, Sri Sai. Ahuya Chatvam Hridayasme प्रकर्षण्यत्वे सृजलं पादो अर्घ्यं तवं प्रेम रसं तुभ्यं पंचामृतं पंचममेन्द्रियम्. I invite thee to the seat of my heart and wash both thy feet with the water of my eyes. The auspicious offering arghya to thee is the ambrosius of thy love, and my five senses make the fivefold nectar panchamrita. बुधो स्थितं सात्विक भवतोयं श्रद्धा सुपात्रे च अभिषेक स्नानं सम्मन्त्रं प्रभु साईराम श्री सत्य साईश नमो नमस्ते. The virtuous tendency that are present in my intellect form the water in the receptacle of faith for thy holy bath. Thy bath will be the mantra recital as O Sai, obscience to the obscience. सुच्चानंदम ते मम नम्रत्वा निष्ठ निष्कटश्च कुंकुम रंजितश्च मे देह पत्रे तुलसी च बिल्वम एतानि तुभ्यं मनसा स्मरामि. Sandalwood paste for tea is the only my humility. Firm madrons forms the holy grains of rice, which are colored red with vermilion, and also offer my body to take as the two leaves, tulsi and bilva. Seva, shama, prema, damascha shantir, dharmascha satyam cha nitanta bhakti. Kayena varcha manasapya himsa, pushpani chaitani, susanchitani. Service, control of the senses and the mind, love, peace, virtuousness, truth, intense devotion, and non-violence. Through body, speech, mind. These are the 9 flowers gathered for Thai worship. Swachita hastena manogunascha गumpitam manasa vaijantim apadkantam vanamalikam te Sri Sathya Saisha samarpayami. With these 9 flowers, the mental garland reaching up to high feet is strung by my thoughts with my mind as the thread. This garland reaching from the neck to the feet, I offer to thee, O Lord, Sri Sathya Sai. सद्वंसनमेव सुगन्धिरूपं प्रज्वल्य दीपं स्वचिरारूपं नैवेद्यमेकं मम कर्मपकः फलं च शुद्धं हृदयं त्वदीयम्. Having lifted the fragrant incense in the form of good desire and the lamp in the form of good thoughts, I offer to thee the result of my actions and the fruit of my purified heart as the Naivedyam. Naivedyam, the food offering to God. Tambulam, Mapyantaram, Bhavam, Bhavasiddham, Karpuratma, Stavam, Pradipya, Swam Ratim, Bhaktetu Karomi, Prakshinam cha Shirasa Pranamami. Even the betel nut and betel leaf to be chewed after food are ready in the form of my inner emotion. I light the camphor in the form of my ego and with heartfelt devotion perform the arti, waving of the sacred camphor light, followed by Pradakshina. I bow down and put my head on thy feet. Mayal Pamatya Kritya Pujanasyam Roshan Sai Bhagavan Shamaswa Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Me Pratanascha Tava Pade Padme. O Lord Sai, I have performed this worship with my limited knowledge. Please forgive me for any errors I may have committed in this worship. May all people be happy, is my prayer at thy divine lotus feet. This was composed by Vanamal Bhavalkar. Sri Sathya Sai Kalpadrum is a book, holy book for daily recitation. It is a book for our own inner development. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanam Mastu. Om Sri Sathya Sai Ashtotra Shatanamavali. Om Sri Sathya Sai Baba Yanamaha. Om Sri Sai Satya Swarupaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Satya Dharma Parayanaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Varadaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Satpurushaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Satya Gunatmane Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sadhuvardhanaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sadhu Jana Poshanaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvajnaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvajana Priyaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvashakti Murtaye Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarveshaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvasanga Parityagine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvantaryamine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Mahimatmane Namaha. Om Sri Sai Maheshwar Sarupaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Patigramodbhavaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Patishetra Nivasine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Yashashkaya Shirdivasine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Jodiadipalli Somappaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Bharadwaja Rishi Gotraya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Bhaktavatsalaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Apantaratmane Namaha. Om Sri Sai Avataramurtaye Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarva Bhaya Nivarine Namaha. ओम श्री साई आपस्तंभ सूत्राय नमः। ओम श्री साई अभयप्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई रत्नाकर वंशोद्भवाय नमः। ओम श्री साई शिरडी साई अभेद शक्ति अवताराय नमः। ओम श्री साई शंकराय नमः। ओम श्री साई शिरडी साई मूर्तये नमः। ओम श्री साई द्वारकामाई वासिने नमः। ओम श्री साई चित्रावती तटपुट्टपर्ति विहारिणे नमः। ओम श्री साई शक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई शरणागत त्राणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई आनंदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई आनंददाय नमः। ओम श्री साई आर्तत्राणपरायणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई अनाथनाथाय नमः। ओम श्री साई असहाय सहायाय नमः। ओम श्री साई लोकबांधवाय नमः। ओम श्री साई लोकरक्षपरायणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई लोकनाथाय नमः। ओम श्री साई दीनजन पोषणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई मूर्तित्रय स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम श्री साई मुक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई कलुष विदुराय नमः। ओम श्री साई करुणाकराय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वधारा सर्वाधाराय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वहृदयवासिने नमः। ओम श्री साई पुण्यफलप्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वपापक्षयकराय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वरोगनिवारिणे नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वबाधहराय नमः। ओम श्री साई अनाथन्तकात्रुण्ये नमः। ओम श्री साई आदिपुरुषाय नमः। ओम श्री साई आदिशक्तये नमः। ओम श्री साई अपरूप शक्तिने नमः। ओम श्री साई अव्यक्त रूपिणे नमः। ओम श्री साई काम क्रोध ध्वंसिने नमः। ओम श्री साई कनकांबरधारिणे नमः। ओम श्री साई अद्भुतचर्याय नमः। ओम श्री साई आपद्बांधवाय नमः। ओम श्री साई प्रेमात्मने नमः। ओम श्री साई प्रेममूर्तये नमः। ओम श्री साई प्रेमप्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई प्रियाय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्तप्रियाय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्तमंदाराय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्तिजन हृदय विहाराय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्तजन हृदयालयाय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्तपराधीनाय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्ति ज्ञान प्रदीपाय नमः। ओम श्री साई भक्ति ज्ञान प्रदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सुज्ञान मार्गदर्शकाय नमः। ओम श्री साई ज्ञान स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम श्री साई गीता बोधकाय नमः। ओम श्री साई ज्ञान सिद्धिदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सुंदर रूपाय नमः। ओम श्री साई पुण्य पुरुषाय नमः। ओम श्री साई फलप्रदाय नमः। Om Sri Sai Purushotamaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Purana Purushaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Atitaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Kalatitaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Siddhirupaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Siddhi Sankalpaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Arogya Pradaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Navastradaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Samsara Dukashekaraya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvabhishta Pradaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Kalyana Gunaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Karmadhansine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sadhumanasa Shobhitaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvamata Sammataya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sadhumanasa Parishodakaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sadhakanugrhavata Vrishta Pratishtapakaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sakala Samshayaharaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sakala Tattva Bodhakaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Yogishwaraya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Yogindra Vanditaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvamangalkaraya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sarvasiddhipradaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Apannivarine Namaha. Om Sri Sai Artiharaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Shantamurtaye Namaha. Om Sri Sai Sulabha Prasannaya Namaha. Om Sri Sai Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba Namaha. Om Sri Sai Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba Namaha. Om Sri Sai Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba Namaha. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Whoever visualizes one's favorite form of God and chants his name with one-pointed devotion, such a person overcomes all obstacles and wins God's grace easily. God exists in each and every animate and inanimate thing in this world. Understand this well and serve him. This is the only way to reach him and be worthy of his grace. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Om Shri Sai Sathya Sai Babaya Namaha. Shri Sathya Sai Babaவுக்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். சாய் பாபா இந்த பேருக்கு என்ன அர்த்தம்? சாய் என்றால் சா பிளஸ் ஆயி என்றால் மராட்டி மொழியில் அம்மா என்ற அர்த்தம். பாபா என்றால் அப்பா. இதன் உட்பொருள் சாய் என்ற சுவாமி நமக்கு தாயும் ஆவாள் தந்தையும் ஆவார் என்பது உட்பொருள். சாய் என்றால் தெய்வீகம் என்ற அர்த்தம். சாய் பாபா எப்போதும் தெய்வீகமான தாயும் தந்தையும் ஆவார் என்பதுதானே. குழந்தைக்கு உடல் நலம் இல்லை என்றால் அந்த குழந்தையை கண்ணும் கருத்துமாக கவனிப்பது, அதன் உடல் நலத்தை பேணி சீராக்குவது, பாதுகாப்பது போன்ற காரியங்களை எல்லாம் நம் தாயும் தந்தையும் தானே அக்கறையோடு கவனிப்பார்கள் இல்லையா? துவமேவ மாதாச பிதா துவமேவ. இன்று உலகில் லட்சக்கணக்கான பக்தர்கள் சுவாமியை நீயே தாய் நீயே தந்தை என்றுதான் நினைக்கிறார்கள். சுவாமியும் அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் தாயாகவும் தந்தையாகவும் இருந்து அவர்கள் மீது அன்பையும் கருணையும் பொழிகிறார். 1996 ஜூலை மாதம் 4ஆம் தேதி நடந்த ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை இங்கு சொன்னால் அது பல விஷயங்களையும் விளக்கும். அன்று ஒரு மாணவன் சுவாமியை சாய் மாதா என்று அழைத்து வணங்கினான். நான் என் அம்மாவை இழந்து விட்டேன், ஆனால் இன்று 1000 அம்மாவின் அன்பை பெற்று விட்டேன் என்று சொன்னான். சுவாமி இதை மாணவர்களுக்கு தரிசனம் கொடுக்க வந்தபோது குறிப்பிட்டு சொன்னார். இந்த மாணவன் என்னை ஏன் அம்மா என்று அழைத்தான் என்பது உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா என்று கேட்டார். 10 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்னால் நடந்தது. அந்த சிறுவனும் அவன் சகோதரனும் சின்னஞ்சிறு வயதில் அவர்களின் தாயை இமாச்சல பிரதேசத்திலிருந்து ஸ்ட்ரெச்சரில் பிருந்தாவனத்துக்கு கொண்டு வந்தார்கள். அந்த சிறுவர்களின் தாய் நோயால் வெகுவாக பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருந்தாள். சுவாமி அந்த தாயை பார்த்ததும், அம்மா, இன்றிலிருந்து உன் குழந்தைகள் என் குழந்தைகள், இவர்களை பற்றி இனிமேல் நீ கவலைப்பட வேண்டாம் என்று ஆறுதலாக சொன்னார். சுவாமி அப்படி சொன்னதை கேட்டு அந்த நோயாளி தாய்க்கு மனதில் நிம்மதி ஏற்பட்டது. சில நாளில் அந்த தாய் காலமானாள். அந்த சிறுவர்களின் தந்தை என்றாவது எப்போதாவது வருவார். தன் குழந்தைகளின் எதிர்காலம் சுவாமியின் பொறுப்பு என்று ஒப்படைத்து விட்டு போய்விட்டார். அந்த பிள்ளை இங்குள்ள பள்ளியில் தான் படிக்கிறான். அவனுக்கு அப்போது 5 வயது இருக்கும். முதல் வகுப்பில் படிக்கும் அந்த பிள்ளையை அழைத்து கொண்டு அவன் பெண் வார்டன் சுவாமியிடம் வந்து, சுவாமி, இந்த பிள்ளை எப்போதும் அவன் அம்மாவை நினைத்து அழுத்துக் கொண்டே இருக்கிறான், சாப்பிட மாட்டேன் என்கிறான் என்றாள். சுவாமி அந்த பிள்ளையை உள்ளறைக்கு அழைத்து சென்று அன்புடன் தன் அருகே அணைத்துக் கொண்டார். அவனுக்கு ஒரு மோதிரம் வரவழைத்து கொடுத்தார். அவனை உற்சாகப்படுத்தி சில வித்தைகளை செய்து காட்டினார். அதை பார்த்த அந்த பிள்ளை அந்த நிமிஷத்திலிருந்து அழவில்லை. துயரத்தை மறந்து விட்டான். கலகலப்பாக இருந்தான். அதற்கு காரணம் என்ன? சுவாமியின் அன்பு. சுவாமியின் அன்பு 1000 தாயின் அன்புக்கு ஈடாகும். நாம் தான் அது பற்றி அறியாமல் இருக்கிறோம். நம்மில் சிலர் சுவாமி எங்களை கவனிக்கவில்லை என்றும் பேசவில்லை என்றும் சொல்வார்கள், வேதனைப்படுவார்கள். அது அறியாமை. சுவாமி எங்களுக்கு துணையாக இருந்து காக்கவில்லை என்று சிலர் சொல்வார்கள். அது சுவாமி அவர்கள் சரியாக புரிந்து கொள்ளவில்லை என்பதுதான். உதாரணமாக, இன்று உலகம் முழுவதும் சிறுவர்கள் முதல் பெரியவர்கள் வரை சுவாமிக்கு எத்தனையோ குழந்தைகள். உலகில் உள்ள பலரும் சுவாமியின் குழந்தைகள். அவர்கள் மீது சுவாமி தாயின் அன்பை பொழிகிறார். இது 2 வருடங்களுக்கு முன் நடந்த ஒரு சம்பவம். ஒரு நடுத்தர வயதுள்ள தன்னுடைய தந்தை இறந்த துயரம் தாழாமல் சுவாமியை தரிசிக்க வந்தார். தரிசனம் தரும் இடத்தில் முன் வரிசையில் உட்கார்ந்திருந்தார். சுவாமி அங்கு எழுந்தருளினார். சுவாமியை கண்டதும் பக்தர்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரே பரவசம். சுவாமி அருகில் வரும்போது அங்கு முன் வரிசையில் இருந்த நடுத்தர வயது உள்ளவருக்கு இறந்து போன தன் தந்தையின் ஞாபகம் வந்துவிட்டது. அவர் கண்களில் நீர் வழிந்தது. சுவாமி அவர் அருகில் வந்தார். அவரை பார்த்தார். அவரிடம் பரிவுடன் பேசினார். அழாதே, உன் தாய்க்கு சேவை செய் என்று சொன்னார் சுவாமி. சுவாமி அவரிடம் அப்படி சொன்னது ஆங்கிலத்தில். Do not cry, serve your mother. சுவாமி இப்படி சொன்னதும் அந்த நிமிஷமே அந்த நடுத்தர வயதுக்காரர் தன் தந்தை இறந்த துயரத்தை மறந்தார். இயல்பு நிலைக்கு வந்தார். சாய் பிதா தன் மீது அன்பினும் அருட்பார்வையை பதித்து விட்டார் என்று புரிந்து கொண்டார். சுவாமி சொல்கிறார், உங்கள் தாய் தந்தையர்களுக்கு உங்கள் மீது உள்ள பாசத்தில் அவர்களின் சுயநலமும் இருக்கும். ஆனால் இந்த சாய் மாதா பிதா உங்கள் மீது தன் அன்பு மழையை பொழிவது உங்களுக்கு ஆத்ம தரிசனம் கிடைப்பதற்காக, உங்கள் காரியங்களில் வெற்றி கிடைப்பதற்காக. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணம் அஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சத்யஸ்வரூபாய் நமக. சத்யஸ்வரூபமான ஸ்ரீ சாயிக்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். சத்ய இந்த சொல் 3 எழுத்துக்களால் ஆனது. ச சாட்சா்காரம், இத் தவம், யம் புலனடக்கம். ஆத்ம சாட்சா்காரத்தால் என்ன தெரிகின்றதோ அதுவே அனைத்து மாயையிலும் உண்மையாகும். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி பாபா சத்தியஸ்வரூபம் பற்றி கூறுவது என்னவென்றால், இந்த உலகம் எங்கும் சத்தியமே நிறைந்திருக்கிறது. சத்தியம் இல்லை என்றால் உலகம் இல்லாமல் போகும். ஒவ்வொரு பொருளின் படைப்பும் உற்பத்தியும் சத்தியத்தாலே நிகழ்கிறது. இறைவன் எல்லாவற்றையும் இந்த சத்தியத்தாலே உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறான். இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்திலே சத்தியம் இல்லாத இடம் என்ற எந்த ஒரு இடமும் இல்லை. சத்தியம்தான் ஒரு தூய்மையான ஆத்மஸ்வரூபம். எல்லா செல்வங்களும் சந்தோஷங்களும் சத்தியத்தாலே உருவாகின்றன. வேதங்கள், உபனிஷதங்கள், புண்ணிய இலக்கியங்கள், இதிகாசங்கள் எல்லாமே சத்தியத்திலிருந்து வந்தவை. இறைவனுக்கு உகந்த நிலை, தகுந்த நிலை சத்தியமே ஆகும். சத்தியமும் இறைவனும் ஒன்று, ஒரே வடிவம். ஒன்றிலிருந்து ஒன்றை பிரிக்க முடியாது. சத்தியமே இறைவன். உபனிஷதங்கள் கூறுகின்றன, ரசோவை சக என்றால் இறைவன் என்ற இனிமை. இதன் உட்பொருள் என்ன? இறைவன் ஒவ்வொரு அணுவிலும் சூட்ச்ம ரூபத்தில் பரவி நிறைந்து இருக்கிறான் என்பதே. கரும்பில் சர்க்கரை போல, பாலிலை வெண்ணெயை போல இறைவன் எங்கும் நிறைந்திருப்பார். இறைவனை நேருக்கு நேர் நம் கண்களால் காண்பது என்பது நம் சக்திக்கு அப்பாற்பட்ட விஷயமாக இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் அவர் இருப்பதை நாம் பல வழிகளில் உணர முடியும். சர்க்கரையில் இனிப்பாக, எலுமிச்சையில் புளிப்பாக, வேப்பிலையில் கசப்பாக, இப்படி இறைவன் எங்கும் பரவி இருப்பதை இவை உணர்த்துகின்றன. மலைத்தொடர்கள், கொட்டும் அருவிகள், அடர்ந்த காடு, இவற்றை எல்லாம் பார்க்கும் போது நமக்கு உண்டாகும் பரவச நிலை, ஆனந்த அனுபவம் இறைவன் இருக்கிறான் என்பதை நமக்கு உரைக்கின்றன. ஒளி வீசும் சூரியன், மின்னும் நட்சத்திரங்கள், அவற்றின் சுற்றுப்பாதையில் சுழலும் கிரகங்களும், இவை அனைத்தும் இறைவனின் படைப்புகள். ஒரு சிறு ஜோதியின் ஒளி அக்னியின் வடிவத்தை நினைவுபடுத்துவதை போல, ஒரு துளி நீர் கங்கை நதியை நினைவுபடுத்துவது போல, மனிதன் உண்மையின் ஆத்மஸ்வரூபத்தை உணர்ந்து விட்டால் இறைவனையும் அறிந்து கொண்டு விடலாம். இந்த கலியுகத்தில் மனிதன் இரவு பகல் எந்த நேரமும் கஷ்டப்பட்டாலும் கூட அவனுக்கு தன் உண்மையான சொரூபம் தெரியாது. அவன் தன்னை உடலாகவும் மனமாகவும் ஐம்புலன்களாகவும் நினைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறான். ஆனால் இவற்றுக்கு அப்பால் ஒரு சத்தியஸ்வரூபமான உண்மை வடிவமான ஆத்மா இருக்கிறது என்பதை அவன் மறந்து போய் விடுகிறான். மனிதனுக்குள் 2 தத்துவங்கள் இருக்கின்றன. ஒன்று உடல், இன்னொன்று கஷேத்திரம் அதனுள் இருக்கிறது. தேகி கஷேத்திரஜன். கஷேத்திரஜன் என்றால் ஸ்வரூபத்தை உணர்தல். பல வருடங்களுக்கு முன்னால் நடந்தது. அந்த காலத்தில் ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் மாலையில் சுவாமி பக்தர்களுடன் சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரைக்கு செல்வார். அந்த சமயம் சில பக்தர்கள் சுவாமியிடம் சுவாமியின் சத்தியஸ்வரூபத்தை பற்றி அறிந்து கொள்ள தங்கள் விருப்பத்தை தெரிவித்தார்கள். ஒரு நாள் சூரிய அஸ்தமனத்தின் போது மாலையில் சூரியன் மறையும் நேரம். சுவாமி சித்ராவதியின் கரையில் பக்தர் கூட்டத்துடன் செல்லும் போது திடீரென்று மறைந்து விட்டார். எல்லாரும் அவரை தேட ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். ஆனால் பலனில்லை. அப்போது அவர்கள் ஒரு மலை உச்சிலிருந்து கைத்தட்டும் ஒலியை கேட்டார்கள். அதனால் எல்லாரும் அந்த பக்கம் பார்த்தார்கள். அப்போது அவர்களுக்கு மலை உச்சியில் சுவாமி இருப்பது தெரிந்தது. சுவாமி அங்கிருந்து கேட்டார், சூரியனை பார்க்க வேண்டுமா என்று. எல்லாரும் ஒரே குரலில் சொன்னார்கள், ஆம், பார்க்க வேண்டும் என்று. சூரிய அஸ்தமனத்துக்கு பிறகு சூரியன் எங்கிருந்து வரும்? ஆனால் கண்மூடி திறக்கும் நேரத்தில் ஸ்ரீ சத்யநாராயணனுக்கு பின்னால் சூரிய நாராயணன் உதயமானார். அதன் ஒளி எவ்வளவு இருந்தது என்றால் பக்தர்களின் உடல் முழுவதும் வியர்வை தாரை தாரையாக கொட்டியது. எல்லாரும் சுவாமி தாங்க முடியாத உஷ்ணமாக இருக்கிறது என்று கத்தினார்கள். உடனே அந்த உஷ்ணம் குறைந்து விட்டது. பிறகு சுவாமி கேட்டார், சந்திரனை பார்க்க வேண்டுமா என்று. அவர் அப்படி கேட்டதும் அவர் பின்னால் பூர்ண சந்திரன் உதயமானது. சந்திரனின் வெள்ளி கிரணங்கள் எங்கும் பரவின. சந்திரனின் குளிர்ந்த ஒளியார் குளிர் எடுத்தது. சிலர் கத்தினார்கள், சுவாமி குளிர் தாங்க முடியவில்லை என்று. உடனே குளிர் குறைந்து விட்டது. இப்போது சுவாமியின் அதிகார தோரணையாக குரல் கேட்டது. நான் இப்போது உங்களுக்கு என் 3வது கண்ணை காட்டுகிறேன், கவனமாக பாருங்கள், 3வது கண் எப்படி இருக்கும் என்று சொன்னார். எப்படி இருக்கும் என்ற கேள்வி எல்லார் மனதிலும் எழுந்தது. அந்த நேரம் சுவாமியின் முழு உருவத்தை பார்க்க முடியவில்லை. நெற்றி மட்டும் தெரிந்தது. அது எவ்வளவு பெரியது என்றால் அது வானம் முழுவதும் பரவி இருந்தது. ஒவ்வொருவரும் பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கும் போது சுவாமியின் 2 புருவங்களுக்கு மத்தியில் ஒரு துவாரம் தெரிந்தது. அதிலிருந்து அளவிட முடியாத தேஜஸ் பிரகாசம் வெளியே வந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. அந்த தேஜஸ் வளர்ந்து கொண்டே போனது. அதன் தவிப்பு தாங்காமல் சில பக்தர்கள் மயங்கி விழுந்தார்கள். சின்னஞ்சிறுவர்கள் அழுதார்கள். அதற்குள் அது எல்லாமே மறைந்து விட்டது. கலகலவென்று சிரித்துக் கொண்டே சுவாமி எல்லோருக்கும் முன்னால் தோன்றி அவர்களிடம் கேட்டார், அட, இது என்ன என்று. அப்படி கேட்ட சுவாமி விபூதி வரவழைத்து எல்லாருடைய நெற்றிலும் பூசினார். எல்லாரும் மயக்கம் தெளிந்தார்கள். ஆனால் 2 நாள் வரை அவர்களுக்கு தலை சுற்றல் இருந்தது. இந்த விவரிக்க முடியாத அசாதாரணமான தரிசனத்தை பற்றி சுவாமி சொன்னார். உங்களுடைய பிரார்த்தனைக்காக நான் எனது சத்தியஸ்வரூபத்தை காட்டினேன். உங்களுடைய எத்தனையோ ஜென்மங்களின் பிரார்த்தனையால் 3வது கண்ணின் தரிசனம் உங்களுக்கு கிடைத்தது. ஆனால் என்னுடைய தேஜஸின் 1000ல் ஒரு பங்கை கூட நான் காட்டவில்லை. இதையே உங்களால் தாங்கிக் கொள்ள முடியவில்லை. பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயின் சத்தியஸ்வரூபம் தெரிந்து கொள்ளும் தகுதி நமக்கும் கிடைக்க வேண்டும். இதுவே சுவாமியிடம் நம் பிரார்த்தனை. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய் சத்ய தர்ம பராயணாய நமக. சத்திய தர்மத்தின் அடைக்கலமான ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். தர்மம் சதாசாரம், பராயண பரம உச்ச ஆசிரியஸ்தானம், மிக உயர்ந்த அடைக்கல ஸ்தானம். அதாவது ஆத்ம சாட்சா்காரத்தால் தன்னை தானே உணர்தல் கிடைத்த சத்தியம், சதாசாரம் மற்றும் கடமை, இவற்றின் மிக உயர்ந்த அடைக்கல ஸ்தலமான ஸ்ரீ சாயியை நாங்கள் வணங்குகிறோம். பகவான் எப்போதெல்லாம் அவதாரம் எடுக்கிறாரோ அப்போதெல்லாம் அவர் சத்தியத்துக்கும் தர்மத்துக்கும் முதலிடம் கொடுத்தார். ராமாயணத்தில் பிதா, மாதா, புத்திர, பந்து, பதி, ராஜா இவர்களுடைய கடமைகள் சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கின்றன. ஸ்ரீ ராமச்சந்திரன் மகன், கணவன், உறவு, அரசன் இப்படி பல நிலைகளில் தனது எல்லா கடமைகளையும் நிறைவேற்றி அனைவருக்கும் உதாரணமாக திகழ்ந்தார். ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணாவதாரத்தில் பகவான் சதாசாரம், கடமை இவற்றின் பெருமையை பலமுறை சொன்னார். ஸ்ரேயான் ஸ்வதர்மோ விகுணஹ பரதர்ம தஸ்வ நுஷ்டிதாத ஸ்வதர்மே நிதனம் ஸ்ரேயஹ பரதர்மோ பயாவஹ. பரதர்மத்தால் சுகம் அதிகம் இருந்தாலும் நம் சுயதர்மத்தில் அது குறைவாக இருந்தாலும் சுயதர்மத்தை கடைபிடிப்பதுதான் மேலானது. சுயதர்மத்தால் வரும் மரணம் உயர்ந்தது. பரதர்மத்தை கடைபிடித்தல் ஆபத்தானது. இங்கு தர்மத்துக்கு அர்த்தம் சதாசாரம், கடமை. இந்த அர்த்தம் தான் பகவான் தெரிவிக்கிறார். அது மட்டுமல்ல, பக்தர்களுக்கு அபயம் கொடுக்கும் போது ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணர் சொல்கிறார், சர்வ தர்மான் பரித்யக்ய மாமேகம் சரணம் விரஜ என்றால் எல்லா கடமைகளையும் விட்டுவிட்டாலும் பாதகம் இல்லை, என் சரணத்துக்கு வா. அதாவது நான் என்ன உபதேசம் செய்கிறேனோ அதை செயல்படுத்து என்பதுதான் இதன் அர்த்தம். சாயின் ஷீரடி அவதாரத்தில் ஒரு அர்த்தமுள்ள ஒரு கதை. சாய்நாதரின் ஒரு பழக்கம், அவ்வப்போது அவர் சொல்வது அவர் முன்னால் அமர்ந்திருப்பவர்களுக்கு புரியாது. ஆனால் அவர் யாருக்காக சொல்கிறாரோ அவர்களுக்கு அது புரியும். ஒருமுறை சாய்நாதர் துவாரகமாயில் அமர்ந்து பக்தர்களுடன் பேசிக் கொண்டிருந்தார். அப்போது முன்பின் அறிமுகமில்லாத ஒருவர் சாய்நாதரின் தரிசனத்துக்காக வந்தார். அவர் துவாரகாமாயின் படிகளில் கால் வைத்ததும் பாபா இடியோசை போல உரக்க கத்தினார், நில், மேலே வராதே என்று. இந்த எதிர்பாராத வார்த்தைகளால் அவரும் மற்ற பக்தர்களும் அதிர்ந்து போய் மௌனமாய் பாபாவை பார்த்தார்கள். அந்த அறிமுகம் இல்லாதவர் துவாரகமாயில் கால் வைக்க முயன்றார். பாபா மிகவும் கோபமடைந்தார். அவருடைய முகமும் கண்களும் சிவந்து விட்டன. அங்கேயே நில், காலை மேலே எடுத்து வைக்காதே, அப்பாவை விட்டு வந்திருக்கிறாய் அல்லவா என்றார் பாபா. அந்த மனிதன் வெட்கத்தால் தலை குனிந்து அங்கிருந்து போய்விட்டான். யாருக்கும் இது ஏன் என்று புரியவில்லை. அப்புறம் அந்த மனிதனிடம் விசாரித்த போதுதான் தெரிந்தது, அவர் சமீபத்தில் மதம் மாறியவர், சாயின் தரிசனத்துக்காக வந்திருக்கிறார். இது யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. எல்லா தர்மங்களையும் உருவாக்கியது எந்த சாயியோ அந்த சாயிடமிருந்து இந்த விஷயம் எப்படி மறைந்து இருக்க முடியும்? எல்லா தர்மங்களும் ஒன்றுதான். எல்லா தர்மங்களும் அன்பைதான் போதிக்கின்றன. எந்த தர்மத்தில் பிறந்தாரோ அந்த தர்மத்தில் இருந்து கொண்டு தன்னுடைய கடமைகளை செய்வதை விட்டு இந்த மனிதன் பைத்தியக்காரத்தனம் செய்திருக்கின்றான். இது சாய்க்கு பிடிக்கவில்லை என்று சத்யசாயின் அவதாரத்தில் சுவாமி சொல்கிறார், என் வாழ்வுதான் என் செய்தி. அவர் தன் 10வது வயதில் ஈஸ்வரம்மாவிடம் சொன்னார், நான் சேவை செய்வதற்காகவே பிறவி எடுத்திருக்கிறேன். சுவாமி சொல்கிறார், தர்மத்தை அனுசரிப்பது என்பது சனாதன நியமம். தர்மத்தை கடைபிடிப்பதை நிறுத்திவிட்டால் உலகத்தில் குழப்பம்தான் உண்டாகும். இறைவன் சொல்லி இருக்கிறார், ஏதோ தம்மார் மிருதம் இதம் யதோக்தம் பரியுபாசதே ஸ்ரத்ததானாம் மத் பரமா பக்தாஸ்த அதீவ மே பரியக. அதாவது யார் மத் பராயண பக்தர்கள் இதுவரை கூறிய அமுதம் போன்ற தர்மத்தை ஸ்ரத்தையுடன் அனுசரிக்கிறார்களோ அப்படிப்பட்ட பக்தர்கள் தான் எனக்கு மிகவும் பிரியமானவர்கள். இன்று சாய் கிருஷ்ணனுக்கு சதாசாரத்தை கடைபிடிக்கும் பக்தர்கள் மிக பிரியமான அன்பர்கள் ஆவார்கள். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய் வரதாய நமக. வரம் தரும் ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். தனது ஒவ்வொரு அவதாரத்திலும் இறைவன் தன் பக்தர்களுக்கு அவர்களுடைய கடினமான சாதனைகளுக்கு ஏற்ப பலன் கொடுக்கிறார். யார் மனதில் பிரபுவின் மீது அன்பு இருக்கிறதோ அவர்களுக்கு சுவாமி பலவிதமான ஆசைகள் வழங்குவார். ஷிரடி சாயின் அவதாரத்தில் அவர் சொல்கிறார், நான் எனது பக்தருக்கு ஆரம்பத்திலேயே அவர்களுக்கு என்ன வேண்டுமோ அதை வழங்குகிறேன். நான் அவர்களுக்கு எவ்வளவு வாரி கொடுத்தாலும் கடைசியில் எனக்கு என்ன வேண்டுமோ அதை தான் அவர்கள் என்னிடம் கேட்கிறார்கள். ஷிரடி சாய் பாபா வரம் கொடுப்பது பற்றி ஒரு வித்தியாசமான கதை. துவாரகமாயில் தரிசனம் செய்பவர்களின் கூட்டம் இருந்து கொண்டே இருக்கும். அப்போது பாபாவின் அருகில் மஹால்சாபதி, மாதவராவ் தேஷ்பாண்டே, அதாவது ஷாமா, சாத்யா கோட்டை பாட்டில் முதலான பக்தர்கள் பாபாவை சுற்றி உட்கார்ந்திருந்தார்கள். அப்படி இருக்கும் ஒரு நாள் ஒருவர் தன் குடும்பத்துடன் பாபாவை தரிசிக்க ஷிரடி வந்தார். அவருடன் அவர் மகனும் சின்ன மகனும் இருந்தான். துவாரகமாயின் படிக்கட்டுகளில் ஏறி அவர் சாயின் பாதங்களில் தன் தலையை வைத்து வணங்கினார். அவருடைய மகனையும் வணங்கச் சொன்னார். சின்னஞ்சிறு சிறுவன் சாய்நாதரின் பாதங்களில் தலை வைத்து வணங்கும் போது பாபா மிகவும் அன்புடன் அந்த சிறுவனை தூக்கி தன் பக்கத்தில் உட்கார வைத்து அன்பு நிறைந்த கண்களால் அவனையே உற்று பார்த்து சொன்னார், கொடுத்து விட்டேன் என்று. அந்த பிள்ளையின் தந்தைக்கு ஒன்றும் புரியவில்லை. அந்த அரியா சிறுவனுக்கு மட்டும் எப்படி புரியும்? பக்கத்தில் இருந்த ஷாமா இதையெல்லாம் கேட்டு சிறுவனிடம் சொன்னார், சொல், எடுத்துக்கொண்டேன் என்றார். சிறுவனும் எடுத்துக்கொண்டேன் என்று சொன்னான். இதை கேட்டு சாய்நாதர் திருப்தியுடன் புன்னகை புரிந்தார். பாபா தன் சொக்காயை கழற்றி சிறுவனுக்கு போர்த்தினார். இப்படி பாபா செய்ததன் அர்த்தம் அப்போது யாருக்கும் புரியவில்லை. சில வருடங்கள் சென்றன. சாய்நாதர் 1918 அக்டோபர் 15 விஜயதசமி என்று மகா சமாதி அடைந்தார். அன்றைய சிறுவன் பெரியவனானான். படித்த டாக்டர் ஆனான். ஷிரடி சாய் சமஸ்தானத்தில் முதல் பிரசிடென்ட் ஆகும் கௌரவம் கிடைத்தது. அவர்தான் டாக்டர் கவாஸ்கர். வெகு காலத்துக்கு முன்பே சாய்நாதரின் திருக்கரத்தால் பிரசிடென்ட் பதவியின் கௌரவத்தை குறிக்கும் மகாவஸ்திரத்தை பெற்றுவிட்டார். சாய்நாதரின் இந்த வாக்கு மிக பிரபலம். எல்லோருக்கும் இங்கு உதவி கிடைக்கும் என்று அறிந்து சொன்னார்கள். யார் எது கேட்டாலும் அதை அவர்கள் பெறுவார்கள். சாயின் இன்னொரு அவதாரம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் பாபா. அவர் சிவசக்தி ரூபம். அதை நாம் அறிவோம். இறைவன் சிவன் தான் பாரத்வாஜ முனிவருக்கு வரம் கொடுத்தார். நான் உன் வம்சத்தில் 3 முறை பிறப்பேன் என்று. ஸ்ரீ கொண்டமராஜுவுக்கு தேவி சத்யபாமா பகவான் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணனின் வரவை முன்னாலே அறிவித்தார். ஸ்ரீ வெங்கா அவதூத் என்ற யோகியார் கொண்டமராஜுவிடம் அவர் வம்சத்தில் பிறக்கப் போகும் பகவானை பற்றி முன்பே சூஷகமாக சொன்னார். அது மட்டுமல்ல, அன்னை ஈஸ்வர அம்மாவுக்கு பிள்ளை பிறப்பதற்கு முன்பே ஒரு திவ்ய ஒளி வந்து அவருடைய உடலில் புகுந்தது போல் கண்டார், உணர்ந்தார். இதெல்லாம் இறைவனின் வரம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் பாபா சொல்கிறார், நீ எப்போது என்னிடம் வருகிறாயோ அப்போது முதல் முறையாக நீ என்னை பார்க்கிறாய், அதனால் சங்கோஜப்படுகிறாய். ஆனால் நான் மட்டும் உன்னை வெகு காலத்துக்கு முன்பே அறிவேன். அதனால் என்னிடம் நீ எதை விரும்புகிறாயோ அதை சங்கோஜம் இல்லாமல் கேள். இது நீ உன் அப்பாவிடம் ஏதாவது கேட்க வேண்டும் என்றால் நீ சங்கோஜப்படுவாயா? அப்படியே என்னிடமும் கேள், சங்கோஜம் இல்லாமல் கேள் என்கிறார். சுவாமி மேலும் சொல்கிறார், நாம் பட்டை தீட்டிய விலை மதிக்க முடியாத வைரம். என்னை பேப்பர் வெயிட்டாக நினைத்து பயன்படுத்தாதே. இதற்கு அர்த்தம் என்ன? நான் உங்களுக்கு மிக உயர்ந்த பரிசு தர வந்திருக்கிறேன், சின்ன சின்னதாக ஏன் கேட்கிறாய் என்பதுதான். சுவாமி உண்மையான பக்தர்களுக்கு எப்போதும் கொடுக்கிறாரோ அப்போது அவர்களின் நிலை எப்படி ஆகிறது என்றால், எண்ணற்ற கரங்களால் தெய்வீக வரங்களை அவர் வழங்கும் போது 2 கைகளால் எவ்வளவு வாங்க முடியும்? ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய் சத் புருஷாய நமகம். தேக ரூபத்தில் சனாதன சைத்தன்ய சுரூபமான ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். ஒன்றுதான் இரண்டாகிறது. இரண்டற்ற பகவானுக்கு வடிவம் கிடையாது. அவருடைய சங்கல்பத்தினால் விருப்பத்தில் வடிவம் எடுத்துக் கொள்கிறார். அதை நாம் சத் சித் ஆனந்தம் என்றும் ஏகம் சத் என்றும் சொல்கிறோம். உலகத்தில் உள்ள ஒவ்வொரு பொருளிலும் சத் சித் ஆனந்தம் சூட்ச்ம ரூபத்தில் உள்ளன. எல்லா பொருளுக்கும் நாமம் ரூபம் என்ற 2 குணங்கள் உள்ளன. சத் சித் ஆனந்தம் பரமாத்மாவிடமிருந்து நமக்கு கிடைக்கிறது. நாமமும் ரூபமும் இயற்கையுடன் தொடர்புடையது. நாமமும் ரூபமும் சத் சித் ஆனந்தத்திலிருந்தே வருகிறது. மனிதன் இந்த முக்குணங்களின் கண்ணுக்கு தெரியும் ரூபமாவான். நாமமும் ரூபமும் எப்போதும் மாறிக்கொண்டே இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் இறைவனின் ரூபம் சனாதனமானது, அதாவது மாறாதது, நிலையானது. பகவான் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணன் அர்ஜுனனிடம் சொன்னார், அர்ஜுனா, நான் பிறவி இல்லாதவன், என்னுடைய உருவத்தில் மாற்றம் இருப்பதில்லை. எல்லா உயிர்களுக்கும் பிரபுவாக இருந்தாலும் நானும் இயற்கையின் கையில் வசப்பட்டு என் மாயையில் பிறவி எடுக்கிறேன். எனக்கும் உனக்கும் பல பிறவிகள் இருந்திருக்கின்றன. அதையெல்லாம் நான் அறிவேன், நீ அறிய மாட்டாய். வெகு காலத்துக்கு முன் நடந்தது. சுவாமி ஒரு சமயம் சென்னை பக்தர்களை பார்க்க சென்னை சென்று கொண்டிருந்தார். அவருடன் சில பக்தர்களும் இருந்தார்கள். சுவாமியுடன் 7 கார்கள் சென்று கொண்டிருந்தன. சுவாமியின் காரை கிருஷ்ணா என்ற பெயருடையவன் ஓட்டி கொண்டிருந்தான். கிருஷ்ணன் இளைஞன், உடல்வாக ஒல்லியாக இருப்பான். திடீரென்று பெருமழை பிடித்துக் கொண்டது. காரின் கண்ணாடி வழியாக எதுவும் தெரியவில்லை. பயணம் மெல்ல மெல்ல தொடர்ந்து கொண்டிருந்தது. கிருஷ்ணா தொடர்ந்து காரை ஓட்டி கொண்டிருப்பதால் கழுத்து வலி எடுக்கக்கூடாது என்று அவன் கழுத்துக்கு பின்னால் தலையணை மாதிரி சுவாமி தன் கையை வைத்தார். இதன் நடுவில் கிருஷ்ணா சொன்னான், எனக்கு இனிப்பு சாப்பிட வேண்டும் போல ஆசையாக இருக்கிறது என்று. உடனே சுவாமி சுட சுட ஜிலேபியை வரவழைத்து அவனுக்கும் மற்றவர்களுக்கும் கொடுத்தார். எப்போது மழை அதிகமானதும் அப்போது சுவாமியை காரின் கண்ணாடியை துடைத்தார். அப்படியாக எல்லோரும் மெதுவாக சென்னை வந்து சேர்ந்தார்கள். கிருஷ்ணா புட்டபர்த்தியில் இருக்கும்போது சுவாமி அவனுடைய எல்லா விருப்பங்களையும் நிறைவேற்றுவார். சுவாமி தன் உணவு தட்டிலிருந்தே அவனுக்கு சாப்பிட கொடுப்பார். இதையெல்லாம் பார்த்து ஒருவருக்கு பொறுக்க முடியாமல் சுவாமியிடம் கேட்டார், சுவாமி, உங்களுக்கு கிருஷ்ணா மீது இவ்வளவு அன்பு ஏன் என்று. சுவாமி கேள்வி கேட்டவர் பக்கம் திரும்பி பதில் சொன்னார், என் ஷீரடி அவதாரத்தில் எல்லோரும் என்னை கேலி செய்வார்கள், பைத்தியம் என்று நினைத்து என்னை கல்லால் அடிப்பார்கள். அப்போது ஒரு சின்னஞ்சிறு சிறுவன் ஓடி வந்து என்னை அணைத்துக் கொண்டு, இவர் பைத்தியம் இல்லை, மகாத்மா என்று சொல்வான். அவன்தான் இந்த பிரிவில் கிருஷ்ணா. அதனால் எனக்கு அவனிடம் அளவுக்கு அதிகமான அன்பு என்றார். நம்முடைய எல்லா பிரிவுகளும் அவருக்கு தெரியும். கடந்த பிறவியின் வினை பயனை பொறுத்து நமக்கு பலன் தருகிறார். ஏனென்றால் அவர் நிலையான சனாதன சைத்தன்ய ஸ்வரூபம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து.
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். அத்தியாயம் 5. Hmm. Chapter 6. This is a human form in which way every divine entity, every divine principle, that is, say, all the names and forms ascribed by man to God are manifest. You are very fortunate that you have a chance to experience the bliss of the vision of the Sarva Devata Swarupa now in this very life, Baba. Baba transcends every other god. The great Rishi Karga was a learned scholar of astronomy. He was also the holy priest to the Yadava dynasty. He was the author of a Sanskrit treatise called Garga Samhita. At the commencement of that work, he described the qualities and nature of a full and complete incarnation, Purna Avatar. Yasmin Yasmin Sarvani Tejamsi Vilinayam Ta Swatejasi Tham Vadanti Pare Sakshat Paripurna Purnatmam Swayam. That incarnation of the Supreme, which encompasses within itself the divine glory of all the gods, is a full and complete incarnation. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba satisfied this description in all respects. Pedda Bhuttu, ardent devotee of both Shirdi Sai and Sathya Sai, wrote a book called Sri Sathya Sai Vrata Kalpam, which describes a procedure of ritualistic worship of Bhagavan. She kept the finished manuscript safely in her box. When she opened the book one day, she found that numerous modifications and alterations had been made in it in red ink. They were all in the unmistakable hand of Bhagavan himself. Wherever she had used the word Sarvadevata Swarupa while referring to Swami, meaning the embodied form of all gods, they were altered to read Sarvadevata Atita Swarupa, meaning the form that transcends all gods. Centuries ago, when the Telugu saint composer Pottana was translating the epic Sri Mahabhagavatam from Sanskrit to Telugu, Lord Sri Rama himself, it is said, contributed to his text. In the same way, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba amplified Veddaputtu's text in his own hand. Thereby, he proclaimed to the world in writing that he transcends every god. To cite his own words, this my human form embodies all dharmas, faiths, and divine powers, saktis of all gods. Never doubt this at all. If you install this divine form of mine on the throne of your heart with unshakable faith, you will be able to have a glimpse of my pristine universal form. I will prove that every form, every attribute which man cherishes and worships as pertaining only to God belongs in the form of Sai only. As Sri Mahaganapati, Swami Amutananda, disciple of the celebrated saint of Arunachalam, namely Sri Ramana Maharishi, traveled from Arunachalam to Puttaparthi for Bhagavan Sri Sai's darshan. Bhagavan drew close to him and in sweet voice addressed him. Amritam. Swami Amutananda was thrilled. Ramana Maharishi, the great saint, used to address him exactly in the same manner, with the same affection and touch of intimacy. Sai Baba's call, he felt, was a leela with special significance. During conversation with the 85-year-old, Amritananda Swami told him, in your 7th year, you perform Ganapati Homam, oblations in holy fire continuously for 45 days. As you made offerings in the Homagundam, you recited a sacred mantra containing Bijam Aksharas, sacred and spiritually charged root letters sounds Om, Shreem, Reem, Kleem, and Gleam at the rate of 1,000 times every day. Are you aware what the scriptures say about the beneficial result of that yaga? It is said that if a devotee performs it on the prescribed lines, at the conclusion thereof, the elephant-headed Lord Mahaganapati emerges out of the Homagundam, resplendent in his golden complexion, and gives divine darshan and blessings to the devotee. Did you ever have such a darshan? Amritananda replied, I was then only a boy of 7 years. Could the divine darshan of Mahaganapati be obtained merely through offerings in the Homagundam? Sri Sai Baba assured him, it is only because of the result of the recitation of mantra and offerings made them that you have come into my presence now at this advanced age. You shall receive the benefit of the homam right now. Scriptures never go wrong. Amritananda was asked to look forward, Swami, as he did so, he saw in the place of Bhagavan Mahaganapati's glorious form with marvelous complexion as Sri Subramanya Swami. Lord Subramanya Swami was a family deity of Bhatt family of Mysore. In 1943, Mrs. Bhatt was diagnosed to be suffering from cancer. Doctors advised surgical operation, but her mother-in-law did not agree. She insisted that as they were all ardent devotees of Lord Subramanya, the Lord would surely take care of the patient. For 6 long months, the family stuck to their intense and steady faith and continued with their daily worships. But the patient's condition was worsening. One night, she had a dream in which she saw a great serpent moving around her bed. Alarmed, she woke up her mother-in-law. Lights were switched on but found nothing. But after some time, the patient again dreamt of the same serpent, which in a moment changed to Lord Subramaniam. He pierced her chest with this trident. Thus impelled, she was taken to the top of a mountain peak. She fell at the feet of the Lord, who asked her whether she wished to remain there or to return to their family. She replied that she would prefer to go back to her husband and children. The Lord then told her, "You are fully healed. I will always be protecting you." She saw herself being returned to this worldly by a narrow, beautiful stairway. The dream was vivid and reassuring. From that day onwards, her health steadily improved and soon became normal. Even while she unfailingly did her daily worship, she found time also to serve the poor and the needy to the best of her ability. 20 years later, that lady and her husband went to Puttaparthi and had the darshan of Sri Sathya Sai for the first time. Swami gave them an interview. He told her, "I spoke to you 20 years ago." She was taken aback and protested. "So, no, Swami, this is the first time I'm seeing you." But Swami told her, "No, I came to you when you were in Mysore." He also mentioned the name of the street where they were staying in Mysore during her illness. She wondered, the name of the street was of course correct, but when did Swami come there? When did he speak to her? She had no recollection. Then she noticed that the staircase leading from the interview room to Swami's room located on the upper floor. She counted the steps. They were 18 in number. They were narrow and beautiful. When did she see them before? She suddenly remembered to have seen them in her dream 22 decades ago. They were the same steps which Lord Subramanya had returned her down to this world. In a moment, before she could recover from her wonderment, Swami waved his hands and materialized a beautiful figure of Lord Subramanya Swami, adorned with ornaments of serpents and seated on a chariot. He placed that image in her grateful hands. She realized that the ever merciful Sai Baba was the same as Lord Subramanya Swami, who was worshipped at their home every day. She washed Baba's lotus feet with her copious tears of exquisite happiness. Lord Subramanya Swami stood by the side of his elder brother Mahaganapati in Prashanti Nilayam. His idol was installed there by Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba on 21st September 1947. As Lord Paramashiva, Rama Raju, the then municipal chairman of Bellary district, came to Uravakoda to meet Satyam. In those days, Satyam was also called Raju. Rama Raju told Seshama Raju, "We would like to have your Raju with us in Bellary during the next school vacation. You think your brother is just an ordinary boy? You are wrong. My heart is moved by his purity and the glow in his face. I can see a divine effulgence in him. Please bring him along and stay with us for some days." Those were the days when Seshama Raju was somewhat worried about his brother's sensual behavior. He felt that a change of place might help improve Satyam's mental health. He accepted Rama Raju's invitation and went to Bellary. One day, he organized a trip to Hampi, capital of Vijayanagar Empire of the yesteryears, to see the famous temple of Lord Virupaksha, that is Shiva. All of them went into the temple, but Satyam stayed out, pleading some discomfort in his stomach, while the others entered it. When the temple priest was offering Arati to the presiding deity, the devotees saw the image of Satyam in the sanctum in place of the deity of Lord Virupaksha. Seshama Raju was angry. He thought Satyam said that he would not enter the temple, but he has somehow sneaked in and taken the place of the Lord. This is blasphemous. He went out in anger, only to see Satyam standing there under a tree. Seshama Raju was puzzled. While he stood outside, keeping an eye on Satyam, he deputed another person to go inside and verify things there. He was surprised when he was told that Satyam was seen very much within the temple, even as he stood under the tree outside. As the saying goes, "Antar Bhisha Tat Sarvam Vyapya Narayana Sitaha." Lord Narayana is all pervasive, present both inside and outside, everywhere at the same time. Everyone in the group realized that this Satya Narayana too was all pervasive, present everywhere at the same time, both inside and outside the temple. It is also noteworthy that at that time, Bhagavan had not yet proclaimed his avatarhood. The group came out of the temple in great exultation and looked at Satyam's face, but they noticed nothing unusual in that face, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. It is well known that Swami is the creator of Vibhuti. He is seen every day materializing large quantities of it and distributing it among the devotees. During festivities of Shivaratri, marking Lord Shiva's manifestation in the form of Lingam, Babas used to perform Abhishekam, ritual of pouring usually water on Shirdi Baba's image, using instead of water, Vibhuti emanating out of an empty silver vessel. The Vibhuti would never run out. A particular occasion deserves to be described. In the open ground close to Puttapati Mandir, in the center of dais called Shanti Vedika, a raised pedestal was set up. A 4 feet high silver idol of Shri Sai Baba was positioned on the pedestal. Shri Kasturi stood on one side of the idol and held an empty silver vessel upside down a little above that idol's head. On the other side stood Bhagavan Shri Sathya Sai Baba and inserted his right hand into the mouth of the inverted vessel in a churning motion. Vibhuti poured out in huge quantities as every turn of the divine hand. It fell over the idol like a deluge. After a little while, Shri Sai Baba removed his right hand, inverted his left hand, and brought forth a downpour of Vibhuti as he rotated his hand inside the vessel. He took turns now with the right hand and then with the left one. The idol was soon covered fully with Vibhuti. Devotees went into raptures of joy and incessant clapping. Then Shri Sathya Sai wiped the head and face of Shri Sai with a piece of cloth. He materialized with a wave of his hand an emerald and placed it on the forehead of the idol. It stuck there. It was a breathtaking miracle. We have only to immerse ourselves in the glorious sight of such miracles, forget ourselves, and become one with the divinity that we are blessed to witness. On the Shivaratri day, a devotee saw Shivalinga materializing in Baba's stomach and emerging out of his mouth. Shri Sathya Sai was giving his nectarine discourse and devotees were in rapt attention. Suddenly, Baba stopped speaking and sat down. Devotees started singing bhajan songs loudly. Shri Sai was sweating. He was frequently sipping water from a glass tumbler placed on his table. Some movements were noticed near his stomach. He was twisting and turning as if in pain. Singing of bhajans continued with greater and greater enthusiasm. The Atmalingam began to move upwards from his stomach, reached the throat, and suddenly emerged out of his mouth. Baba held the brilliant lingam in his open palms held together and held it up so that the thousands of devotees assembled there could see it. As the large lingam emerged out of the mouth, the corners of his mouth split and there were stains of blood. Bhagavan addressed the audience and explained the significance of the materialization of the lingam. You cannot comprehend the full nature of divinity. Now you can measure divine power, that is Shakti, and its glory. It is unteachable and unseen. This incident of the materialization of lingam is a demonstration brought within the limited scope of your comprehension of the divinity, which is present here right in your midst. You are privileged to witness this marvelous spectacle because of divine grace and your good fortune. In February 1974, on the occasion of Shivaratri, Bhagavan materialized a lingam from his mouth and made a sensational pronouncement. Addressing devotees, he said, "This is the Atma Lingam of 10 inches, thus Dasha Angulam, as described by sage Kapila Deva in the Vedas and the Upanishads. Your lives have attained a fulfillment because you have seen this divine form. You are released from the cycle of universal birth and death. This lingam measures 10 inches around. You see a trident within the lingam in the form of a flame, which changes its color every 10 minutes. After many long years, Bhagavan again materialized Shiva Lingam named Hiranyagarbha Lingam on the auspicious day of Shivaratri 1999. Again on the day of the Shivaratri in the following year, Bhagavan Sathya Sai materialized from his mouth a golden Shiva Lingam, Swarna Lingam, and showed it to the thousands of devotees assembled in the Sai Kulvanthal, who went to raptures with joy. They felt that they were immensely blessed by the Lord as Lord Sri Rama. In 1972, training classes in summer were about to commence at Vrindavan. 800 devotees, boys and girls, selected from various regions of the country, assembled at Whitefield. Swami's mother, Ishwarama, obtained his permission to join other women devotees at Vrindavan for the 30 days staff training. She was given accommodation on the floor below that of Swami. The trainees woke up daily in the early hours. They went through the incantation of Omkar, Pranavam, devotional songs, Yogasana, Bhajan, service to the poor, and other activities. The participants were very enthusiastic and lively. For Ishwarama, all that was like a festive occasion every day in the temple of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of learning. On the 11th day of the training camp, Ishwarama experienced a thrilling experience. The next morning, she shouted to Peddapottu, who was well known also as Shidima. She was all excitement as she told Peddapottu, "I must inform you about a wonderful experience I had, but promise me that you would never tell anybody about it." Peddapottu moved closer to her and confidentially inquired what it was all about. Said Ishwarama, "Our Swami is truly God himself. I have no doubt whatsoever." Peddapottu burst out laughing. Ishwarama asked what was so funny about what she said. Peddapottu reassured her, No, I am not laughing at your words. I am only expressing my joy that this fact was come to your knowledge at long last. But leave that alone. Tell me how you have come to this realization." Ishwarama said, I am having eye fever for the last 4 days. Last night, Swami came to me. Peddapottu interrupted. "Was it in a dream?" "No," said Ishwarama. "I was not able to sleep and was uncomfortably rolling this side and that side in bed. Swami came to me in person and inquired how I was feeling. I told him that my body was aching all over. Now, how should I tell you? Peddaputtu is not our usual Swami whom you and I see every day. In a moment, he became Lord Sri Rama with a dazzling crown in his head and a long bow in his hand. He stood by my side. I was surprised but saluted him. I also tried hard to get up and sit on the bed, even to get out of it, but could not do so. In a few moments, Lord Sri Rama became a familiar Swami. He smiled gently and gave me a little Vibhuti Prasadam. He said, fever will disappear. Don't worry, and left. Peddaputtu was happy and elated. She said, Swami has certainly blessed you. What a memorable experience. Ishwarama was in full wakefulness and consciousness when she saw Sri Sathya as Lord Sri Rama. She is indeed exceptionally fortunate and blessed. As subsequent events indicate, the divine experience she had was probably appointed to the approaching merger of Ishwarama's soul with the Supreme Being. The very next day, 6 May 1972, at 6 a.m., the trainees had just returned after completing Nagara Sankirtanam. Swami gave them darshan from the balcony of his residence and went in to have a bath. Meanwhile, Ishwarama had her bath. He took her morning cup of coffee and sat down in the inner veranda to relax. Suddenly, she turned towards the bathroom and cried out for Swami. Swami, Swami, she called and collapsed. Swami responded from inside the bathroom. I'm coming. That was all. She breathed there fast. On 6th May 1983, Swami spoke on the occasion of the death anniversary of Ishwarama, referring to the special characteristics which distinguish the great lady and the matter of her death. He said, usually at such moments, one's mind dwells in ornaments of gold or similar valuables. It is only to very few persons that Swami comes to mind at the final moment. From the floor down below, she cried out for me, Swami, Swami. I responded, I am coming, and she left. The situation is thus like Mahavishnu rushing to bless Gajendra in response to this desperate call for divine succor. As the two live wires meet like a flash, in a moment, one attains salvation. At the crucial moment, Ishwarama's daughter and granddaughter, Venkama and Shailaja, were by her side. But she desperately cried out only for Swami. This is an ample proof of her pity and piety and righteousness, the priceless reward for a great sadhana, practice of spiritual austerities. Here is an excellent example for emulation. As Sri Shyam Sundar, Swami Karunyananda spent several years with Ramana Maharishi in Arunachal. For some years, when he was also with Malayala Swami in Gogarbam near Tirupati in 1927, he was ordained into sannyasam by Shivananda Swami in Rishikesh. He practiced many spiritual austerities. Later, he established at the Gautami Jiva Karunya Sangam in Rajamundri on the banks of the river Godavari in Andhra Pradesh and did great service to the poor and the needy. As a result of his spiritual attainments and his services to humanity, he was rewarded with the great good fortune of remaining in close proximity to Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Once Sri Sathya Sai Baba asked Karunyananda to come and sleep in his room, but being in the unfortunate habit of snoring, he hesitated to accept Baba's invitation. Swami told him not to worry about it, but to come and sleep in his room. Karunananda has since stated, Bhagavan Sai never sleeps. He lies in bed on his left side. His eyes are always half open. He is fully aware of what is happening all around him. Bhagavan vouchsafed Karunananda an unforgettable experience at night. Swami was lying on his bed. Karunananda spread his bed on the floor and slept. After some time, he woke up and sat and looked towards Swami's bed. Surprisingly, in the place of Swami, he found Balakrishna lying in Swami's bed, emitting a charming bluish glow. Karunananda laughed up at the wonderful vision in astonishment. Unbelieving, he rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully. He also assured himself that he was wide awake and fully in possession of his senses. There was no question of any doubt. It certainly was Balakrishna lying on Baba's bed. After a few moments, once again, Baba was seen lying there in place of Balakrishna. Karunananda stated later, what I witnessed was certainly not imagination. I was fully awake, but it was Balakrishna most certainly. I also witnessed Balakrishna changing into Sathya Sai. Bhagavan Sai does not publicly display his divinity. Perhaps he feels that such displays might lead to unmanageable crowds converging on him from far and wide. In Sai Sruti's Swami's residence in Kodaikanal, Swami spoke to his students once and revealed a divine secret. He said, Lord Sriman Narayana has come down to this earth in human form at Sathya Sai. Please understand. and accept this fact. Like Lord Sri Rama and Lord Sri Krishna, this too is a Purna avatar. Great sages and spiritual perceptors were sent here from time to time by the Divya Shakti. But here you see the very incarnation of the universal absolute on earth as Gautama Buddha. Once a conference of scientists took place in Hyderabad in Andhra Pradesh under the chairmanship of Dr. Balakrishna. Professor Aikawa, a Japanese scientist, was among them. Dr. Balakrishna invited him to his home. There, Dr. Aikawa saw for the first time a colored photograph of Bhagavan Sathya Sai Baba. He felt immediately drawn to it. In the temple-like house, this attractive photograph stood out in all its decorations. He thought that the picture might be of an honored ancestor of the family. During their conversation, Dr. Balakrishna described divinity of Bhagavan Sathya Sai Baba and told him that Baba was God incarnate. It is so happened that Swami was right there in Hyderabad at the time, and the two scientists went to have his darshan. Swami kindly invited both of them into the interview room. In the proximity of Swami, Professor Aikawa experienced an intense awareness that he was in the presence of divine personality. Swami gently smiled at him, waved his hand, produced a human heart, and showed it to him. He was bewildered. Bhagavan asked him what it was. Dr. Aikawa replied that it was human heart. Do you know to whom it belongs? Asked Swami. He answered, how do I know? Bhagavan told him, this is your own heart at the time of your birth. Dr. Aikawa was stunned. Swami explained, this is indeed your own heart. Do not be surprised. As soon as you were born, your heart stopped beating. You were as good as dead. Your body turned blue. Your father was a man of faith and a very devout person. He placed your body at my feet and prayed to me, oh God, I earnestly pray to you for your child. Is this a way you respond to my prayers? Of what use is this dead body or to me? I therefore mended your heart, restored you to life. As a matter of fact, the age of the Japanese scientist was more than Baba's, and it was to Lord Buddha that his father had prayed, seeking revival of life in his dead son's body. The secret of that incident was known to no one except his parents. Dr. Aikawa realized that Lord Buddha, who had lived many centuries ago, had now reincarnated in the form of Sathya Sai Bhagavan. During the conversation, Swami referred in lighter vein to Dr. Aikawa as Havakaya, which in Telugu means mango pickle. As Jesus Christ. A Roman Catholic couple from America happened to hear about Bhagavan and came down to Puttaparthi. During public audience in Prashanthi Nilayam, they saw the glorious form of Sri Sathya Sai Baba. They felt powerful spiritual waves being radiated to them. They were surprised and delighted as they experienced an intense glow of happiness. The man was overwhelmed by Baba's eyes full of kindness and heart replete with love. He was convinced that Jesus himself had come to earth in Sai's form and told his wife as much. The woman did not, however, react favorably. What nonsense, she said. We are Roman Catholics. It is not proper for you to say that this Hindu is Jesus himself. I do not agree with you at all on this. She remained somewhat aloof from Sri Sathya Sai Baba. One day, Swami invited the couple into the interview room. The man was undoubtedly in great exhilaration. His wife was somewhat cold and sat a little aside. As the interview drew to a close, the man asked Swami politely, Swami, may I take a photograph? Swami agreed and the gentleman took a few snaps with his camera. The film was developed and printed on the return home. What they saw was not Sathya Sai Baba, but loving and compassionate figure of Jesus Christ. They were astonished. The woman felt extremely sorry that she could not recognize Jesus Christ when physically present in front of her in the form of Sathya Sai Baba. Needless to say, she became Swami's devotee from that moment. A devotee asked Swami, Jesus promised to come back again. Are you that Jesus? Swami explained it to him. Jesus did not say that he would come back. What he actually said was that God who had sent to him earth himself would come. He pointed to a sheep. The cry of a sheep sounds Baba. Jesus indicated that God would come to earth with that name. But his followers did not correctly comprehend what he had stated. It is I who sent Jesus to the earth. The Kaaba in Baba's palm. When Professor S. Bashiruddin, a Muslim, visited Sri Sai Baba, Bhagavan materialized and presented to him a locket on which was inscribed Allah in Arabic. Allah in Arabic, Sarva Antaryami in Sanskrit, and omnipresent in English. They all mean the same. Once some Arabic visitors met Sri Sai Baba in Prashanthi Nilayam. It was a sacred day of Bakrid. Swami invited them into interview room. He raised his open palm. The visitor saw it in a vision of thousands of devout Muslims praying on their knees before the holy Kaaba in Saudi Arabia at the very moment. These are some of the instances to establish that Sri Sathya Sai is not only the embodiment of all gods, he is a transcendental encapsulation of every god. Many persons belonging to the Jewish faith testify to this fact, like Dr. Samuel Sandwich, who declared, I am convinced that Baba is the incarnation of God. Whatever description about God are given in the Hindu, Christian, Jewish lore and literature are not fictional or imaginary. They are all true. They all proclaim the truth that God has supreme power to incarnate himself as and when needed. As Sri Dattatreya. On the Shivaratri day, 1978, Sai Baba was traveling by car from Ooty to Bangalore. Several devotees and students were accompanying him in his car. Srimati Ratnalal Bhatia, who cooked Baba's meals every day in Bangalore, was also coming along with them. Sri Sathya Sai stopped the caravan at some places and got out from his car. All of them sat down to and relaxed, and Baba began to speak to the gathering about some spiritual matters. He addressed a student who he knew was still harboring doubts and misgivings about Baba. You are holding a Polaroid camera. Take my photograph and you will see my true identity. Baba stood at a particular spot. The student took his position with the camera and was about to take a snap. Suddenly, Srimati Bhatia rushed forward and tried to straighten the creases on Baba's garment. Swami sternly ordered her to go away. As he spoke somewhat curtly and loudly, the poor lady was frightened, turned back, and stood at a distance. The student clicked his camera. In a few moments, a Polaroid picture developed in sharp colors. It was of divine composite form of the Lord Dattatreya with three hands: Lord Brahma, Lord Mahavishnu, and Lord Maheshwara. The photo also showed 4 dogs and a cow standing by the side of the Lord. When the picture was shown to Swami, he told Srimati Bhatia, Do you know realize why I firmly ordered you to go away at the moment this photograph was being taken? Extremely powerful radiations were emanating from me at that time. You would not have been able to withstand their impact. Sathya Sai is the supreme being, the primordial source of the cycles of creation, maintenance, and ultimate annihilation. That is Srishti, Sthiti, and Layam. This truth has been demonstrated by Sathya Sai through the instant when he revealed himself to be the transcendental divinity combining within himself Lord Brahma, Mahavishnu, and Lord Maheshwara, the great trinity. My human form encompasses divine Shaktis of all gods. Sathya Sai Baba once declared, as I am moving among you, eating like you, and conversing with you, you may mistake me as common human being. If you commit that error, you will get into trouble and get enmeshed in delusion. You must always be vigilant and avoid the dangers. The web of Maya is my concomitant. So I may sing along with you, speak with you, participate together with you in all activities, and thereby create in you that Maya. But in any moment, I may suddenly reveal my divinity. You must keep yourself alert ever and always, and be ready for that great moment. This, my human form, encompasses every faith, dharma, and every divine potency, Shakti of every god. Whatsoever be the names, forms, and powers that man attributes to God belong only to Sathya Sai and none else. And all prayers and offerings to God reached me only. I can demonstrate it beyond doubt. That is why in all my discourses, I emphasize that Allah, Jesus, Jehovah, Rama, Krishna, Ishwara, and Sai are all names which pertain without any difference whatsoever only to me. When God comes down to earth in human form, it is very difficult to see the reality of God in the outward form. Many compare the earthly external appearances of the avatar with his own body and mistakenly conclude that the two are of the same level and type. To tell you the truth, even if the entire humanity makes concerted effort for 1,000 years through the severest austerities, it cannot comprehend my true essentiality. Nija Tattva. If you win the grace of this divine power standing right before you, hearing a body name and holy name and form, you will soon achieve supreme realization. You are exceptionally fortunate in having this rare opportunity. It is far more precious than what eminent sages, renunciates, yogis, and holy men had ever get. Forget not this fact. Swami pervades the universe. Laila and Homer Young were a couple living in California. Homer used to work in the establishment concerned with the launching of satellites. In 1972, Laila joined a group led by Indra Devi of Mexico, an ardent devotee of Swami, and came to Puttaparthi to meet Sai Baba. Oman decided that Puttaparthi should be photographed from space right at the time his wife was in Baba's presence. Several photographs were taken by a satellite from 200 miles from above the earth. Because of the great distance, no clear details of habitations, hills, or buildings could be seen in the photographs, which showed only a number of patches and dots in block and black and white that made no sense. When Laila saw them on return from Puttaparthi, she felt very much disappointed. Being middle class people, she felt they should not have wasted US $60 on those poor pictures. Several years went by. Some Sai devotees on their way to Tikket to attend the wedding of Indra Devi's daughter visited the Oma's home. He was then returning a Sai book center. There were several photos of Sai in different poses in the center. As the visitors showed interest and liked some of them, Oma showed them the satellite pictures of Puttaparthi too. The visitors were closely looking at those photographs. Suddenly, a lady cried, "Here is Sai Baba." Curiosity arose. They could all discern the face. It's in profile of Sri Sathya Sai, composed by the numerous patches and dots, which had earlier made no sense to Homer and Laila. The image was now crystal clear. The crown, like this thick black hair on the head, the eyes, the shape of the nose, and wonder of wonders, even the birthmark on the cheek of the enchanting face of Swami could be clearly seen. Homer made his own calculations. He took into account longitude and latitude and found that the photograph covered a vast area 40 miles long and 20 miles wide. He realized with considerable astonishment that Swami's form filled so much area. From the data available, Homer concluded that Swami was looking at an extensive area surrounding Prashanti Nilayam. In 1978, Homer came to Puttaparthi to meet Bhagavan Sathya Sai. It was a great circular aura around Swami's head. He saw a great circular aura around Swami's head. He took several photographs and showed them to Swami. Bhagavan smiled and sweetly and said, as Lord Sri Krishna told Arjuna, these are trifles in my boundaries, divine magnificence, Ananta Mahimas. These photographs taken on 29th November 1972 have been placed for exhibition in the planetarium in Prashanti Nilayam. Neti Neti. There is Sanskrit saying, Yatho Vacho Nivartante Aprapya Manama Suhaha Anandam Brahmano Vidva Na Bibeti Kritascha Neti. The universal absolute is beyond the comprehension of the five senses as well as mind. Only an ardent devotee can realize the incomprehensible universal supreme reality and achieve transcendental bliss. He is then above and beyond every kind of fear and enjoys a state of perpetual bliss. This highly spiritual concept was clarified by Bhagwan Baba with a simple and amusing anecdote drawn from Ramayana. Sita, Rama, Lakshmana reached the ashram of Rishi Bharadwaja. According to the prevalent practice, the Rishi sat in the group and their wives and the other women sat in another group. They did not sit in mixed gathering as we do these days. On reaching there, Sita took her seat among the women and Rama and Lakshmana sat with the Rishis. The two brothers, Rama and Lakshmana, were wearing clothes of renunciates, that is sannyasis. Due to that and also because of the radiance, both the princes were looking as splendid as the rishis themselves. It was impossible to recognize and identify who was Rama and who was Lakshmana. But Sita had not changed much, and wives of rishis could not immediately recognize her. They drew close to her and affectionately engaged her in conversation in easy informality. Women by nature tend to be inquisitive and talkative. On the other side, rishis were busy with their metaphysical discourses. Here, women were busy with their whispered conversation. They asked Sita, dear Sita Devi, has your husband also come? She replied, yes, I have come along with him. He is sitting there with the rishis. The women then asked, of those two sitting there, who is your husband? Would Sita stand up in the entire gathering and point out her husband? She was very modest and noble and also a dedicated wife, Pativrata, unable to give an outright reply. She silently sat with her head bowed. But the ladies would not leave it there. They went on asking queries like, is he that person sitting a little behind or little ahead? Or is he the person wearing beautiful robes? Is he that fair complexion man? They went on showing this person that with the one description or another. But Sita was very patient. Whenever a person other than her husband was pointed at, she shook her head in denial until when Rama's turn came. She became silent and modestly bowed her head. Her gesture itself signified her confirmation that the person pointed at was indeed Lord Sri Rama. In the same manner, the Vedas went on repeating, Neti, 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 not this, not this. Naiti, naiti, naiti. Not this, not this, not this. While trying to describe the inner essentiality of the universal absolute Parabrahma Tattva, when the Vedas were to finally describe that universal absolute, they become mute, wordless. That is why it was referred to as Mauna Vyakya Prakrita Parabrahma Tattva, the essentiality of the universal absolute, which can be described only by wordlessness, perfect silence. What a charming anecdote Bhagavan has chosen, and how beautiful what was his exposition. In simple words and by a sweet and enchanting anecdote, Baba unraveled the meaning of the Vedic words na iti na iti. He also explained the spiritual significance. Ordinarily, these words are superficially and literally explained as not this, but there is another more and more subtle way of interrupting them. The Supreme Being is universally pervasive. It is boundless in magnitude and infinite are the variations it displays. It is immutable and it is undestructible. So, when the nature of the Parabrahman is considered, and in that context, na iti is used, we should understand the word as not only this, not merely this, but there is a lot more to it. If you look for the deeper meaning of the word na iti in this manner, its scope becomes vast and profound. The entire universe, comprising moving achara and non-moving achara entities, is first with the universal being Parabrahma. It is omnipresent, that is, there is no place or point of time in the universe where that universal being does not exist. Therefore, when we try to identify the supreme reality by looking at a particular object, this and and question ourselves, is this, is it that, and so on, the response, not this, does not satisfy and was adequately. On the other hand, the answer, not merely this, fits more perfectly the universal reality we try to describe. When we try to understand the compassion, magnificence, and distinctiveness of Sathya Sai Parabrahman, we question ourselves. Is it this? We soon realize this is not at all. This is not all. There is much more to it. So that indeed is the correct answer, that satisfying answer. For the Vedic dictum, therefore, the correct and fully satisfying answer is not merely this. There is much more to it. The subtle explanation given by Bhagavan Sathya Sai will bestow enlightenment on even the enlightened. Our homage to the greatest repository of Jnana. Om Shri Sai Parabrahmane Namaha. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The all-powerful creator, preserver, and destroyer. Chapter 7. I am the Atma that dwells in all living beings. I am the beginning, I am the middle, and the end of all the things. All that you see is a cosmos, the moving and the stationary object. Object is a manifestation of the Atma, Baba, creation, Srishti. To alter a living being into a non-living being, non-living entity, and vice versa, is one of the sportive gestures of God, as demonstrated several times by Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. And becomes beats. On the holy occasion of Fridays in the month of Shravan, married Hindu women customarily perform Gauri Puja, worship of goddess Parvati. A Hindu couple wish to avail of one such occasion to worship also the lotus feet Pada Puja of Swami. They requested Swami for permission, which was readily granted. They then gathered all the materials needed, but they could not get hold of black beads, which was essential for the puja. At the appointed hour, Swami arrived and took his seat. In their excitement, the couple totally overlooked the absence of the all-important beads and commenced the ceremony. Suddenly, a big black any crawled out of a flower offered at Swami's feet. Swami smiled indulgently and commented, "What are you worshipping me with black hands?" And he picked up the crawling insect and placed it on the lady's hand. To their wonderment, the hand suddenly changed into 2 black beads. So the only thing wanting for due performance of the worship reached their hands after all. The grateful devotees were astonished of Swami's ability to create by his mere will. The lady was immensely pleased with Baba's enabled her to complete the ceremony satisfactorily in accordance with the prescribed procedure. In this instance, Baba altered a living object into a non-living object without taking away life. But there is another beautiful episode where he changed lifeless object into a living being, parrot from beaten leaves. Swami was at that time touring Andhra Pradesh. He stayed in a devotee's house. After meals, a silver plate containing tender beaten leaves, areca, nut powder, lime, and other ingredients was placed before him. He initially removed the ribs from the leaves as he prepared the later for eating, and he carefully arranged the ribs in the plate in the shape of parrot. He was all the while talking with the devotees gathered around him, and he suddenly asked them a question. What do you think God is busy with? They answered, Srishti, what the God is busy with? Swami promptly touched the parrot's form on the plate in front of him. He suddenly came to life and flew out vigorously, beating its wings. The devotees were astonished at the wonderful sight. Joining in the general merriment, Swami too laughed enchantingly. Diamond ear tops in Koki. Indulal Shah once invited Bhagavan Shri Sai Baba to dinner in his house in Bombay, now known as Mumbai. Swami was seated on one side of the dining table. Opposite him sat Shah and his daughter. Mr. Shah brought a plate of freshly cooked with hot vadas, savory cookies made with soaked black gram paste, deep fried in oil, and placed it before Swami. He picked up one of them and placed it in the place of Shah's daughter and told her to break it into two before eating. When she did so, she found a diamond studded earring top in each piece. All of them were thrilled. Swami himself put them on each one on the girl's ears. It was Kodaikanal in the fourth week of April in 1997. Several devotees were dining with Swami. Swami finished his meal and was going around the devotees talking to them in the dining hall. He went near a devotee and said, break the puris, puffed and deep fried non-like dish before you eat. The person did as suggested by Swami and found to his surprise a golden ring. Swami said, "That's for you. Have it." Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Anil Kumar was also there eating puri. Swami asked him to eat fast. Swami, who knows what have you put in which puri? Said Anil Kumar. He further added, "So I'm checking every puri and I'm eating carefully." Everyone had a hearty laugh at Anil Kumar's words. In every such event, the issue is not what has been created out of what. It is Swami's will that matters. That alone is a central factor with the cause as well as the effect. Swami once declared, what I will happens, what I order materializes. Maintenance, that is sthiti. On one occasion in Trayi, Swami's residence at Vrindavan, Swami's invited Brigadier S.K. Bose to address the assembled students and staff. The brigadier spoke mostly about the lessons he had learned and at the feet of Swami, concluded his talk and approached Swami to touch his feet. Swami did not allow him to do so, but asked him, why did you make an mention of what happened on the Dashara day? Brig Bose replied, Swami, what should I say about it? I am merely an instrument in your sublime hands. I do not have any individuality of my own. I am ever grateful to you. Swami, I cannot describe my indebtedness adequately in words. After that, Swami granted him the privilege of touching his feet. As Big Bose slowly moved to his seat, Swami told members of the staff that day Bose was indeed dead. I brought him back to life. He has still plenty to do for me. 2 months earlier, Swami had entrusted to Bose the work of laying a 12 feet wide concrete strip around the mandir. He also directed that it should be completed before the beginning of the Dasara festivities. The job took 25 days at the rate of 12 hours day of daily labor. Many a devotee participated in the labor of love and devotion. After finishing the job on time, Bose attended every evening discourses that Swami delivers customarily during the Dasara celebration spread over 10 days. On the final day, Vijay Thursday, 20 October 1988, he was suffering from high temperature. Nevertheless, he made his labored way to the Purna Chandra auditorium and sat in a chair close to the dais. Swami commenced his discourse. Meanwhile, Bose began feeling loss of breath. Suddenly, he collapsed in his chair, but strangely, even though his eyes were closed, he was aware of what was happening around him. He saw a huge golden colored bird standing there and looking at Bose with eyes full of pity. Bose could not imagine how a bird so big could make its way into the auditorium, but he saw the Swami raised both his hands and waved them as he was driving the bird away, and it just disappeared. In the course of his discourse, Swami was reciting a verse. He abruptly stopped midway through the verse and quickly came down from the dais. He seemed to be holding something in his closed right fist. As he filled up Bose by the shoulder with the left hand, Swami patted the back of Bose's head with the right hand. Probably he was holding Bose's life in the right fist, and while patting on the backside of his head, inducted life back into his body. Bose opened his eyes. He was surprised to see Swami standing close at hand, just by his side, that too on the holy Vijayadashmi. Wanting to touch Swami's feet, he extended his hand. Swami told him to get up and stand, but Bose continued to sit, offering salutations to him. Swami patted on his back to give him strength. He told him, stand up, come on to the dais and and take your seat near the door. Bose obeyed. Then Swami resumed his interrupted discourse and went on speaking for a full hour. The lifeless face of Bose steadily and gradually acquired the glow of life within that hour. About 2 months later, the sports day was being celebrated in the Hillview Stadium at the just outside. Swami hoisted the game's flag. Bose was present there and was thrilled to see on that flag the image of the celestial bird Garuda, the vehicle of Lord Sri Mahavishnu. Bose remembered that it was the same bird that had sat over him on the Vijayadashami day with its eye full of pity for with its eyes full of pity for him. Bose came to know much later that according to the Garuda Puran, it is Garuda that carries saintly souls to heaven. Brahmaloka. Brick Bose was referring to this episode when he humbly pleaded with Swami that Bhagavan had restored him to life, that it was beyond him to find words to describe his gratitude to him. You are embodiment of Atma. Baba once elucidated the nature of Atma and his relationship with the constituents of the physical body like limbs, organs, senses, mind, intellect, etc. The essence of what he said is briefly given below. Mind, that is manas, consciousness, chitta, awareness, and senses, indriyas, all then join together to give full shape to body. But Atma is not the combination of all these things. There is Atma in the body, there is Atma in the mind, and there is Atma in the consciousness and the senses. All these function under the direction of Atma. This can be illustrated by simple analogy. A car has steering, clutch, brakes, and several other parts. Does each of them function by itself? When one travels by car, does the blow on its own? Does the steering move by itself? Obviously not. There is a driver behind all this. Likewise, a body is a vehicle and Atma is a driver. The driver makes the eyes makes the eyes see, ears hear, and mouth speak. It is only as long as the driver is present that the various parts perform their allotted functions. Once the driver abandons the body, the very same eyes can no longer see, the same ears cannot hear, the same hands can do nothing, the same mouth can talk no more. All the organs and parts become non-functional. Earlier, all these were made to work to function by a master, the Atma. As long as that master remains in it, this body is Sivam, that is divine auspicious. When he leaves, it is but a Savam, that is corpse. If we deeply ponder over our true identity, as Swami repeatedly suggests, we will soon realize that we are but embodiments of the inner self, and that the parts, organs, and other constituents of his earthly body are merely instruments, and by no means that inner is self. The Simla incident here is yet another instance of supra-human divine power of Bhagavan Sathya Sai Baba. Once Sri Sathya Sai went to Simla along with some of his devotees. Swami Karunyananda too was in the group. That trip saw an unbelievable event. It was evening when the party arrived at their lodgings in Simla. At about 6:30 p.m., as darkness approached, a 2-year-old boy died in a house in the town. The parents were grief-stricken. Seeing their agony, a friend advised them, Sri Sathya Sai Baba is now in town. Take your son's dead body there, place him at his feet for mercy. The distraught parents wrapped the dead body in a piece of cloth and took it to Baba. Heartbroken with grief, the mother laid the dead child at Baba's feet and prayed, Swami, please bring him back to life, wake him up to life. As the poor woman was crying, the ever merciful Bhagavan cast a compassionate look at the dead body. The boy suddenly came to life and began crying. The tears of grief and desperation of the parents turned into tears of joy. They washed the lotus feet of Bhagavan Sathya Sai with their copious tears. The devotees too were overjoyed and immensely moved to this miraculous happening and hailed the glory of Bhagavan with resounding cries of Shri Jai Sai Ram, Jai Sai Ram. Ultimate dissolution of Layam. Karanam Subhamma was a blessed soul who cared for Swami, and he was a child and was known as Satyam and loved him as if he was her own son. As ever swelling crowds of devotees arrived to have his darshan, the lady cooked meals and fed them. Through endless service to Swami and his devotees, she used to feel that her life's mission was fulfilled. When Prashanta Nilayam was being built, Swami told her one day that she would live for only one more year. Though somewhat taken aback, she pulled herself together and devoted herself with more sincerity and devotion of Swami's service. Her health was slowly deteriorating. Kith and kin of her natal home took her to their village to look after her. But she could scarcely endure separation from her beloved Swami and returned very soon to Puttaparthi to do as much service as possible, despite her poor and deteriorating getting ill. Time passed. Some devotees came to Puttaparthi to invite Swami to their place. Before leaving Puttaparthi, Swami promised Subhamma that at this time of her demise, he would make it a point to reach her and place the holy Ganga waters in her mouth. Soon thereafter, Subhamma passed away. Some of the villagers recalled Swami's promise and talked about it mockingly, that Swami did not keep his promise of offering holy water to Subhamma before her death. At that moment, Bhagavan was among his devotees in a far-off place near Tirupati. He set out for Puttaparthi, telling them that he had to go to Puttaparthi urgently. On his arrival, he was informed that Subhamma had breathed the last several 2 hours earlier. He found Subhamma's body and already with ants crawling all over. He announced, Subhamma is not dead. She is still alive, but those around insisted that she had stopped breathing long ago, that she had indeed died, but that they were nevertheless keeping the body only for Swami's arrival. But Swami reiterated that Subhamma was still alive. He came close to her and called out, "Look, Subhamma, I am your Swami. I have come." And to the consternation of everybody and around, Subhamma opened her eyes wide. Tears trickled out of her eyes. The onlookers were dumbstruck. Swami tenderly touched her lips with his fingers, and the cool waters of the celestial Ganga flowed out of his divine fingers onto the parched lips. She lapped them up and swallowed. Her face was aglow with indescribable satisfaction and happiness. She touched Swami's hands softly as she closed her eyes for the last time. Swami knows perfectly the exact moment of everyone's death. Creation, maintenance, and ultimate dissolution are with Swami's absolute control. That is why he is God himself. Creation, maintenance, and dissolution are in my hand. Swami was once covering with devotees in his interview room. He showed them his Sairam.
ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி குணாத்மனே நமக. சத்திய குணங்களின் ஆத்ம ரூபமான ஸ்ரீ சாயிக்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். சத்தியம், தர்மம், சாந்தி, பிரேமை இவை எல்லாவற்றிலும் சுவாமி சத்தியத்துக்கு முதலிடம் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார். சத்வ, ரஜஸ், தம இந்த முக்குணங்களின் அப்பாற்பட்டது சுவாமியின் ஸ்வரூபம். அந்த ஸ்வரூபம் நிலையானது, காலத்தை கடந்தது. சுவாமி சொல்கிறார், பஞ்ச மகாபூதங்களால் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட இந்த உடலில் உள்ள ஆத்மா மூன்று குணத்தின் ரூபங்களாக இருக்கின்றது. பிரம்மா, விஷ்ணு, மகேஷ் இந்த திரிமூர்த்திகள் முக்குணங்களின் ரூபமாக நமக்குள் வசிக்கிறார்கள். பிரம்மா படைக்கிறார். படைப்பின் செயல் புலன்களின் எல்லைக்குள் வராது. படைப்பின் செயலை தாய் கற்றுக் கொடுக்கிறாள். எல்லாம் தாயிடமிருந்தே உண்டாகின்றன. அதனால் உபநிஷதங்கள் சொல்கின்றன, மாத்ரு தேவோ பவ. மாதாவை பிரம்மாவாக நினைத்து பூஜிக்க வேண்டும். மாதாவிடம் ஸ்ரத்தையும் மாதாவுக்கு சேவையும் செய்வது இறைவனின் பூஜை செய்வதற்கு சமம். மாதாவுக்கு பிறகு வருவது பிதா. பிதா தன் குழந்தைகளை காப்பாற்றுகிறார். அவர்களை கவனமாக பார்த்துக் கொள்வார். அவர் இறைவனை அடையும் வழியை காட்டித் தருவார். இந்த காப்பாற்றும் செயல் விஷ்ணுவுடையது. அதாவது மாதா, பிதா, பிரம்மா, விஷ்ணுவை போன்றவர்கள். அதன் பிறகு வருபவர் ஈஸ்வரன், சிவன். அவரை போலா சங்கர் என்று சொல்வார்கள். யார் எதை கேட்டாலும் கொடுத்து விடுவார். யார் அவரிடம் கை ஏந்தினாலும் இல்லை என்று சொல்ல மாட்டார். இந்த சிவனின் குணத்துக்கு தாமச குணம்தான் காரணம். தாமச குணம் என்றால் சோம்பேறித்தனம், மந்த குணம். ஆனால் சிவனுக்கு இப்படி சொல்வது சரியல்ல. மனிதனுக்கு நல்வழி காட்டி தெய்வீகத்தை உணர உதவுவார். இதுதான் சிவனுடைய தன்மை. முக்குணங்களின் மும்மூர்த்திகளும் ஒவ்வொரு இடமும் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஈஸ்வரர் சர்வபூதானாம், எல்லோரிடமும் இறைவன் இருக்கிறார். ஈஷாவாஸ்யம் இதம், உலகம் இறைவனால் நிரம்பி இருக்கிறது. இந்த முக்குணங்களும் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி பாபாவிடம் இருக்கின்றன. இவற்றுடன் சத்திய குணமும் அவரிடம் இருக்கிறது. அதனால் அவர் சொரூபம் எல்லாவற்றுக்கும் மேலாக இருக்கிறது. நாம் எல்லாரும் அறிவோம். அவதாரம் எடுத்ததிலிருந்து சுவாமி ஒவ்வொரு சிவராத்திரி என்றும் லிங்கோத்பவம் செய்கிறார். அதில் வெளிப்படும் ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை சுவாமி எந்த பக்தருக்காவது பூஜைக்காக கொடுத்து விடுவார். ஒரு வருஷம் சுவாமி ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை ஒரு பெண் பக்தைக்கு கொடுத்தார். ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை கொடுக்கும் போது அதை எப்படி பூஜிப்பது என்பதை சுவாமியே சொல்வார். அப்படியே இந்த பெண் பக்தைக்கும் சொன்னார். அளவிட முடியாத ஆனந்தத்துடன் அந்த ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை அந்த பெண் பக்தை பூஜை அறையில் வைத்து முறைப்படி பூஜை செய்வார். முறைப்படி பூஜை செய்ய ஆரம்பித்தார். சில வருடங்களுக்கு பிறகு அந்த பெண் பக்தை வேலையின் பொருட்டு இந்த நாட்டிலிருந்து வெளிநாட்டிலிருந்து இந்த நாட்டுக்கும் வருவதும் போவதுமாக இருந்தார். அந்த பெண் பக்தை எங்கு போனாலும் ஆத்மலிங்கத்தையும் தன்னுடன் எடுத்து சென்று எங்கிருக்கிறாரோ அங்கு பூஜை செய்வார். அவர் மனதில் ஒரு சந்தேகம் எழுந்தது. இன்னும் வருங்காலத்தில் இந்த ஆத்மலிங்கத்தின் நித்திய பூஜையை தவறாமல் செய்ய முடியுமா என்று சுவாமியிடம் ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை திருப்ப கொடுப்பதற்காக சென்றார். சுவாமி அந்த பெண் பக்தையை இன்டர்வியூக்காக அழைத்தார். இன்டர்வியூ ஆரம்பித்தது. ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை பற்றி சுவாமியிடம் அவர் சொல்ல விரும்பினார். ஆனால் சொல்ல முடியவில்லை. அவர் ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை ஒரு பட்டு துணியில் வைத்திருந்தார். இன்டர்வியூ முடிந்தது. சுவாமி மாடிப்படி வழியாக மேல் மாடிக்கு சென்று கொண்டிருந்தார். டப் டப் என்று ஒலி அவர் பின்னால் இருந்து கேட்டுக் கொண்டிருந்தது. அந்த பெண் பக்தை ஒளி வரும் திசையை பார்த்தார். அதை பார்த்ததும் அவருக்கு ஆச்சரியத்தால் கண்கள் விரிந்தன. ஆத்மலிங்கம் சுவாமியின் பின்னால் மாடிப்படிகளில் போய்க் கொண்டிருந்தது. அதன் ஒளிதான் அப்படி கேட்டது. இதை பார்த்ததும் அந்த பெண் பக்தைக்கு நினைவுக்கு வந்தது. அவர் கையில் இருந்த பட்டு துணியில் ஆத்மலிங்கம் இல்லை. அவரை அறியாமலே அந்த பெண் பக்தை இருந்த வாயிலிருந்து சுவாமி என் ஆத்மலிங்கம் என்று. மேலே சென்று கொண்டிருந்த சுவாமி ஒரு கணம் நின்று பின்பக்கம் திரும்பி சொன்னார், உன்னுடைய ஆத்மலிங்கமா? அதை கேட்டதும் அந்த பெண் பக்திக்கு தன் தவறு புரிந்து விட்டது. ஆனால் அதற்குள் சுவாமி ஆத்மலிங்கத்தை அவருடன் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு மேல் மாடிக்கு போய்விட்டார். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணம் அஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய் சாது வர்தனாய நமக. மனிதர்களின் நல்ல குணங்களை உயர்த்துபவரான ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணன் கீதையில் அர்ஜுனனிடம் சொன்னார், சத் பாவே சாது பாவேச சதித்யேத தப்ரயுஜ்யதே பிரசஸ்தே கர்மிணி ததாச சப்தஹ பார்த்த யுஜ்யதே. இதனுடைய பொருள் விளக்கம், நல்ல உணர்வு சாதுத்தன்மை, அதாவது நல்ல தனம். இதற்காக சத் என்ற சொல் பயன்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. அதே போல் நல்ல கர்மங்களுக்காகவும் சத் என்ற சொல் பயன்படுத்தப்படுகிறது. பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் பாபா மனிதனின் நல்ல தன்மையை வளர்க்கிறார். அதோடும் இன்னும் நல்லவனாக இருக்க ஊக்குவிக்கிறார். சுவாமி தன்னுடைய கருணையால் பக்தர்களிடமும் மாணவர்களிடமும் நல்ல மாற்றம் ஏற்பட எப்போதும் தொடர்ந்து உதவுகிறார். அதனால்தான் அவர் கல்வி சார்ந்த அமைப்புகளை நிறுவுகிறார். அந்த அமைப்புகளில் தரப்படும் கல்வி பயிற்சி மனித மேம்பாடுகளை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டது. அங்கு நல்ல ஒழுக்கத்துக்கும் நல்ல இயல்புகளுக்கும் சிறந்த கவனம் செலுத்தப்படுகிறது. கெட்டு போன குழந்தைகளை நல்லவர்களாகவும் நல்ல குழந்தைகளை இன்னும் நல்லவர்களாகவும் ஆக்க செய்யும். இதை காட்ட 2 நிகழ்ச்சிகள். முதல் நிகழ்ச்சி 1973 கோடைக்கால பயிற்சி. இதற்கு நம் தேசம் முழுவதிலிருந்து 800 மாணவர்கள் கூடினார்கள். அதில் சில மாணவர்களுக்கு அங்குள்ள கட்டுப்பாடுகளில் பழக்கமில்லை. அதனால் 2 மாணவர்கள் இதை சித்திரவதையாக நினைத்தார்கள். ஒரு நாள் அந்த இருவரும் பிருந்தாவன ஆசிரமத்திலிருந்து வெளியே சென்றார்கள். ஹோட்டலுக்கு சென்று மாமிச உணவுகள் சாப்பிட்டார்கள். அப்புறம் புகைப்பிடித்தார்கள். சினிமா தியேட்டருக்கு சென்று சினிமா பார்த்தார்கள். இரவு திரும்பி விட்டார்கள். அவர்கள் இந்த விஷயம் யாருக்கும் தெரிந்திருக்காது என்று நினைத்தார்கள். ஆனால் எல்லாம் அறிந்த சுவாமியிடம் எதையும் மறைக்க முடியுமா? அடுத்த நாள் காலையில் சுவாமி அவர்களை கூப்பிட்டு அவர்கள் செய்ததை பற்றி கேட்டார். முதலில் அவர்கள் இதை மறுத்தார்கள். ஆனால் சுவாமி அவர்கள் புகைப்பிடித்த போட்டோவை வரவழைத்து காட்டினார். அப்போது அவர்கள் பேச்சற்று நின்றார்கள். குற்ற உணர்வில் அழுதார்கள். வாத்சல்ய மூர்த்தியான சுவாமி அவர்களை மன்னித்து விட்டார். எதற்கு என்றால் அவர்களுடைய நல்ல குணங்களை உயர்த்துவதற்காக. இன்னொரு நிகழ்ச்சி மாணவர் ஹாஸ்டலில் ஒரு இரவில் நடந்த நிகழ்ச்சி. ஒரு இரவில் ஹாஸ்டலில் மின்சாரம் தடைப்பட்டது. திடீரென்று ஒரு மாணவனுக்கு சுவாமியின் குரல் கேட்டது, கையை பின்னால் வைத்துக் கொள் என்று. அவன் அப்படியே செய்தான். அவன் கையில் சுவாமி ஒரு சிறு பூந்தி லட்டுவை வைத்தார். 2 நிமிடங்களில் மின்சாரம் வந்துவிட்டது. ஹாஸ்டலில் இருந்த ஒவ்வொரு மாணவர் கையிலும் லட்டு இருந்தது. ஒரு மாணவனுக்கு ஏற்பட்ட அனுபவம் எல்லா மாணவருக்கும் ஏற்பட்டது. ஒவ்வொரு மாணவர்களுக்கும் சுவாமியின் குரல் கேட்டது. ஒவ்வொரு மாணவன் கையிலும் லட்டு இருந்தது. எல்லா மாணவருக்கும் ஒரே ஆனந்தம். சுவாமி இந்த லீலையை ஏன் செய்தார்? இதில் மாணவர்களுக்கு ஆனந்தம் கொடுக்கும் நோக்கம் இருந்தது. அதோடு கூட அவர்களுக்கு நல்ல குணம், நற்பண்பு இன்னும் அதிகரிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற நோக்கம் இருந்திருக்கலாம் அல்லவா? ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய் சாதுஜன போக்ஷனாய நமக. யார் நல்லவர்களுக்கு போஷகராக இருக்கிறாரோ அந்த ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். மனிதனின் நல்ல குணங்கள் வளர்ச்சியடையும், அதை நிலைப்படுத்தவும் இறைவன் அவதாரம் எடுக்கிறார். நல்ல மனிதர்களுக்கு எப்போது பிரச்சனை வந்தாலும் அதை தாங்கிக் கொள்ளும் பலத்தை சுவாமி அவர்களுக்கு கொடுக்கிறார். அவர்களின் முன்னேற்றத்தில் ஏற்படும் தடைகளை சுவாமி நீக்கி விடுகிறார். அந்த காலத்தில் சுவாமியின் பரம பக்தனான திரு ராதாகிருஷ்ணன் செட்டி என்பவரின் மகள் திருமதி விஜயகுமாரியும் அவர் கணவர் திரு ஹேமசந்த் இருவரும் தரிசனத்துக்காக சென்றார்கள். சுவாமி அவர்கள் பக்கம் வந்தார். வந்து சொன்னார், குமாரம்மா, உனக்கு உயர்வு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது என்றார். சுவாமி சொன்னதை கேட்டு விஜயகுமாரி ஓஹோ என்றாள். அப்போது சுவாமி சொன்னார், வாழ்க்கையில் உனக்கு எந்த பிரதேசத்தில் உயர்வு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது என்று நீ கேட்கவில்லையே. சனி பகவான் உன் ஜாதகத்தில் பிரவேசித்திருக்கிறார் என்றார். இதை கேட்டு விஜயகுமாரி எந்த உணர்ச்சியும் இல்லாமல் சுவாமியிடம் சொன்னார், ஓ நல்லதாயிற்று சுவாமி, பகவானே என் பின்னால் மலை போல் இருக்கும் போது எனக்கு என்ன கவலை என்றாள். அதன் பிறகு அந்த தம்பதி மீது கஷ்டம் என்ற மலை சரிய தொடங்கியது. பொருளாதார பிரச்சனையும் ஆரம்பித்து வளர்ச்சி இல்லாமல் போயிற்று. வருமானத்துக்கு வழிகள் எல்லாம் கண்முன் தெரிகிறது, ஆனால் வருமானம் இல்லை. இருவரும் மனதளவில் மிகுந்த உளைச்சலுக்கு ஆளானார்கள். ஆனால் சாய் ஈஸ்வரனின் மீது இருந்த நம்பிக்கை குறையவும் இல்லை, மாறவும் இல்லை. அது நாளுக்கு நாள் வளர்ந்து கொண்டே போனது. ஒருமுறை சுவாமி அவளிடம் கேட்டார், உனக்கு கொஞ்சம் பணம் வேணுமா, நான் தரட்டுமா என்று. சுவாமி சொன்னதை கேட்டு விஜயகுமாரி பதில் சொன்னாள், நீங்கள் கொடுத்த பணத்தில் தானே நாங்கள் சாப்பிடுகிறோம். எங்களுக்கு நேரடியாக பணம் கொடுக்க வேண்டாம், எங்களுக்கு பணம் கிடைப்பதற்கு வழி செய்யுங்கள் என்றார். பக்தரின் சரணாகதி நிலையில் உள்ள வேண்டுதல் பகவானை அடைந்தது. சுவாமி அவளுக்கு ஒரு கடிதம் எழுதினார். அதில் சுவாமி சொல்கிறார், நீ துயரத்தை அடிமனதில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு செய்த பிரார்த்தனை என்னை அடைந்தது. அந்த பிரார்த்தனை என் மனதை வென்றுவிட்டது. இப்போது நான் முற்றிலும் உனக்கு வசப்பட்டு விட்டேன். கவலைப்படாதே, விரைவிலேயே வருங்காலம் உனக்கு சந்தோஷமாக அமையும். சீக்கிரமே நீ ஆனந்த அலைகளில் மிதந்து ஆடி பாடுவாய் என்று. சுவாமியின் இந்த கடிதம் அந்த பெண்ணின் மனவேதனைக்கு மருந்தாக அமைந்தது. விரைவிலேயே விஜயகுமாரின் துன்பங்கள் விலகிவிட்டன. பொருளாதார சிரமங்களும் நீங்கின. இந்த கடினமான சமயத்தில் சுவாமியின் ஆசீர்வாதமே அவளை கரை சேர்த்தது. நல்லவர்களுக்கு ஆதரவான சுவாமியே அவர்களுக்கு ஆதாரமாக இருந்தார். அதனால் அவள் அந்த கஷ்டமான காலங்களை தாண்டி வர முடிந்தது. இன்று அவளுடைய முதிய வயதில் சுவாமியின் நினைப்பிலேயே காலம் கழித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறாள். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சர்வஞாய நமக. சர்வஞ ஸ்ரீ சாயிக்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். ஒவ்வொரு இதயத்திலும் வசிப்பவரான ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு மக்கள் ஒவ்வொருவர் இதயத்திலும் என்ன இருக்கிறது என்று தெரியும். வெளி உலகத்தில் என்ன நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பது அவருக்கு தெரியும். கீதையின் 7வது அத்தியாயத்தில் 26வது ஸ்லோகத்தில் சொல்கிறது, வேதா ஹம்ச மதீதானி வர்த்தமானானி சா சர்ஜுனா பவிஷ்யானி ச பூதானி மாம் தோ வேதன கசன என்றால், ஹே அர்ஜுனா, கடந்த காலம், நிகழ்காலம், வருங்காலத்தில் உள்ள எல்லா உயிர்களை பற்றியும் எனக்கு தெரியும். என்னை யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய்பாபா உலகத்தில் உள்ள ஒவ்வொருவரையும் ஒவ்வொரு நிகழ்ச்சியையும் அறிவார். இந்த அனுபவம் அவருடைய பக்தர்களுக்கு பல முறை வந்தது. அது பற்றி 2 கதைகள். 1976 1976 உலக புகழ் வாய்ந்த சரோட் வாத்திய கலைஞர் உஸ்தாத் அம்ஜத் அலிகான் சாஹிப் சில இசை நிகழ்ச்சிகளுக்காக பெங்களூர் சென்றார். இசை நிகழ்ச்சி முடிந்த பிறகு அவர் அவருடைய நண்பர் போலீஸ் கமிஷனர் திரு ரஹீம் நிஜாமுதீனை சந்திக்க சென்றார். அப்போது அவருக்கு தெரிய வந்தது, திரு நிஜாமுதீன் புட்டபர்த்திக்கு செல்கிறார் என்று. அவருடன் அம்ஜத் அலிகானும் புட்டபர்த்திக்கு புறப்பட்டார். அவருடைய மகாபாகியம், சுவாமி அவரை நேர்காணலுக்கு இன்டர்வியூக்கு தேர்ந்தெடுத்தார். மற்றவர்களுடன் நேர்காணல் அறையில் இருவரும் உட்கார்ந்திருந்தனர். அப்போது சுவாமி ஒரு சூடான லட்டுவை உருவாக்கி எடுத்தார். அதிலிருந்து நெய் ஒழுகியது. அம்ஜத் அலிகானின் பக்கம் திரும்பி சொன்னார், சுத்த நெய்யினால் செய்தது என்று. அதை கேட்டு அம்ஜத் அலிகான், சுவாமிக்கு எப்படி தெரியும்? எனக்கு சுத்த நெய்யில் செய்த இனிப்புகள் பிடிக்கும் என்று வியந்தார். ஆனால் உண்மையான ஆச்சரியம் இனிமேல் தான் வரப்போகிறது. சுவாமி அவரை இன்டர்வியூக்கு உள்ளே அழைத்தார். அப்போது அம்ஜத் அலிகான் பலவிதமான எண்ணச் சூழலில் இருந்தார். உள்ளே இருந்த அறைக்கு போனதும் சுவாமி அவரிடம், கவலைப்படாதே, அந்த அசாமிய பெண்ணை நீ கல்யாணம் செய்து கொள், அவள் உனக்கு ஏற்றவள் என்றார். இதை கேட்டதும் அம்ஜத் அலிகானின் மனதில் சுவாமியை பற்றிய ஆச்சரியமும் அவர் மீது நன்றி உணர்ச்சியும் ஏற்பட்டது. ஆச்சரியம் ஏனென்றால் இது பற்றி யாருக்குமே தெரியாத போதும் சுவாமிக்கு எல்லாமே தெரியும். நன்றி எதற்கென்றால் சுவாமியின் ஆசீர்வாதமும் ஆணையும் அவருடைய மனதிலிருந்து குழப்பங்களை தீர்த்து விட்டது. இன்னொரு கதை. 1962 திரு மாதவ் தீக்ஷித் மங்களூரில் வசிக்கும் ஒரு கணவன். இவர் தன் சித்தப்பாவுடன் 1910 இருந்து 1918 வரை ஷீல்டில் சாய்நாதரின் அருளுக்காக இருந்தார். திரு ஹரி சீதாராம் தீட்சிதை மாதவ் காக்கா, அதாவது சிற்றப்பா என்று கூப்பிடுவார். அதனால் மற்ற பக்தர்களும் அவரை காக்கா என்று கூப்பிடுவார். ஸ்ரீ சாய்பாபாவும் அவரை காக்கா என்று கூப்பிடுவார். மாதவ் சிறுவனாக இருந்தபோது சாய்நாதர் அவனிடம் அன்பு வைத்திருந்தார். அவனை பாராட்டவும் செய்வார். ஒரு நாள் சாய்நாதர் விளையாடிக் கொண்டிருந்த மாதவை தன் அருகில் அழைத்தார். மாதவ் அவர் பக்கம் வந்தான். அப்போது சாய்நாதர் தூணியில் தன் கையை வைத்து அதிலிருந்து உதையை எடுத்தார். உதி நிறைந்த கையால் மாதவை ஓங்கி நெற்றியில் அடித்தார். எவ்வளவு பலமாக அடித்தார் என்றால் மாதவ் அழத் தொடங்கி விட்டான். மாதவ் அவன் சித்தப்பாவிடம் சென்று, நான் இனிமேல் பாபாவின் பக்கம் போக மாட்டேன் என்றான். இதை கேட்டு சித்தப்பா சிரித்துக் கொண்டே, அப்பனே, நீ இவ்வளவு பாக்கியசாலி, அப்படி அடிபடுவதற்கு நாங்கள் காத்திருக்கிறோம் என்று. ஏன் பாபா அவனை அடித்தார்? மாதவுக்கு தாங்க முடியாத தலைவலி பிரச்சனை இருந்தது. எப்போது பாபா மாதவை பலமாக அடித்தாரோ அப்போதே மாதவின் தலைவலி போய்விட்டது. 1962 மாதவ் தீக்ஷித்துக்கு சாய்நாதர் மறு அவதாரம் எடுத்திருக்கிறார். அவர் சத்யசாயி என்ற பெயரில் புட்டபர்த்தியில் இருக்கிறார் என்பது தெரிய வந்தது. ஆனால் அவரை சாய்பாபா என்று ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள மாதவ் தீக்ஷித் தயாராக இல்லை. அதனால் நிஜம் எது பொய் எது என்று பார்ப்பதற்காக புட்டபர்த்தி சென்றார். சுவாமி அவரை இன்டர்வியூக்காக அழைத்தார். இன்டர்வியூ குழுக்கள் சென்றவுடன் சுவாமி அவரிடம், என் காக்காவின் படத்தை வெளியேடு என்றார். ஜோபியில் வைத்திருக்கிறாயே என்று சொல்லி சுவாமி மேலும் கேட்டார். நான் ஷிரடியில் உதி வைத்திருக்கும் கைகளால் உன் தலை மீது அடித்தேன் அல்லவா? அதன் பிறகு உனக்கு தலைவலியே இல்லையா என்று. மாதவ் தீட்சித் மனதில் சுவாமியை பற்றி இருந்த சந்தேகம் பூராகவும் போய்விட்டது. சுவாமி சர்வஜர் என்று திருப்தி ஏற்பட்டது. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சர்வஜன பிரியாய நமக. எல்லோருக்கும் பிரியரான ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். எப்போது நாம் அவரை சர்வஜன என்கிறோமோ அதன் அர்த்தம் வெறும் மனிதர் அல்ல, அவர் எவ்வுயிருமா இருப்பவர். பிரபு சாயி உலகில் உள்ள ஒவ்வொரு உயிருக்கும் பிரியமானவர். சாய் கீதா என்ற பெயருடைய ஒரு பெண் யானைக்கு சுவாமியிடம் மிகவும் அன்பு. அதை நாம் பார்க்கும் போது இந்த வரிகளின் உண்மை புரியும். சுவாமியின் தரிசனத்துக்காக ஆயிரக்கணக்கான ஜனசமூகம் அமைதியாக உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கும். தரிசனம் ஆக போகிறது குறிக்கும் வேத கோஷம் கேட்டதும் தரிசனத்துக்காக காத்திருப்பவர்கள் உணர்வலைகள் பொங்கும். சுவாமியின் பிரத்யட்ச தரிசனம் கிடைத்ததும் அவர்கள் உணர்ச்சியின் உச்சிக்கே போய்விடுவார்கள். இது அவர்களுக்கு சுவாமியின் மீது எவ்வளவு அன்பு இருக்கிறது என்பதை காட்டுகிறது. கோகுலாஷ்டமி என்று கிருஷ்ணன் பிறந்த ஆனந்தத்தை கொண்டாடுவதற்கு பக்தர்கள் பிரசாந்த நிலையத்தில் கூடுவார்கள். அன்ற பசுக்களுக்கும் மற்ற விலங்குகளுக்கும் அலங்காரம் செய்து சாயி கீதாவுடன் சுவாமியின் தரிசனத்துக்காக அவை அழைத்து வரப்படும். அப்போது அந்த விலங்குகளுக்கும் சுவாமிக்கும் இடையே உள்ள அன்பை என்ன என்பதை பார்க்க முடியும். விலங்குகளுக்கு சுவாமி மீதுள்ள அன்பையும் பக்தியையும் பற்றிய கருணை நிறைந்த கதை இது. சுவாமியிடம் சில நாய்கள் இருந்தன. அவற்றின் பேர் வினோதமாக இருக்கும். ஜாக், ஜில் என்று. அது ஒரு பாமரேனியன் நாயும் இருந்தது. அதற்கு சுவாமியின் மீது அத்தனை அன்பு. ஒரு நாள் அது சுற்றி வந்து புட்டபர்த்தி கிராமத்துக்கு போய்விட்டது. துரதிருஷ்டவசமாக அதன் மீது ஒரு வண்டியின் சக்கரம் ஏறிவிட்டது. அதில் ஏற்பட்ட காயத்துடன் அந்த ஊமை ஜீவன் பிரசாந்த நிலையத்துக்கு ஓடியது. சுவாமியின் அருகில் சென்றது. சுவாமியின் சரணங்களில் தன் உடலை சாய்த்து உயிரை விட்டது. சில வருடங்களுக்கு முன் பிருந்தாவன் ஆசிரமத்தில் சில மான்கள் இருந்தன. சுவாமி அவற்றுக்கு தினமும் தன் கையால் ஆப்பிள் கொடுப்பார். அன்புடன் அவற்றை கவனிப்பார். ஒரு நாள் சுவாமி பக்தர்களுக்கு தரிசனம் தருவதற்காக வெளியே வந்தார். அப்போது சில மாணவர்கள் அவர் பக்கம் ஓடி வந்தார்கள். இன்னொரு பக்கத்தில் இருந்து சில மான்கள் இவர் பக்கம் ஓடி வந்தன. இதை கண்டு சுவாமி சொன்னார், இது 2 கால் டியர், அது 4 கால் டீர், இரண்டும் எனக்கு டியர் என்று. மாணவர்களுக்கு சுவாமி மீது உள்ள அன்பு அத்தனை உயர்ந்தது, பிரிக்க முடியாதது. எப்போதும் சுவாமி பிரசாந்த நிலையத்திலிருந்து பிருந்தாவனம் செல்லும் போது அவருடைய பிரிவை தாங்காமல் மாணவர்கள் அழுவார்கள். அதற்கு சுவாமி சொல்லுவார், என் உண்மையான சொத்து மாணவர்கள் தான் என்று. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து.
Om Astotram 11 to 15. Om Sri Sai Sarva Shakti Murtaye Namaha. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of all divine powers. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba embodies all the gods and goddesses. All powers are contained in him. Akshat Patitam toyam yata gacchati sagaram sarvadeva namaskaram keshavam pratigacchati. As the water from the skies reaches the ocean, salutation to all gods reach Keshavam. Millions of people from all over the world offer prayer to their own form of God, and these prayers reach Swami, who is the omnipotent one. Swami says, when you come to me, there is no need for you to change the worship of the name and the form you are accustomed to, because all names and forms are mine. Your devotion reaches me. There is an ashram and samadhi of Nityananda Swami near Mumbai at Ganeshpuri, Vajreshwari. He had a disciple named Swami Shraddhananda. Once, while in Mangalore, he attended a Sai Bhajan in a devotee's house. The bhajan ended with the arati, and Swami Shraddhananda went into deep samadhi. On returning back to his normal state, he said, my Guru Swami Nityananda is asking me to go with Dr. Gadya for Sri Sathya Sai Baba's darshan. Next day, Dr. Gadya and Swami Shraddhananda left for Puttaparthi. Bhagwan Baba called them for an interview. As they were waiting with others in the room, something unexpected happened when Baba, in his usual manner, started rotating his hand to materialize vibhuti. Swami Shraddhanand suddenly tried to stop him by holding his wrist. All those who were present in the room were stunned. Dr. Gadya felt awkward since he had brought Shraddhananda ji for Baba's darshan. But Shanti Swarupa Bhagwan was unmoved. Smiling lovingly, he asked Shraddhananda, why did you hold my hand? Shraddhananda ji replied, I have not come to come here to get chocolates or peppermints. I expect something much higher. Baba asked, do you mind if I give chocolate and peppermint to others? Bhagwan then materialized vibhuti and gave it to all other except Swami Shraddhananda. Baba then called each one into the into the inner room to give them personal guidance. The last one to be called was Swami Shraddhananda. Bhagwan Baba opened the top button of his robe and asked Shraddhananda to look at his chest. As he did so, so became ecstatic and with tears rolling down his tears exclaimed, O Gurudeva, you are here in the form of Sri Sathya Sai. As he looked at Bhagwan's Baba's chest, he was blessed with a vision of his Guru Swami Nityananda. Many from all over the world have had similar experience when they have been blessed with the darshan of their Ishtadevat in Bhagwan Baba. Om Sri Sai, Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanastu. Om Sri Sarveshaya Namaha. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is the Lord of all. Whoever calls out to Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba sincerely from his heart, the omnipresent Swami responds to call and showers his blessings. Whichever form of God one may call out to, Swami showers his grace on those devotees, for he is the nourisher of the entire universe and the supreme essence of all. Swami's devotees from all over the world have been blessed with his darshan in the form of their Ishtadeva, desired deity. Many of his European devotees have been seen have seen him as Lord Jesus. Some of his old devotees have had his darshan in the form of Shirdi Sai. There are some fortunate ones who have been blessed with darshan of Sri Shiva Sai at the Virupaksha temple. A small story about Swami as the embodiment of all deities. There was a lady who was an ardent devotee of Swami. She would sometimes go for Swami's darshan after discharging the family's responsibilities. Many a time she felt that her son too should accompany her, but her son had contrary feeling. Once somehow she convinced him to accompany her. On the way, he suddenly said to her, I will not come to Puttaparthi. Instead, I will go to Tirupati. And he left for Tirupati. His mother went all by herself for Swami's darshan. In darshan, Swami came straight to her and gave her Pad Namaskar. But she looked sad. On seeing this, Swami asked her, Amma, why are you unhappy? Choked with emotion, she was unable to speak. Swami said, Amma, just as I am here in Puttaparthi, I am in Tirupati as well. So don't be sad. Your son is visiting Tirupati, isn't it? It means he has come to me. Om Sri Satya Sai Sai Nath Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Sarva Sangha Parityagine Namaha. 13. Salutation to Sri Sai, who has given up all attachments. Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba has no attachments, yet he is equally attached to all. He is mother, father, brother, and friend to all. At the age of 14 itself, Satyanarayana Raju left his home and declared that he was Sai Baba. At the time, he referred to his worldly mother as Maya and renounced all of worldly ties, Sarva Sangha Parityaga. One can use the word detached for sadhus and sannyasis, but not for Swami, as he is God and transcends the gunas. The relationships of mother, father, brother, sister, friends are part and parcel of human birth. To snap his worldly ties, he ate three morsels of food from his mother Isharma's hands just to please and appease her and said, "Now Maya illusion has left me." Swami respectfully addressed his worldly father as Griham Abbai and mother as Grihamma. He also gave the respect due to all the elders in the family. But ultimately, the essential relationship between them was one God and devotee. From childhood itself, Sri Satya was never attracted to worldly things. The other things, other children in the home were drawn towards food, colorful clothes, and entertainment. But young Satya was never inclined towards these things. Swami, who transcends gunas, has no worldly attachment, yet all incarnation of God, he is bound to his devotees. He is ever engaged in the spiritual upliftment of his devotees towards the supreme goal. He declared in childhood, "I was born to serve," and has been serving mankind ever since. He showers love on all, but takes particular care of his students' holistic progress. The unconditional love that is showered by Sainath on these students is several times more than the love they receive from their own parents. Om Sri Satya Sai Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Sarvantaryamine Namaha 14. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is the inner conscience of all. Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba as God incarnate is omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. This power is present only in avatars. He who resides in the heart, being omniscient, can easily read the mind and heart of all his devotees. He hears all sincere prayers and responds to them accordingly. He guides us, protects us, and even rebukes us if required for our evil thoughts. He picks up even the subtlest thought in the mind of his devotees. Here is a small story to illustrate this. Once Diana Buskin from USA, along with her husband Joel and little daughter, set out for Puttaparthi. She was extremely tense till they boarded the flight because of the uncertainty in her husband's mind regarding coming to Puttaparthi for Swami's darshan. He was reluctant to come to Swami. Finally, he boarded the flight and she left. She felt relieved. At Prashanti Nilayam, they were well accommodated since Diana's mother had already arrived 1 month earlier. But Jewel had one problem about his smoking. No such visors are allowed in the ashram. So next day he went out of the ashram along with his wife to the hilltop for a smoke. Sitting there and enjoying the scenic beauty from the hilltop, Jewel suddenly shouted, "Look, look, look at the beautiful rainbow." Diana turned her gaze towards the wondrous sight in the sky. The rainbow was a vertical one and extremely unusual. It vanished after some time. Joel, very excited by now, said to his wife, "Do you remember? It was only last week I had expressed a desire that Sai Baba should materialize for me a rainbow." And Joel was under the impression that this desire was known only to himself. Diana and his friends in Los Angeles. But how can the omniscient Sai not know about this? When both of them returned to the ashram, to their utter surprise, Sri Kasturi welcomed them, saying, "Swami has called you both for an interview tomorrow morning." Next morning, they arrived in the interview room. As Swami came down the steps, he laughed aloud, saying, "So, how did you like my rainbow?" And patted Jewel lovingly on his back. Jewel was speechless. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. Diana, too, had tears in her eyes. Back home, when Diana pleaded with Jewel to come along with Swami, come along for Swami's darshan, he had put a condition that he would seek Swami's darshan only if Swami would show him a rainbow. Swami, the indweller in every heart, knowingly fulfilled this condition. Swami took his seat and everyone sat around. Jewel sat right next to Swami. When Swami inquired about after her daughter's health, Diana told him that the child was suffering from a cold and stomachache. Swami rolled up his sleeve and with a particular movement of his hand, materialized a fresh fig and gave it to her. After the interview, Jewel searched the entire market for a fig. he got the standard answer. This is not the season for figs, and you will not get them anywhere in South India right now. What could be the reason for Swami's materializing a fig for the child? Just moments before he did so, Jewel had a thought in his mind. Can Swami materialize a fruit instead of the usual vibhuti? And the very next moment, the omniscient Swami materialized a fresh fig which was not available anywhere at the time. Om Sri Sai Satya Sai Natarpanastu. Om Sri Sai Mahimatmane Namaha 15. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is a great glorious soul. Bhagavan Baba's glory has spread all over the world, and millions of people come to Prashanti Nilayam to seek his darshan. Some of them are spiritual aspirants, and some come for material gains. Here is an incident that took place in 1970. On hearing Bhagavan Baba's glory, Sri 108 Swami Virajananda Ji Maharaj, who is now over 100 years old, arrived in Prashanti Nilayam from Kashi. He was accompanied by 15 to 20 of his disciples. After having stayed in the ashram for about 20 days, he formed an opinion about Baba thus. Sri Satya Sai Baba is the God of foreigners and rich devotees. He is not an embodiment of love because if he were, he would treat everyone equally. What could be the reason for such an opinion? In those 20 days of his stay, Bhagwan Baba had ignored him completely. So Swami Virajanandaji decided to leave Prashanti Nilayam and travel back to Dharmavaram. That night they decided to camp at Dharmavaram. He was resting in a room and his disciple were in the next room. After a while, someone knocked at the door, saying, "May I come in, please?" That person allowed to enter made a humble request, saying, "Swamiji, Bhagwan Baba has sent me here to take you to Puttaparthi." Virajanandaji lost his temper and said, "I will not come. He is a god of the rich. He is not an embodiment of love as he claims to be." The person insisted, "I have got a car and I will not move out of here unless you come with me." Finally, Virajanandaji had no option and he left with the messenger. The moment they reached Prashanti Nilayam, Bhagwan called him to the first floor. Rajanandaji was about to pass a scornful remark, but Baba stopped him and said, "Let us first have our meals. Then you can ask me whatever you wish to ask." After the meal, Bhagwan Baba showed Swami Virajanandaji his right palm. On seeing that palm, Virajanandaji broke into sweat and he was all confused. What did he see in that palm? He saw all his disciples and his ashrams in Kashi in that palm. He could simultaneously hear Bhagavan's words, "Love, love, love." What is love? Do you think you can attain self-realization by abandoning your family and collecting thousands of followers? In fact, you are far from it. This is moha, infatuation. Only devotion and love takes you closer to God. Desires and worldly fame cannot take you close to God. On hearing Bhagwan's word, Swami Virajanandaji realized his mistake. He held on to Bhagwan Baba's feet and sought his permission to leave. Baba said, "Wait a moment." Virajanandaji sat down. For a moment, he felt sleepy. When he opened his eyes, he realized that he was back in his room at Dharmavaram. He could not fathom how he reached there in a moment. He meditated on the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan Baba and realized that it was all nothing but Bhagwan's Leela. Om Shri Satya Sai Nathapanastu. Ashtotaram 16 to 20. Om Sri Sai Maheshwara Swarupaya Namaha. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of Lord Shiva. Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba is Shiva Shakti incarnate. Time and again, he has shown this to his devotee. Several times, many Shiva devotees have had Bhagwan's Baba's darshan in the form of their desired deity. The story of Swami Vamadeva Maharaj will enlighten devotees with a desire to attain liberation. Vamadeva Maharaj renounced the world and became a sannyasi. When he was 85 years old, he felt that his body was now old and feeble, and at any moment he may have to leave it. So, with the aim to offer his body to the river Ganga and attain liberation, he traveled to Kashi. He meditated on the form of Paramashiva and jumped into the river Ganga. At the very moment a miracle took place, he saw an effulgent deity with a crown of thick black hair on the head, Abhaya Mudra, hand raised in blessing, an orange robe instead of ash smeared, camphor like fire form of Shiva he was meditating upon. It vanished in a moment. Next, there was another miracle. As he was sinking deep into the river, he found that he was suddenly being pushed upward by a powerful force, and he started floating on the water like a wooden log. A strong wave emerged in the silent water of Ganga. He was pushed towards the shore, and once again the Ganga Mata resumed his calm. At the time, Swami Vamadeva thought that maybe he should continue to sit there in Padmasana lotus posture so that the monsoon flood will once again suck his body and it will be offered to Ganga Mata and Lord Shiva. On the same night, a senior army officer and also a Sai devotee had a dream. He dreamt that a sannyasi was sitting in Bhagwan Baba's lap and Baba was feeding him with a laddu as if he were a small child. Next morning, this army officer went for a walk along the shores of River Ganga, and it happened to see the same sannyasi there whom he had seen in a dream the earlier night. He was none other than Swami Vamadeva Maharaj. Urgently, he hurried to him and offered pranams and started recounting the dream and praising. Bhagwan Baba, listening to him, Swami Vamadeva said, I have not seen you earlier. Isn't this your imagination? At this moment, the officer began to describe Bhagwan Baba's divine form. Swami Vamadeva recollected the vision he had seen in the river Ganga. It was exactly the same. Vamadeva Maharaj asked himself, is this Sai Baba an incarnation of Shiva? His inner voice answered, spend some more time with this devotee. Find out some more about this Parameshwara, and then he assured. Accordingly, Swami Vamadeva stayed for some time. On the Manikarnika Ghat, he heard Bhagwan Baba's glory from the devotees, and then he was convinced that his Maheshwara and Sai were one, and spent the rest of his life in meditating upon his Sai Maheshwara. Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Partigramodbhavai Namaha 17. Salutation to Sri Sai, who was born in a village called Puttaparthi. Sri Kondapma Raju, a pious soul residing in the remote village of Puttaparthi in Andhra Pradesh, once had an extraordinary dream. It was divine and wondrous. He saw a deity of divine influence who, however, seemed distressed. She was Devi Satyabhama, waiting for Sri Krishna, who had gone away to bring her some parijat flowers. Day after day passed, but there was no sign of Sri Krishna. She was distressed and tears were flowing from her eyes. It started raining heavily, but Satyabhama continued to wait, getting completely drenched. When Kodamma Raju noticed her, she asked him to give her some shelter where she could continue her wait for Sri Krishna. The dream ended, and Sri Kondamma Raju made a resolve to build a big temple for the Devi. Accordingly, he constructed a mandir, but due to shortage of funds, a stone was erected in place of the idol. In this way, the commitment to Devi Satyabhama was fulfilled by Sri Kondamma Raju. Puttaparthi became an abode of Devi, and therefore Bhagavan Sri Krishna and had to incarnate again in the village of Parthi. To meet Satyabhama, who had been awaiting his arrival. Puttaparthi was formerly known as Golappalli, meaning thereby the village of cowards. Many cowards, along with their wealth of cattle, lived in this remote village. One day, a strange occurrence took place. One cowherd noticed that one of his cows returned home in the evening after grazing with an empty udder. When this became an everyday feature, he set out to find the reason behind it, and he followed the cow. What he witnessed, he was unimaginable. A snake came out of a snake hill, rolled itself around the cow's hind legs, and began to drink milk from the udder. The cowherd lost his temper and he picked up a heavy stone, hurled it at the snake and killed it. Ever since this incident, the cowherd family of Golapalli gradually declined in numbers and snake hills proliferated all over. People believed to be a curse of that dying snake. This is how Golapalli came to be called Putta Vardini, a village of growing snake hills. In times to come, it was abbreviated to Puttaparthi. When the second incarnation of Sai took birth in this village, in no time Puttaparthi was transformed into only Gokulam, but a heavenly paradise. Today, this village has a prominent place on the world map, and it is a place of pilgrimage for millions of people around the world. Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Pati Kshetra Nivasini Namah. 18. Salutation to Sri Sai, who resides in the holy region of Pati. Bharat alone is the only holy land where God has incarnated from age to age. In every incarnation of God, he finds that the avatar's Janma Bhumi, place of birth, and Karma Bhumi, place of activity, are different. Sri Rama was born in Ayodhya, but the mission of destroying Ravana and other demons was carried out in Lanka. Sri Krishna was born in Mathura, but he narrated the Bhagwan Gita on the Kurukshetra and made Dwaraka his capital. But the present Sri Sathya Sai Avatar is an exception because his birthplace and the place of his mission are the same, and that is Puttaparthi. Mother Isharama was the catalyst for this. On 20th October 1940, Satyanarayana Raju declared, "From now on, I am no more your Satya, I am Sai." Saying this, he left the house of his brother Sesham Raju in Urvakunda. Satya then walked to a garden in front of Sri Anjaneyulu house and sat under a tree. He taught his first bhajan, Anasa Bhajore Guru Charanam. Thus, Dustara Bhava Sagara Taranam. To all those who had gathered there, the bhajan singing continued for these 3 successive days. Suddenly, Baba said aloud, "Look, Maya has come." Everyone turned in the direction indicated and saw Mother Isharama and Pedda Venkappa Raju. Both of them urged Baba to return home, but he said, "Who belongs to whom? Who is a son? Who is a father?" Isharma wailed, but to no avail. Finally, Baba told her, "Bring me some food." She rushed home and brought some food in a platter. Baba mixed it up and made several balls out of it. He swallowed 3 of them and said, "Now Maya has run away. No need to worry." He turned around and went back to the garden. Now Isharma accepted the fact that from now on he was not her son. But so Sai, she said to Baba, "I will not come in the way of your task, but you must return back to Puttaparthi." Baba acceded to her request and left for Puttaparthi in this manner. The avatar accepted his Janma Bhumi, place of birth, as his Karma Bhumi, place of mission. Mr. Homer, a resident of California, USA, works as a scientist for NASA. He photographed Puttaparthi through a satellite stationed about 200 miles above the Earth. But when he saw the photograph, he was disappointed due to the great distance. Only black and white clouds were seen on the photograph. Years later, he showed the photograph to some guests. While seeing them, a lady suddenly explained, "This is Sai Baba." On close observation, they were able to perceive Sri Sathya Sai's face clearly. It was composed from those numerous black and white clouds. The crown of his thick black hair, eyes, nose, and even the mole on Swami's cheeks were clearly visible. Mr. Homer calculated on the basis of the latitude and concluded that Swami form was spread over an area of 40 miles in length and 20 miles in width. Everyone was surprised and they all realized that although Swami is in Puttaparthi, his grace and presence is spread over a very large area. Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Yashashkaya Shirdi Vasine Namaha. Salutation to Sri Sai, who was famous in the previous incarnation as a resident of Shirdi. At the age of 14, Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba declared that he was the reincarnation of Shirdi Sai Baba. In 1963, on the auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima, he spoke about Shirdi Sai, Satya Sai, and the next incarnation, Prema Sai. He gave fresh and new information about all the 3 avatars, which nobody was aware of. In 1940, after he declared that he was the incarnation of Shirdi Sai, many came to him to seek his darshan, but most of them did not know about Shirdi. Baba used to often sing to them the glory of Dhuni, Udi, Dwarakamai, Neemtree, Bhutiwada, and Samadhi Mandir through bhajans. Once he gave a vision of Shirdi Sai Samadhi, Neemtree, Khandoba Mandir to Srimati Subbamma, the doubting Thomas advocate, Krishnamachari, and Pedda Venkappa Raju in Puttaparthi itself. From then on, Pedda Venkappa Raju and the advocate doubts about Baba were cleared. Advocates' doubts about Baba were cleared. Later, Swami revealed through many incidents that he was Shirdi Sai. His earlier incarnation, here is one of the incidents. For the first time during Navaratri in 1961, Bhagwan Baba organized the Veda Purusha Saptaha Jnana Yajna All the learned Brahmins were invited to perform the yajna, and Brahmashri Shivarama Bairaga Shastri as the head priest. Bhagwan was very keen that the yajna should be performed properly according to the prescribed rites and rituals. So he called Brahmashri Shastri to him and asked for a list of all the required materials for the yajna. Shastri prepared a list after consultation with his colleagues and gave it to Bhagavan. Accordingly, all the materials were acquired and brought there. Despite this, just 5 minutes before the yajna was to come, Shastri realized that he has forgotten to list a particular type of kalash, a vessel required for yajna. A petrified Shastri approached Swami and confessed his lapse. The ever compassionate Swami said, "This is why I had asked you for a proper list. Now only 5 minutes are left for the yajna muhurtam." Saying this, Swami went inside a room and within 3 minutes came out with a beautiful silver color with pictures of deities inscribed on it. On seeing that perfectly suited kalash, Shastri was wonderstruck. Bhagwan Baba told him in the Shirdi avatar, "I have kept this kalash in the Chincholi palace. At that moment, it was lying around with the odd things in the storeroom of the palace. I just went there and brought it back." The letter Sa Ba, meaning Sai Baba, were inscribed on the kalash. It is only by His divine grace that we have been fortunate to witness the divine leelas of Prabhu Sathya Sai, who was Shirdi Sai in the previous incarnation. Om Sri Sathya Sai Arpanastu. Om Sri Sai Jodi Adipalli Somapaya Namaha 20. Salutation to Sri Sai, who indeed is Somappa, are the male and female aspect of Lord Shiva. Shiva Shakti, and whose abode is Kailas. In 1963, on the occasion of Guru Purnima, Swami declared for the first time that she is Shiva Shakti incarnate. We all know that Kailas is the original abode of Shiva Shakti. Once a devotee named Kailasam came to Swami. Swami asked him what the word Kailasam meant. The devotee was unable to reply. Swami said, "Kailasam is a simple symbol of cleanliness, holiness, and purity. It also means a pure heart. Therefore, Shiva chose the pinnacle of Kailas as his abode, and as a Paramatma, he also resides in the sacred heart of his devotee. This is a story of a Shirdi Sai devotee who had traveled to Bangalore for a sightseeing in May 1963. When he, along with his family, was about to get into a hired car, an old man over 6 feet tall, white with white hair and beard, wearing a white dhoti and a shirt, came to them and asking, "Do you want any help? I belong to this city, so I know it well. If you are going for a sightseeing, I can guide you." Charmed by his speech and happy for the help, the devotee readily accepted the offer. The old man showed them the entire Bangalore city, but avoided eating lunch with them. On much instance that he had coffee. In the evening, the old man asked the driver to take the car on a particular route. Although the driver was familiar with the city, this particular route was unknown to him. The old man asked to stop the car at a place. He took all of them inside a narrow tunnel. It was dark inside, but there was an oil lamp, and in its light they saw an effulgent Shivalingam. The old man asked everybody to take darshan of the Shivalingam and also gave them tir, holy water, but he himself did not partake it. At the end of the day, when the old man was about to leave, the devotee offered him some money, but he refused it. When they asked his name, he said something which was strange, and when asked about his address, he pointed in a particular direction, saying, "Over there." He also told them, "We will meet the day after tomorrow." Before the final when were to leave Mumbai, a friend of theirs had suggested that they should go to the Whitefield and seek darshan of Sri Sathya Sai Baba, or who is the reincarnation of Shirdi Sai. Accordingly, they reached Whitefield at the noon. After having waited in front of the closed gate in the hot afternoon sun for half an hour, they received a message, "Call those people from Mumbai inside." When the family went in, Swami welcomed them personally. He smiled and asked them, "So, how did you like our Bangalore? Have you visited all the places? We had met the day before yesterday." The gentleman realized that the old man who accompanied them as a guide was none other Then Sri Sai Baba himself. Now he remembered what the old man had told them, the name Jodi Adipalli Somapaya Namaha, the Shiva, the reside, Jodi Adipalli Somappa, the Shiva who resides in pure hearts. Swami himself showed the old Shiva temple to his devotee with a pure heart. Yet it was a mysterious as there was no trace of the temple later. Despite all efforts by many devotees to locate it, many devotees have had similar experience. Whenever faced with calamities, Jodi Adipalli Somappa had given them darshan and rescued them. Many of May this Jodi Adipalli Somappa shower his grace upon us to turn our hearts into Kailasam. This is our prayer to this Sathya Shakti incarnation. Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Ashtotaram 21 to 25. Om Shri Sai Bharadwaja Rishi Gotraya Namaha 21. Salutations to Sri Sai, who was born in the family lineage of the great Rishi Bharadwaj. On 23rd May 1940, when Baba first declared to Pedda Vengappa Raju that I am Sai Baba, he also indicated that his Gotra lineage is Bharadwaj. However, he shed more light on this during the Guru Purnima discourse in 1963, when he said, the reason why I have taken birth in Bharadwaj Gotra is the boon Bharadwaja received from Shiva. Once Bharadwaj Rishi thought of performing a yajna, he went personally to Kailash mountain to invite Shiva Parvati. At the time, Shiva and Parvati were engaged in a dance. They were so engrossed that they did not notice Bharadwaj Rishi for 7 days. The Rishi could only see Shiva but not Shakti. On the 8th day, when he got darshan of Mata Parvati, she cast a glance at him, smiled benignly, and once again Shiva Parvati got engrossed in the dance. The Rishi felt sad. He felt ignored and thought of leaving Kailas, but his left leg was numb due to standing continuously in snow for 8 days. He also lost his vision in the left eye, and then he collapsed. Shiva Parvati stopped their dance. Lord Shiva came to his rescue and revived him by sprinkling some water from his kamandalu. When the Rishi regained consciousness, Shiva told him, Shakti Mata's glance and her smile was a blessing for your yajna. We will definitely be present for the yajna. When Bharadwaj Rishi performed the yajna, both Shiva and Shakti manifested during Purnahuti and blessed Bharadwaj Rishi with a boon saying, we will take birth in human form in your lineage 3 times. The first incarnation will be Shiva Avatar, who will be known as Siddhi Sai. The second incarnation will be Shiva Shakti Avatar, who will be known as Sri Satya Sai. And the third incarnation will be Shakti Avatar, who will be adored as Prema Sai. Further, Shiva added, you thought Shakti had neglected you at Kailas for 8 days. Due to this, Shakti will suffer in Shiva Shakti Avatar. At that time, I, Shiva, will cure her by sprinkling the holy water on her, as I did for you at Kailas. Just as Bharadwaj Rishi had darshan of Shiva Shakti, Swami also has given darshan to some of his devotees in the form of Shiva Shakti. This was in the earlier days during Navaratris when Swami was taken in a procession. Many of his devotees were blessed with the represent darshan of Shiva Shakti form. Om Sri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Bhakta Vatsalaya Namaha 22. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is very affectionate to his devotees. Whenever devotees call out to Swami with fervor, he immediately rushes to their aid, even if he is physically far away. Just as a mother showers affection on her child, Sai Mata showers love on all her devotees. She saves them from material and spiritual downfall and uplifts them. The devotees may recall many such incidents where they have experienced Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai's affection, Satya Sai Baba's affection. This is one such incident when Swami was young and in Madras. One day, he told his devotees, very soon I will go and give darshan to one devotee who has served me in my earlier incarnation. Soon after this, Swami one day fell on the ground and his body became stiff like a wooden log. The devotees around him were worried. Suddenly, Vibhuti started oozing out of the sole of his left leg. Words in Hindi and Marathi could be heard from Swami's mouth, but the tone of his voice was different and sounded like that of an old man. Soon he came back to his normal self and sat down. He told the devotees, I had gone to Shirdi to give darshan to Abdul. When some devotees inquired at Shirdi, they were told that Abdul from Shirdi had passed away at the same time. Who was Abdul Baba? This Abdul Baba was originally from Nanded in Maharashtra in 1908 when he came to Shirdi for Sainath's darshan and stayed there permanently until Sainath took Samadhi. Abdul Baba lived in the Chowdi. He used to work all day and regard it as seva for Sainath, seva of Sainath. He used to especially like the task of sweeping the Masjid Mai and lighting the evening lamp. Besides this, he did a very important task. While in Dwaraka Mai, whatever Sainath spoke or whatever instructions he imparted, Abdul had a habit of making a note of everything in his personal diary. After Sainath's Samadhi, he spent his time reading the whole Quran and continued to reside in Dwaraka Mai till his end. To reward Abdul for his seva to the previous body and to bless him with darshan at the time of his death, the Bhakta Valsal Sri Sathya Sainath went from Madras to Shirdi and merged the devotee in himself. Om Sri Om Sri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Abandharatmane Nama. 23. Salutations to Sri Sai, who, as the universal consciousness, dwells in the heart of every being. Sri Sathya Sai's grace helps all of us to cross this ocean of life. While crossing this Bhavasagar, devotees undergo suffering, pain, and fear, but with Sri Sathya Sai's constant guidance, they are able to reach the shores of bliss and peace easily. At the tender age of 14, Sri Sathya Sai declared his avadahood and taught his first bhajan, Manasa Bhajare Gurucharanam, Dustara Bhavasagara Taranam. You can cross this turbulent ocean of life only by meditating on the Guru's feet. There is a very touching story that exemplifies this truth. Srimati Amala Shankar, the famous dancer and director, went to Puttaparthi in August 1997. In the month of November, she was to perform Mahamanav, a dance ballet based on the life of Buddha in Prashanti, and this was the purpose of her visit. She sat in darshan along with other ladies only as a mere formality. She had no devotion for Swami. In fact, she had an adverse opinion. As Swami arrived in darshan, she observed his graceful walk and she felt as if he was floating. As he approached closer, seeing his divine form, her negative opinion started changing. When Swami finally came to her and said, Uday Shankar's wife, she was astonished. How could he recognize me amongst all the ladies? She wondered. Swami pointed his finger towards the interview room and walked on. Amla Shankar did not grasp the meaning of this gesture, so the lady sitting next to her told her to go to the interview room. When she went along with others to the interview room, Swami pulled a chair and asked Amalji to sit on it and said, Your knees pain a lot. Your left knee especially is more painful, isn't it? Then he inquired about the rest of her family members. He was most interested in her son, Anand Shankar. Suddenly, Swami said, Remember, Anand is very important in your life. He uttered this sentence 4 times. Then he asked her, What do you want? She said, Your blessings. Swami immediately materialized a crystal Japmala rosary and gave it to her, saying, Here are your blessings, take. In November 1997, Amalji went to Puttaparthi to perform the dance ballet Mahamanav on the occasion of International Ladies' Day. Swami liked the ballet. The following year, in November 1998, she again went to Puttaparthi to perform the dance ballet Sita Swayamvar. At the time, her son Anand Shankar and daughter Mamta Shankar also accompanied her. Just prior to the performance, Swami came to them, held Anand Shankar's hands in his and said, You will be with me. Earlier during the first interview, Swami had told Amalji, Anand is very important in your life And while talking to Anand on this occasion, he said, "You will be with me." Nobody really understood the meaning of these two sentences at the time. Dance ballet was a success. Swami liked it. So they were immersed in happiness. Amalji continued her visits to Puttaparthi in March 1999. All of a sudden, Anand had to undergo a surgery. After the surgery, Amalji prayed to Swami. Swami called her to Puttaparthi but did not speak to her for 8 days. On the 8th day, Swami called her, gave her an air ticket, and asked her to go to Kolkata immediately. Her son Anand had passed away. Amalji had lost her Anand, who was the bliss of her life, who, like his name, was always joyous and made others happy. This was like a thunderbolt on her. Someone who was with Amalji said to Swami, "Somebody should accompany her." Swami exclaimed, "Nobody else will go with her." He told Amalji, "I myself will accompany you." Throughout the entire journey, she could feel Swami's presence with her. She was peaceful and detached, as if she was going for the last darshan of somebody else's son. She looked out from the aircraft and could see black clouds below. The clouds above were emitting golden rays. Amalji felt Swami telling her, "These black clouds of calamity are below you, and God's grace is over your head. This is life. How you accept it is up to you." While speaking about this tragic episode, Amalji speaks in a calm and detached way. She says, "Today I have realized why Anand was important in my life. Bhagwan Baba showered his grace on me, and he also gave me the atmic strength to tread the right path. Swami tells us to keep doing our assigned task. I'm doing it now and will continue to do so until I merge with God." Just like Swami helped Amalji Shankar, may he give us all the strength to overcome our sufferings. This is our prayer at his divine lotus feet. Om Shri Sathya Sai Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Avatara Murteye Namaha. 24. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of all incarnations. Avataran means to come down. God comes down to earth in human form so that it is easier for man to attain him. Bhagavan Sri Krishna has proclaimed, "Whenever there is a decline in dharma, I incarnate in order to establish righteousness." Whenever God incarnates, he has the powers of omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. The Purna Avatar has 16 kalas or potencies. The present incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is an embodiment of all the powers mentioned above. Sri Sathya Sai says, "If I had come holding the Shankh, Conch, and Chakra, wheel, Gada, mace, and Padma, lotus, you would have run away from me or kept me in a museum. If I had come as an ordinary person like you, you would not have taken notice of me. Therefore, I have taken this human form and I perform miracles from time to time to reveal my glory. I have incarnated to establish righteousness. The principles of truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence dwell in me. To attain me, you must be truthful, follow righteousness, obtain peace through love, and you will become an embodiment of peace. To hate someone is also a type of violence." Swami also says, "Do not try to understand me. None can ever understand me. Instead, make efforts to attain the eternal bliss that I shower on you." Sakshatkar, self-realization, chamatkar, miracles, and paropakar, benevolence, are the qualities of an avatar, and all of us have seen these eminently in Swami. In fact, we find that devotees who initially get attracted to Swami for Sakshatkar and Chamatkar later get so engrossed in Paropakar that they sincerely start treading the path of service. About benevolence, Swami says, "I have taken birth to serve, and my life is my message. Who else but an avatar will have these special characteristics?" Swami says, "I only want your love. I can give my life for those who give me pure love. Those who have full faith and pure love, I'm willing to do anything for them." Only a divine incarnation can make such a statement. The glory of Sri Sathya Sai Avatar has spread to millions of people all over the world. People from different religions, caste, and creed are seeing him in the form of their desired deities. Here is a story exemplifying Swami's avatarhood. During the 1972 summer shower courses at Brindavan Ashram, Mother Isharama was also attending the course along with some other lady devotees. The course was in the 11th day. Early in the morning, Isharama rushed to Pedabuttu and exclaimed to her, "Do you know our Swami is really God?" On hearing this, Pedabuttu, a lady devotee, burst out laughing. Isharama asked her, "Why are you laughing?" Pedabuttu replied, "I'm laughing because finally you're convinced that Swami is God." Pedabuttu further said, "Tell me exactly what happened." Isharama said to her, "You know, for the last 3 to 4 days, I have been unwell. Yesterday, I had fever and I was unable to sleep at night. Swami came to me, stopping her. Pedabuttu intervened. "Did he come in your dream?" "No, no," said Isharama. "He came to me in person and asked me how I was feeling. I told him that I had a body ache. As I was saying this, I saw him as Prabhu Ramachandra with a crown on his head and a bow in his hand. I wanted to bend down and touch his feet, but I was so weak I couldn't get up. In a moment, Swami returned his normal form, smiling softly. He materialized Vibhuti for me and went away." Many devotees around the world have had similar experiences which can come only from an avatar. What is different from the Sri Sathya Sai avatar is that his power of love brings about transformation of the heart, which is his biggest miracle. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Sarva Bhaya Nivarane Namaha. 25. Salutations to Sri Sai, who removes all fears. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba declares, "Why fear when I am here?" Wherever a devotee may be, if he is able to experience Swami's presence with him, he becomes fearless. If his devotion is pure, the devotee does not fear because devotion and fear cannot exist together. Sai dwells in a pure mind, and wherever he is, how can fear exist there? In the Shirdi avatar, Sainath used to say, "Keep your gaze fixed on me so that I can keep showering on you my gracious glances." When he says fixed gaze, it means to implicitly follow his instructions and abide by them in life. Only then can one become worthy of his grace, be the recipient of his benevolence, and be freed of all worries and fears. Here's a story from the times of Shirdi incarnation. There lived a tailor named Kashi Ram in Shirdi. He had deep faith and love for Sainath. Out of his love, he stitched a green robe and offered it to Sai, who normally wore a white or an orange robe. But the loving Sainath accepted it and wore it. The tailor got great joy in giving dakshina to Sainath every day. This Kashi Ram used to travel to several villages on work. Once, while he was returning to Shirdi from Narur village, he was attacked by a group of tribals. Kashi Ram was seated on a horse. They surrounded him and robbed him of all his belongings. Initially, Kashi Ram did not resist them, but when they tried to snatch a small bundle of cloth from him, he opposed them strongly. What was there in that bundle which was so precious? Long ago, a realized soul named Janki Das Baba had instructed Kashinath to feed some sugar to ants every day. Since then, Kashinath followed the instructions and always carried some sugar in that bundle of cloth. To prevent the robbers from taking the bundle, Kashiram snatched a sword from one of the tribals and attacked them fiercely. He killed 2 of them, but the third one struck him from behind with an axe. Kashiram fell off the horse and became unconscious. Fearing him to be dead, the robbers ran away. While all this was happening, Kashiram kept experiencing Sainath's presence with him all along, and he felt fearless. After some time, some passers-by found him. They brought the unconscious Kashiram to this consciousness and wanted to take him to a hospital. But Kashiram refused and asked them to take him to Shirdi. At Shirdi, Sainath got him treated through Madhavrao Deshpande, and soon by Sainath's grace, he recovered fully. When Kashiram was being attacked, do you know what happened at Shirdi? In the Dwaraka Mai, Sainath suddenly started beating his chest, lost his temper, and caused a commotion. The devotees around him understood that Sainath was helping some devotee in distress. It was only due to his faith in Sai that the lone Kashiram was able to fight so many robbers fearlessly. Later, the government honored him for his bravery. In the present Partik incarnation also, there have been several incidents where Sai devotees have been able to overcome fear during a crisis through their faith in Swami. One small incident. One night, some dacoits went to a remote house in a village with the intention of looting. At the time, an old man was all alone in the house. On realizing the gravity of the situation, he stood in front of Swami's photograph and started invoking Swami, saying, Swami, Swami. Nobody knows what exactly happened, but the dacoits had change of heart and they ran away. The Swami devotee was safe. Swami says, if one practices three things in life, he can become one with me. They are purity, patience, and perseverance. Whosoever imbibes these three qualities wherever he may be, he will always be free from fear. Om Sri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Ashtotaram 26 to 30. Om Sri Sai Abhatsambha Sutraya Namaha 26. Salutations to Sri Sai, who was born in the line of Brahma Rishi Abhatsambha. The stick angrily raised by Pedda Vengaparaju slipped from his hands. Yes, it happened exactly this way. His son Satyanarayan had started performing miracles, and as crowds around him began to swell, an angry Pedda Vengaparaju found his way from the crowds and marched towards Satyanarayan. He raised his club and demanded, Tell me, who are you? Satyanarayan was perfectly serene. In a calm tone, he replied, I am Sai Baba. My Gotra is Bharadwaj and lineage is Abhatsambha. Abhatsambha Rishi wrote the Sutra, which is a volume that defines all the religious rites and rituals. After doing penance for many years, he was finally blessed with darshan of Lord Shiva. It was according to Shiva's boon that Shiva Shakti incarnated as Sri Sathya Sai in the Bharadwaj Gotra lineage and Abhatsambha Sutra line. In the past, many incarnations had taken birth in the family lineages of great sages. Sri Vishnu incarnated as Parashuram as a son of Jamdakni Rishi. When Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh willed to incarnate as a triple incarnation, they chose Atri Rishi and Anasuya Mata as the parents, and Guru Dattatreya was born. Out of them, Brahma later became the moon, Mahesh took the form of sage Durvasa, and Sri Vishnu continued to stay as Lord Dattatreya in the ashram of Arti Rishi to pursue knowledge. The purpose of this triple incarnation was to spread knowledge and bring about spiritual upliftment in the world through the path of devotion. The present Sri Sathya Sai avatar has incarnated to re-establish truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence in the world, and through them lead mankind to attain the four Purusharthas: Dharma, righteousness; Artha, earn wealth by righteous means; Kama, have faith, have right desires; and Moksha, liberation. Om Sri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Abhaya Pradaya Namaha 27. Salutations to Sri Sai, who gives security to all. In the Ramayana, Prabhu Ramachandra has given a promise to the devotees. He says, Abhyam Sarva Bhudebhyo Dadamyetad Vradam Mama. I have taken a vow that I will free all living beings from fear. We are so fortunate to have our Lord Sri Sathya Sai Ram among us, giving us the same assurance. The devotees are attracted towards many different forms of God, but the one that attracts most is where his hand is raised in blessing, because from the Abhaya Hasta, they draw strength to cross this turbulent ocean of life with confidence. In many photographs, we see Swami giving his blessings. His Abhaya Hasta makes us realize that we are under the umbrella of Swami's grace. A beautiful story about this Abhaya Hasta. One Swami was giving a discourse at Chennai. The pavilion was packed with devotees. They were engrossed in Swami's divine darshan and his discourse. Suddenly, from the audience, a one-year-old child sitting in a lady's lap began to wail loudly. She tried to quieten him, but to no avail. Instead, he started wailing louder. Everyone around was disturbed and was unable to hear and enjoy the divine discourse. Just then, from the dais, while continuing with the discourse, Swami smiled looked in the direction of the child and raised his Abhayahasta in blessing. Next moment, he closed his fist tightly. The child stopped crying. The discourse continued. Swami told the translator a 25 paise coin was stuck in the child's throat. Here I have taken it out. Saying so, Swami opened his fist. There was a 25 paise coin in it. On seeing it, translator was excited. He immediately related the narrative to the audience, and the audience responded with a thunderous applause. Here we must understand one thing. Although the child was on its mother's lap, she was unaware of the problem. So she did not even invoke Swami, and child was too young to understand anything. But the one who grants freedom from fear, can anything remain unknown to him? Om Sri Sathya Sai Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Ratnagara Vamshodbhavaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who was born in the dynasty of Ratnagara. Bhagavan Baba says, whenever God incarnates, he chooses a suitable dynasty and a place. Baba chose the Ratnagara dynasty. Sri Kondamaraju, who belonged to this dynasty, was a pious person. Devi Satyabhama, who was eagerly awaiting the arrival of Sri Krishna, had come in his dream and given him an indication about the advent of Sri Krishna and Puttaparthi in the years to come. The pious Sri Kondamaraju had close relations with many realized souls. He used to discuss spirituality with many of them. Among these was Vengavadut, a very learned and luminous person. Once Sri Kondamaraju and Sri Vengavadut were sitting in a banana grove and talking with each other. Suddenly, Vengavadut held Kondamaraju's hand and said to him, God himself is going to incarnate in your family. In order that the meaning be clear to Sri Kondamaraju, he repeated his sentence thrice and added, you will have the good fortune to see this. Saying so, he went away and never returned again. Who was this Vengavadut? He was none other than the one named Venkusa, whose name is mentioned in Sri Sriddhi Sai Satcharita. A fakir nurtured Sriddhi Sai when he was a small child. After his death, his wife handed Bala Sai's responsibility to Venkusa, who was a learned, pious soul. Bala Sai spent 12 years in his company. Venkusa nurtured this child with love and imparted knowledge to him. With the result, the other children in the ashram began to envy the child. One of them hurled a brick at his divine child with the intention of killing him. To save the child, Venkusa came in the way and took the brunt on his body. After this incident, the child decided to leave the ashram. Later, he came to be known as Sri Sai Baba. After Sainath's Samadhi, Guru Venkusa wandered from place to place all over India. He met Kondamaraju of the Ratnagar dynasty and told him, God himself will incarnate in your dynasty. On the morning 23rd May 1940, when Bala Satyanarayana moved his hands in thin air and distributed sugar, candy, and flowers to all the members of the family, the news spread like wildfire and people from the neighborhood flocked around Satyanarayana. Pedda Vengappa was not home at the time. Somebody gave this news to him and he rushed home. Finding his way through the crowds, he stood in front of Sathya. Angrily, he raised the club in his hand at Sathya and asked, who are you, devil or ghost or a madman? Tell me the truth or I will beat you up. Sathya was calm. He replied peacefully, I am Sai Baba, Gotra Bharadwaj, Sutra Abhastamba. I have taken birth in the Ratnagar Vamsha dynasty as a consequence of your prayers to Vengavadut. The word Ratnagar also means an ocean. During Samudra Manthan, churning of the ocean, many precious gems emerged from it. So it came to be known as Ratnagar. May this ocean of compassion constantly shower his blessings on all the devotees. Om Sri Sathya Sai Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Sriddhi Sai Abheda Shaktyavadaraya Namaha. 29. Salutations to Sri Sai, whose glory is not different from that of Sriddhi Avadar. Prior to his birth, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba has performed many miracles to show that he is God incarnate. But on 23rd May 1940, he declared for the first time that he is Sai Baba. To prove this, he asked for a handful of fresh jasmine flowers and threw them on the ground. Miraculously, they formed the word Sai Baba in Telugu alphabets. Even prior to this incident, thousands of years ago, the sages Bringu, Vashishta, and Shuka have recorded about the advent of triple incarnation of Sai, Shridi Sai, and Sathya Sai, and Prema Sai. This has been written on the Burja Patra, papyrus leaves, in Sanskrit language. After the proclamation of his avatarhood, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba has shown us through many leelas that he was Shridi Sai in his earlier incarnation. Sharadama, a lady devotee who had the good fortune of spending some time in the presence of Shridi Avatar, spent the latter part of her life in the divine presence of Sri Sathya Sai Avatar. Srimati Hirabai Bhadodekar, Sri Pandurang Dikshit's mother, received blessings from both the avatars. They saw many similarities in the two forms, in the manner of speaking, facial expressions, and the method of performing miracles. This is a story from the times prior to establishment of Dharmashetra. Once during a visit to Mumbai, Swami was residing at Sri Modi's bungalow in Andheri. One morning, he called Sri and Srimati Pandurang Dikshit to the bungalow for an interview. Accordingly, the couple reached there early in the morning, but Swami did not call them till 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Both husband and wife kept waiting under the staircase without having taken any food. Finally, at 3 p.m., Swami walked down the staircase and on seeing them said, "Oh, Dikshit, how was your fast? Today is Thursday, it is good. What a tabascharya, come in." For about an hour, Swami showered his grace on them. At 4 p.m., suddenly Swami said, "I want to see the documentary you have filmed on Shridi Sai. Go and bring it." Obeying Swami's directive, Mr. Dikshit immediately left for the office where the film was being processed. In fact, this film had been given for processing just 2 days prior, and Mr. Dikshit knew that it would take at least 8 to 10 days for it to get ready. Just a minute, please. But with the faith in Sai and in obedience to his word, Sri Dikshit reached the office. As he entered the premises, he saw a peon carrying 2 large boxes over his shoulders. These boxes contained reels of the documentary of Shridi Sai. It seems the film was processed through a new method, hence it was ready in 2 days. Sri Dikshit rushed back to the Modi bungalow with those boxes. Swami had invited a few select devotees. Sri Dikshit garlanded Swami and started the film with his permission. As each scene flashed on the screen, Swami would describe it in great deal. On seeing the statue of the horse, Shyam Sundar, Swami said he was a cook by the name Shyam in his earlier birth. Later, when he was born as a horse, Sai named him Shyam Sundar. While commenting on Sai's portrait in Dwaragamai, he said, "Kaka Jeka kept persuading me to grant him permission to do this portrait. I had to sit in front of him for 2 whole days." In this manner, Swami described every scene in detail. After the documentary got over, Swami said, "Do you know why I saw this film today? I saw the film and celebrated my birthday today." Everyone present there was surprised by this comment because Swami's birthday falls on 23rd November and the date on this particular day was 28th September. How could this be? Swami immediately cleared the doubt. He said, "Not mine, but of my earlier body." From this incident, it is very clear that there is no difference whatsoever between the 2 incarnations. To date, Swami has never visited Shridi in his physical form, but the way he described each and every detail while seeing the documentary, doubts, if any, about the oneness of these 2 incarnations get dispelled. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nada Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Shankaraya Namaha. 30. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of Shankara, the all-blissful, auspicious God. Shankarariti Kareti Idi Shankara is the meaning of Shankara. To explain further, Shan means happiness and Kara means the one who bestows. Shankara is the god who bestows bliss and prosperity upon us, and Sai is Shankara incarnate. So, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai bestows happiness upon us. Since childhood, Satyanarayana had a habit of drawing a horizontal line of vibhuti on his forehead. He used to tell his elder sister to put a big dot of kumkum in between the lines of vibhuti. If the vibhuti or kumkum got wiped out, Satyanarayana would insist on applying it again. But everyone realized its significance much later that vibhuti symbolizes Shiva and kumkum symbolizes Shakti. Later in 1940, at the Virupaksha temple in Hampi, Bhagavan Baba gave a vision of his form in place of Shivalingam and revealed for the first time that he and Virupaksha were one and the same. When the foundation work of Prashanti Mandir commenced, many bases which support the Shivalingam were found underground. Someone asked Baba, "Where are the Shivalingams?" He smiled and pointed towards his stomach. None really understood the meaning of this gesture at the time, but when the Lingodbhava started during Mahashivaratri, the mystery was cleared. Shiva loves Vibhuti. The Divine Father Shiva smears Vibhuti all over his body, so he is also known as Vibhuti Bhushan. In the Shridi incarnation, Sai created the burning fire through his yogic powers and lit the Akhanda Dhuni, the eternal fire. He used to distribute the Udi, Vibhuti or ash from this fire as prasad. Today, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba materializes the sacred eternal Vibhuti and gives it to his devotees. Here is one more story about the Shankar Rupa of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. There was a devout couple who were very sad because they had no issue. The lady undertook severe penance and worship of Guru Dattatreya and was unable to secure his grace. Those who knew about her wish insisted that she should seek blessings of some realized souls and accept a guru. But the lady had resolved in her mind that unless she got verily the vision of God himself in a guru, she would not accept him as a master. Once her husband became seriously ill and had to be hospitalized. At the time, Sri Sathya Sai gave her a darshan in a dream and called them both to Puttaparthi. When the couple reached there, Swami called them for an interview. In the first interview itself, he gave her darshan in the form of Shankara, with a crescent moon on his forehead, Ganga falling from his head, and Vibhuti smeared all over his body. This Sai Shankara then filled their life with so much joy that it left no place of any sadness or regret. With the darshan of Sai Shankara, all our sins get washed away, and on getting his charan sparsh, we become free from bondage. Bhagirath undertook severe penance and brought Ganga down to earth from the heavens. The powerful force of its waters would have flooded the earth. So Bhagavan Shiva Shankara held her in his hair, and later she started flowing on earth in a regulated manner to bless all. All the people rejoiced. Today, Sai Shankara has undertaken Sri Sathya Sai drinking water projects all over India and has given happiness to all the people with Ganga of grace. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Namavali 31 to 35. Om Shri Sai, Shirdi Sai Murtaye Namaha. ஷிரடி சாய் அவதாரமான சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். 60 வருடங்களுக்கு முன்னால் நடந்த கதை. மகாராஷ்டிரத்தில் கொங்கன் பகுதியில் வரேரி என்ற கிராமத்தில் நன்கு படித்த இளைஞர் ஒருவர் இருந்தார். அவருக்கு கல்வித்துறையில் பணிபுரிய ஆர்வம் இருந்தது. அந்த ஆர்வத்துடன் மும்பை வந்தார். அங்கு வசயி என்ற இடத்தில் இருந்தார். அந்த காலத்தில் வசயி என்ற கிராமம் மும்பையில் ஒரு சிறு பகுதி. அந்த படித்த இளைஞரின் பேர் மகாதேவ் மங்கேஷ் பிங்கே. அவருக்கு அங்கு ஒரு பள்ளியில் ஆசிரியர் வேலை கிடைத்தது. அந்த காலத்தில் இப்போது போல் அல்லாமல் ஆசிரியர் வேலைக்கு மாத சம்பளம் மிக மிக குறைவு. அவர் தன் குடும்பத்துடன் அந்த சொற்ப சம்பளத்தில் தான் வாழ்ந்து வந்தார். அப்போது மலேரியா ஜுரம் அங்கு பரவி மக்களை பாதித்தது. அதில் அந்த இளைஞரின் குடும்பமும் ஒன்று. அதனால் அந்த இளைஞன் தாதர் பகுதிக்கு குடிபெயர்ந்தார். அந்த இளைஞரின் சொற்ப வருவாயில் பெரிய வாடகை கொடுத்து வீடு பார்க்க முடியுமா என்ன? 2 அறை உள்ள சிறிய வீடு அது. அந்த புது வீட்டுக்கு குடி வந்த போது அந்த வீட்டில் ஏற்கனவே இருந்தவர் வீட்டை காலி செய்து விட்டு போகும்போது 2 படங்களை மட்டும் அங்கு விட்டு போய்விட்டார். ஒன்று குருதேவர் தத்தாத்ரேயரின் படம், இன்னொரு படம் ஸ்ரீ ஷிரடி சாயி பாபாவின் படம். பிங்கே அந்த 2 படங்களுக்கும் பூ வைத்து பூஜை செய்ய ஆரம்பித்தார். அவருக்கு ஷிரடி பாபாவை பற்றி அதிகமாக தெரியாது. ஒரு நாள் ஒரு பக்கிரி அவர் வீட்டு வாசலில் நின்றவர் பிங்கேயிடம் 1.25 ரூபாய் கேட்டார். பிங்கேயிடம் அவ்வளவு பணம் இல்லை என்பதால் 2 அணாவை அந்த பக்கிரியின் கையில் கொடுத்தார். அந்த காலத்தில் 2 அணா சிறு தொகை அல்ல. பிங்கே அந்த பக்கிரியின் கையில் 2 அணாவை கொடுத்ததும் அதில் 1 அணாவை எடுத்து பிங்கேயின் நெற்றியிலும் தன் நெற்றியிலும் வைத்து ஒற்றிக்கொண்டார். பக்கிரி தன் கை விரல்களை இறுக்கமாக மூடிக்கொண்டு பிங்கேயிடம் உன் கையை ஏந்திக் கொள் என்றார். பக்கிரி சொன்னபடி பிங்கே 2 கைகளையும் ஏந்தினார். பக்கிரியின் மூடி கையிலிருந்து தண்ணீர் தாரை தாரையாக பிங்கேயின் கையில் விழுந்தது. அந்த நீரை பருகும்படி பிங்கேயிடம் சொன்னார் பக்கிரி. இதையெல்லாம் வீட்டுக்குள்ளே இருந்த பிங்கேயின் மனைவி பார்த்து கொண்டிருந்தாள். உள்ளே இருந்தபடியே அவள், என்ன செய்றீங்க, அதை குடிக்காதீங்க என்று கத்தினாள். ஆனால் அதற்குள் அவர் அதை குடித்து விட்டார். பக்கிரி அந்த சமயம் நடந்து கொண்டது விசித்திரமாக இருந்தது. பக்கிரி தன் வாய் வழியாக தன் வயிற்றுக்குள் இருந்த குடலை சுட சுட எடுத்து பிங்கேயின் கையில் கொடுத்தார். கொடுத்த குடலை அந்த பக்கிரியை தன் வாய்க்குள் போட்டுக்கொண்டு விழுங்கி விட்டார். இதையெல்லாம் பார்த்து பிங்கையும் அவர் மனைவியும் பயந்து விட்டார்கள். அதே சமயம் பக்கிரியும் அங்கிருந்து வேகமாக போய்விட்டார். பக்கிரியின் முகம் பிங்கேவுக்கு தன் வீட்டில் இருந்த ஷிரடி சாய்பாபாவின் முகம் போல் தோன்றியது. வந்து போனது ஷிரடி பாபா தான் என்பது பிங்கேவுக்கு புரிந்துவிட்டது. பக்கிரியை தேடி ஓடினார். எங்கேயும் பக்கிரியை காணவில்லை. இப்படி ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சி நடந்த பிறகு பிங்கையின் மலேரியா ஜுரம் நோய் போன இடம் தெரியாமல் போய்விட்டது. முழுவதும் குணமாகிவிட்டது. பிங்கே எப்போதும் போல் பயிற்சி வகுப்புகளை மகாராஷ்டிரத்தில் ஆரம்பித்தார். மகாராஷ்டிரம் முழுவதும் அவர் புகழ் பரவியது. அவருடைய வாழ்க்கையிலும் கஷ்டம் விலகி வசதிகள் வர ஆரம்பித்தன. ஷிரடி சாய்நாதர் சொல்லுவார், எனக்கு யாரை பிடிக்கிறதோ அவர்களை நானே தேர்ந்தெடுத்து என்னிடம் அழைத்துக் கொள்வேன். சின்னஞ்சிறு குருவியின் காலில் நூலை கட்டி எப்போது வேண்டுமோ அப்போது அதை மெல்ல மெல்ல இழுப்பேன். அந்த சின்னஞ்சிறு குருவி நம் பக்கம் வந்துவிடும் என்பார். அதுபோல் பிங்கே நல்லவர், நல்ல குணங்கள் உள்ளவர், சாது ஸ்வபாவம். அதனால்தான் சாய்நாதர் அவருக்கு ஷிரடி சாய் ரூபத்தில் தரிசனம் தந்தார். அவருடைய உடல் நலத்தை சீராக்கி அவருடைய பொருளாதார நிலையையும் உயர்த்தினார் சுவாமி. அது மட்டுமல்ல, ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி 1964 பிங்கேயை தன் கருணைக்கு பாத்திரமாக்கினார். மும்பையில் அவருடைய ஆசிரமத்தில் பூமி பூஜை செய்யும் வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்து மரியாதை செய்தார். பிங்கேயின் வகுப்புகளுக்கு வெள்ளி விழா கொண்டாட சுவாமியே வந்தார். நல்ல பக்தரான பிங்கேயின் மீது அன்பையும் கருணையையும் மழையாக பொழிந்தார். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் நாதா அர்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி துவாரகா மாய் வாசனே நமஹ. 32. ஷிரடியில் துவாரகமாயில் வாசம் செய்யும் ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். ஷிரடிய சாய் அவதாரத்தில் இந்த பழமையான மசூதியில் இருந்த அவர் இந்த மசூதியை பற்றி சொல்வார். வாருங்கள் வாருங்கள், வந்து பாருங்கள், வாழ வைக்கும் துவாரகமாயி. இங்கு வருகின்ற அனைவருக்கும் இது தாய்மடி போல. இது மரண பயம் நீக்கும், மன இறுக்கம் போக்கும் மசூதி. மசூதி என்ற அன்னை கருணை மிகுந்தவள். சூதுபாத அறியாத பக்தர்களுக்கு இந்த மசூதி என்னும் தாயாக இருந்து எந்த கஷ்டம் வந்தாலும் அதை நொடி பொழுதில் நீக்கிவிடுவாள். மசூதி என்னும் இந்த தாயின் நிழலில் ஒரு நிமிஷம் ஒதுங்கினாலும் சிம்மாசனத்தின் மீது உட்கார்ந்தது போல் உணர்வார்கள். இதுதான் துவாரகா துவாராவதி. துவாராவதி என்பதில் ஒரு உட்பொருள் உள்ளது. அதன் 4 வாசல்களின் வழியாக 4 வர்ணத்தார்களும் எந்த தடையும் இல்லாமல் வரலாம். 4 வித பக்தர்களுக்கும் 4 வித கருணை பிரசாதம் கிடைக்கும். ஷிரடி சாய்நாதர் பூட்டி என்பவரின் பண்ணை வீட்டில் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணனுக்கு ஒரு கோயில் கட்ட சொன்னார். அதுதான் இப்போதைய சமாதி மந்திர். அவருடைய 2வது அவதாரமான சாயி புது துவாரகா அமைத்தார். அதுதான் பிரசாந்த நிலையம். இங்கே எல்லா ஜாதியினரும் தர்மங்களையும் பிரிவுகளையும் வரவேற்கிறார்கள். இங்கு துயரப்படுவோர், செல்வம் விரும்புவோர், ஆர்வம் உடையவர், அறிவு மிக்கவர் என்ற 4 வகை பக்தர்களும் வருகின்றார்கள். இந்த 4 வகை பக்தர்களுக்கும் தர்ம, அர்த்த, காம, மோக்ஷம் துவாரகமாயில் கிடைப்பது போல் இங்கும் கிடைக்கிறது. மும்பையில் ஸ்ரீ ஷியாம் ஜுவாலே என்ற சாய் பக்தர் இருந்தார். அவரை பற்றிய கதைதான் இது. அவர் ஒரு புத்தகம் எழுதினார். அதற்கு சுவாமியின் அருள் ஆசி கிடைத்தது. அந்த சமயம் ஷிரடி சாயின் அவதாரம் நிறைவு பெற்றது. அதன் பிறகு 80 வருடங்கள் சென்றன. அப்போது ஷிரடியில் நடைபெறும் திருவிழாவுக்கு ஷியாம் அவருடைய புத்தகத்தை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு போனார். சமாதி அறையில் சென்றதும் திடீரென்று சமாதி கோயிலில் மின்சாரம் தடைப்பட்டது. எங்கும் இருள். சமாதியின் இருபுறமும் 2 தூங்கா விளக்குகள் எரிந்து கொண்டிருந்தன. அந்த 2 விளக்குகளின் மங்கலான வெளிச்சத்தில் ஸ்ரீ சாய்நாதரின் விக்கிரகம் மட்டும் ஒளிமயமாக காணப்பட்டது. அப்போது ஒரு அற்புதம் நிகழ்ந்தது. ஷியாமுக்கு சமாதியின் பின்னால் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய்பாபா நின்று புன்னகையுடன் தரிசனம் தந்தார். ஷியாமின் கண்களில் ஆனந்த கண்ணீர் பெருகியது. ஷியாம் தன்னையும் மறந்து பக்தி பொங்கி எழ சமாதியின் மீது தன் தலையை வைத்து வணங்கினார். அப்போது தடைப்பட்ட மின்சாரம் வந்து விளக்குகள் எல்லாம் இருந்தன. ஷிரடி சாயின் துவாரகா மாயில் பர்த்தி சாயின் கிருஷ்ண தரிசனம் ஒரு நல்ல பக்தருக்கு கிடைத்தது. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சித்ராவதி தட புட்டபர்த்தி விஹாரினே நமஹா. 33. சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரையின் அருகில் இருக்கும் புட்டபர்த்தியில் வாழும் ஸ்ரீ சாயிக்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். எந்த சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரையில் புட்டபர்த்தி கிராமம் இருக்கிறதோ அந்த சித்ராவதி நதி மைசூர் நந்திமலையிலிருந்து உற்பத்தியாகின்றது. அந்த மலையின் வடிவம் சிவபெருமானின் நந்தியை போல் இருக்கும். அதனால் அந்த மலையை நந்திமலை என்று அழைக்கிறார்கள். அந்த மலை மீது சோழ மன்னன் ஒருவன் பெரிய சிவன் கோயில் ஒன்றை கட்டினான். எப்போது இறைவன் அவதாரம் எடுக்கின்றாரோ அப்போதெல்லாம் அவர் தனது பிறப்பிடமாக நதிக்கரையில் இருக்கும் கிராமங்களையே தேர்ந்தெடுக்கிறார். ஸ்ரீராமன் சரையூ நதிக்கரையில் உள்ள அயோத்தியில் பிறந்தார். ஸ்ரீகிருஷ்ணன் யமுனை நதிக்கரையில் பிறந்தார். ஷிரடி சாயி நதிக்கரை பக்கம் இருக்கும் பத்தரி கிராமத்தில் வாழ்ந்த கங்காபவ தேவகிரி தம்பதியரின் வீட்டில் பிறந்தார். பகவான் சத்ய சாய் பாபா சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரையில் உள்ள புட்டபர்த்தியில் பிறந்தார். பிள்ளை பிராயத்தில் தன்னுடைய பாலிய நண்பர்களுடன் அவர் சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரையில் லீலைகள் பல புரிந்தார். பிரசாந்த நிலையம் அமைவதற்கு முன்னால் சுவாமி தினமும் பக்தர்களுடன் சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரைக்கு போய் கொண்டிருப்பார். நதிக்கரையில் மணலில் அமர்ந்து பஜனை பாடல்கள் பாடிக்கொண்டிருப்பார். நல்ல விஷயங்களை சொல்லிக் கொண்டிருப்பார். அதே சித்ராவதி நதிக்கரையில் அவர் அநேக அற்புதங்களை செய்திருக்கிறார். சத்ய சாய் பாபா தன் கையை மணலுக்கு அடியில் நுழைத்து அநேக அபூர்வமான விக்கிரகங்களை உருவாக்கி அதை பக்தர்களுக்கு கொடுப்பார். பலவிதமான ரத்னங்கள், சங்கு, யந்திரங்கள், பகவத்கீதை புத்தகம் முதலியவற்றை உருவாக்கி பக்தர்களுக்கு கொடுப்பார். அவர்களுடைய சந்தோஷத்தை பெருகச் செய்வார். பல மணி நேரம் அங்கிருந்த பக்தர்களுக்கு, குறிப்பாக சிறுவர்களுக்கு பசி எடுத்தால் சத்ய சாய் பாபா மணலுக்குள் கையை விட்டு சுட சுட மைசூர் பாக்கு எடுத்து கொடுப்பார். அந்த சூடான மைசூர் பாக்கிலிருந்து நெய்யும் சர்க்கரையும் சொட்டும். அவ்வளவு சூடு. அது மட்டுமா, சுட சுட மெதுவடைகளையும் உண்டாக்கி பக்தர்களுக்கே கொடுப்பார். இதில் ஆச்சரியம் என்னவென்றால், மணலுக்குள் கையை விட்டு எடுத்த அந்த மைசூர் பாக்கிலும் மெதுவடைகளிலும் ஒரு சிறு மணல் கூட ஒட்டி இருக்காது. வீட்டிலே பாத்திரத்தில் சுத்தமாக வைத்திருந்து எடுத்தது போல் இருக்கும். அன்று அவர் கையால் அவற்றை பெரும் பாக்கியம் செய்தவர்கள் உண்மையிலே அதிர்ஷ்டசாலிகள். முன்பு பாபா வாழுமிடம் பழைய ஆலயத்தில் இருந்தது. நடந்ததை சொல்லும் நிகழ்ச்சி இது. அப்போது மழைக்காலம். மழை என்றால் கொட்டோ கொட்டென்று கொட்டியது மழை. நிற்கவே இல்லை. தொடர்ந்து பெய்து கொண்டே இருந்தது. அதனால் சித்ராவதி நதியில் நீர்மட்டம் உயர்ந்து கொண்டே போனது. வெள்ளம் கரையை கடந்து கிராமத்துக்குள்ளே புகுந்தது. வெள்ளப்பெருக்கு மிகவும் அதிகமாக பயங்கரமாக இருந்தது. அன்று யமுனை நதி பொங்கி பெருகிய போது கோகுலத்து மக்கள் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணனை சரணடைந்தார்கள் அல்லவா? அதே போல் புட்டபர்த்தி மக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அடைக்கலமாக இருந்தவர் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய் பாபா தான். வெள்ளம் கோவிலிற்கும் பக்கமாக ஓடியது. யமுனை நதிக்கு ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணனை ஸ்பர்சிக்க ஆசை ஏற்பட்டது போல சித்ராவதி நதிக்கும் சாய் கிருஷ்ணனின் பாதத்தை தொட ஆசை. அதனால் அது வெள்ளத்தின் வடிவில் சத்யசாயை நோக்கி சென்றது. வெள்ளம் இப்படியே பெருகினால் அது கோயிலுக்குள் எல்லாம் புகுந்துவிடும். இதெல்லாம் சாய் கிருஷ்ணனுக்கு தெரியாதா? சாய் கிருஷ்ணன் வெளியே வந்தார். தன் பாத கமலங்களால் பெருகி வரும் வெள்ளத்தை தொட்டார். போதும், இது போது, திரும்பி போ என்று ஆணையிட்டார். வெள்ளம் இனிமேலும் விளையாட வேண்டாம், திரும்பி போய்விடு என்றார். சித்ராவதி நதி பிரபு சாயின் பாத ஸ்பர்சத்தால் புனிதமடைந்து சந்தோஷப்பட்டது. ஆனந்த அமைதியை அடைந்தது. வெள்ளம் வேகமாக வடிந்தது. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாயி நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சக்தி பிரதாய நமஹ. 34. பக்தர்களுக்கு சக்தி தரும் ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். பிரத என்றால் வழங்குவது என்ற அர்த்தம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய் பாபா சிவசக்தி அவதாரம். அவர் தன் பக்தர்களுக்கு சக்தி, சைத்தன்யம், நல்ல புத்தி வழங்குகிறார். சிவரூபத்தில் நமக்கு ஆனந்தம், பிரம்மானந்தம் கிடைக்கிறது. அத்துடன் சக்தியிலிருந்து சைத்தன்யம், தைரியம், ஞானம் கிடைக்கிறது. சக்தி வழங்கும் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சத்ய சாய் பாபாவின் சரித்திரத்தில் அப்படி பல நிகழ்ச்சிகள் காணப்படுகின்றன. இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிகள் களிலிருந்து நமது நினைவுக்கு வருவது பகவானிடமிருந்து சக்தி பெறுவதால் என்ன விளைவுகள் ஏற்படும் என்பது. 1957 ஜூலையில் இது நடந்தது. பகவான் பாபா ரிஷிகேஷத்தில் உள்ள சுவாமி சிவானந்தரின் ஆசிரமத்துக்கு சென்றார். சுவாமி சிவானந்தர் வீல் சேரில் அமர்ந்து அவருடைய சீடர்களுடன் பகவான் சாயியை வரவேற்றார். பகவான் சாயி அபயகரம் நீட்டி அனைவரையும் ஆசீர்வதித்தார். அடுத்த நாள் பகவான் சாயி தனது கையை அசைத்து தங்கத்தில் 108 ருத்ராட்சங்கள் கோக்கப்பட்டிருந்த மாலையை உருவாக்கி அதை சிவானந்தருக்கு அணிவித்தார். தன் கையை அசைத்து பாபா விபூதி வரவழைத்து சிவானந்தரின் நெற்றியில் பூசினார். தினமும் பகவான் சத்யசாயி சிவானந்த சுவாமிக்கும் அவருடைய சீடர்களுக்கும் உபன்யாசங்கள் செய்தார். ஒரு நாள் பகவான் சத்யசாயி பாபா பழங்கள் விபூதி வரவழைத்து சிவானந்தரிடம் சாப்பிட கொடுத்தார். சிவானந்தர் பாபா அன்புடன் கொடுத்த பழங்களையும் விபூதியையும் சாப்பிட்டார். அந்த நிமிஷத்திலிருந்து சுவாமி சிவானந்தரின் உடல்நிலையில் அற்புத மாற்றங்கள் காணப்பட்டன. வீல் சேரில் அமர்ந்து சத்யசாயி பாபாவை வரவேற்ற சுவாமி சிவானந்தர் பகவான் பாபாவால் சக்தி பெற்று தானாகவே எழுந்து நின்றார். சுவாமி சிவானந்தர் உற்சாகமாக நடந்து சத்யசாயி பாபாவுக்கு தன்னுடைய ஆசிரமம் முழுவதையும் காட்டினார். சிவசக்தி சுரூபமான ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி மகா யோகியான சுவாமி சிவானந்தரை முன்போல் ஆக்கினார். இது ஒரு சிறு உதாரணம் தான். இது போல் பகவான் சத்யசாயின் அன்பை பெற்ற பாக்கியசாலி பக்தர்கள் பலர் இருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் பகவான் பாபாவின் கருணையால் நல்ல புத்தியும் சைத்தன்யமும் கிடைக்கப் பெறுகிறார்கள். 1961 பகவான் சத்யசாயி பாபா சில பக்தர்களுடன் பத்ரிநாத் யாத்திரை சென்றார். இந்த யாத்திரையின் நோக்கம் பக்தர்களுக்கு தெய்வ தரிசனம் செய்து வைப்பதற்காக மட்டுமில்லை. அங்கு போன பிறகு சாக்ஷாத் சிவனே சங்கராச்சாரியாருக்கு கொடுத்த ஆத்மலிங்கங்களில் ஒரு லிங்கம் நாராயண விக்கிரகத்துக்கு கீழே இருப்பதை காட்டுவதற்காகவும் தான் அந்த லிங்கத்தை அனைவரும் தரிசனம் செய்ய வைத்தார். அந்த ஆத்மலிங்கத்துக்கு முறைப்படி பூஜை செய்து அந்த லிங்கத்தில் சிவசக்தியை பிரயோகித்து அந்த லிங்கத்தை மூலஸ்தானத்துக்கு அனுப்பினார். அதே போல சௌராஷ்டிரத்தில் சோமநாதர் ஆலயத்துக்கு பகவான் சத்யசாயி பாபா சென்ற போது மூலலிங்கமான ஜோதிர்லிங்க தரிசனம் பக்தர்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும்படி செய்தார். துவாரகா, ஸ்ரீசைலம், பண்டரிபூர் முதலிய தீர்த்த தலங்களில் தரிசன காலங்களில் சத்யசாயி பாபா அங்குள்ள விக்கிரகங்களில் தெய்வீகத்தை மறுபடியும் ஸ்தாபித்தார். அந்த காரியம் சிவசக்தி உள்ளவர்களால் மட்டுமே முடியும். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாயி நாதார்ப்பணம் அஸ்து. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாய்ராம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சாயி சரணாகத திராணாய் நமஹ. 35 சரணம் அடைந்தவர்களை காக்கும் ஸ்ரீ சாய்க்கு எங்கள் நமஸ்காரம். சரணாகதம் என்றால் சரணம் தேடி வருபவன். திராணா என்றால் காப்பாற்றுதல். சரணாகதன் என்பவர் யார்? எந்த பக்தன் தன் ஆத்மாவையும் உடலையும் உள்ளத்தையும் தனது சுவாமியின் திவ்ய திருவடிகளில் அர்ப்பணம் செய்கிறானோ அவனே சரணாகதன் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிறான். இதற்கு இறைவன் எடுத்த ஒவ்வொரு அவதாரத்திலும் சரணம் அடைந்தவர்களை காப்பாற்றி இருக்கிறான். இறைவன் பிரபு ஸ்ரீ ராமச்சந்திரனாக அவதாரம் எடுத்த போது என்ன சொன்னார் தெரியுமா? யார் உண்மையான மனதுடன் என்னை சரணம் அடைகிறார்களோ அவர்களை நான் ஏற்றுக்கொள்கிறேன். அவர்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் இதற்கு முன் எவ்வளவு பாவம் செய்திருந்தாலும் ஏற்றுக்கொள்வேன் என்று கூறினார். ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணாவதாரத்தில் கிருஷ்ண பரமாத்மா சொன்னார், மாமேகம் சரணம் ரஜ என்று. அதாவது என் சரணங்களை நாடிவா, நான் உன் வாழ்க்கை என்னும் பெரும் கடலை கடக்க வைத்து முக்தி அளிக்கிறேன் என்றார். ஷீரடி அவதாரத்தில் சாய்நாத பகவான் சொல்லுவார், சரணமே மேரே ஜோ ஆயா और காலி ஹாத் கயா திகாவ் திகாவ் ஐசா கோயி என்றால் என் சரணங்களை தேடி வருபவன் வெறும் கையுடன் போயிருக்கிறானாம், காட்டு காட்டு. அதாவது என்னை முழுதும் நம்பிவிட்டால் அவனை பாவக்கடல் என்னும் பிறவிக்கடலை தாண்ட வைத்து கரையில் சேர்ப்பேன் என்பார். சாய்நாதர் சொன்ன இன்னொரு மகா வாக்கியம் பேரூரை ஒன்று இருக்கிறது. உன் சுமையை என்னிடம் கொடு, இதுதான் என் நித்திய வாக்கு, சத்திய வாக்கு. என்னை நம்பினால் அபயம் தருவேன் என்பதற்கு எவ்வளவு அழகான விளக்கம், அற்புதமான உறுதிமொழி. இப்போது சத்யசாயி அவதாரத்தில் பகவான் பாபா சொல்கிறார், சரணம் அடைந்து விடு, பிறவி கடலை கடந்து கரை சேர்ந்து விடு. இந்த திருவாக்குக்கு உதாரணமாக ஒரு சம்பவம். குப்புசாமி சாயின் பிள்ளை பிராயத்து தோழர். சுவாமி படித்த வகுப்பில் தான் அவனும் படித்தான். இருவரும் இணை பிரியாத நண்பர்கள். சுவாமி எங்கு போனாலும் அங்கு குப்புசாமி அவருடன் இருப்பான். ஒரு முறை குப்புசாமி சத்யசாயி பகவானிடம், சுவாமி, நாங்கள் எல்லாம் உங்களுடைய பக்தர்கள், உங்களை உயிருக்குயிராக நேசிக்கிறோம். சமயம் வரும்போது உங்களுக்காக எங்களுடைய உயிரையும் கொடுப்போம் என்று சொன்னார். அவன் இதை சொல்லி முடிப்பதற்குள் சுவாமி சொன்னார், குப்புசாமி, நீ உன்னை பற்றி மட்டும் சொல், உன் சுமையை நான் சுமப்பேன். இது வெறும் பேச்சல்ல. மற்றவர்களுக்காக நீ ஏன் உத்தரவாதம் தருகிறாய்? எங்கள் உயிரையே கொடுப்போம் என்றார். இது நடந்த சில நாட்களுக்கு பிறகு சுவாமி தன் நண்பர்களுடன் பல இடங்களை சுற்றி சுற்றி காட்டிலே வெகு தூரம் போய்விட்டார். அது பயங்கர காடு. சத்யசாயி அனைவரையும் கவனமாக ஜாகிரதையாக இருக்கும்படி எச்சரிக்கை செய்தார். அப்படி சொன்னதோடு நிற்காமல், அதோ பாருங்கள், ஒரு பயங்கரமான புலி நம்மை நோக்கி வருகிறது. எல்லாரும் ஓடுங்கள், எல்லாரும் இங்கிருந்து ஓடிவிடுங்கள். அந்த புலி என்னையும் தின்றுவிடும். ஆகையால் சீக்கிரம் ஓடுங்கள் என்றார். உயிர் தப்பினால் போதும் என்ற அங்கு பாபாவுடன் இருந்தவர்கள் எல்லாரும் ஓடினார்கள். ஓடாமல் குப்புசாமியும் இன்னும் இருவர் மட்டும்தான் அங்கேயே நின்றார்கள். குப்புசாமி பகவான் பாபாவின் பாதங்களை பற்றி கொண்டு பயத்தில் கண்ணை மூடிக்கொண்டான். சில வினாடிகளில் குப்புசாமிக்கு பகவான் சத்யசாயின் குரல் கேட்டது. இப்போது நீ திரும்பி போ என்று. புலி பாபாவின் குரல் கேட்டதும் ஓடிவிட்டது. சுவாமி குப்புசாமியை எழுப்பி, நீ இன்னும் இங்கேயே இருக்கிறாய், ஏன் ஓடவில்லை? உன் மற்ற நண்பர்கள் எல்லாம் எங்கே போனார்கள்? ஏன் ஓடினார்கள்? அவர்கள் எனக்காகவே உயிரையும் கொடுப்பார்கள் என்று சொன்னாயே என்று சுவாமி கேட்டதும் குப்புசாமி சொன்னான், சுவாமி, இந்த குப்புசாமி நீங்கள் இருக்கும் இடத்தில் தான் இருப்பான். உங்கள் அருகில் இருப்பதே பாதுகாப்பு என்றான். குப்புசாமிக்கு சத்யசாய் பாபாவிடம் உள்ள பக்தியும் நம்பிக்கையும் அப்படிப்பட்டது, அசைக்க முடியாதது. 1976 குப்புசாமிக்கு உடல்நிலை கவலைக்கிடமானது. டாக்டர்கள் அவனுக்கு எல்லா மருத்துவ பரிசோதனைகளையும் செய்து குப்புசாமிக்கு பிளட் கேன்சர் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டார்கள். சுவாமியை சந்தித்து குப்புசாமி சொன்னான், சுவாமி, இந்த பிரிவில் நான் எந்த பாவமும் செய்யவில்லை. அதில் எனக்கு முழு நம்பிக்கை. அப்படி இருக்க இந்த வேதனை, இந்த சோதனை ஏன் சுவாமி என்று கேட்டான். என் வினை பயனா என்றும் கேட்டான். அப்படியானால் உங்கள் காலடியில் என் உயிரை விடுவதே மேல் என்றான். அவன் குரல் தழுத்தழுத்தது. இதை கேட்ட சுவாமி சற்று அதிகார தோரணையில் சொன்னார், குப்புசாமி, நான் உன்னை இந்த உலகத்துக்கு என்னுடன் அழைத்து வந்தேன். சுவாமியின் பிறந்த நாளும் குப்புசாமியின் பிறந்த நாளும் ஒரே நாள். உன்னை கொல்வதற்காகவா? அந்த புலிக்கு இரையாக்குவதற்காகவா உன்னை என்னுடன் அழைத்து வந்தேன்? இன்றிலிருந்து உன் பிளட் கேன்சரை நான் கேன்சர் செய்து விட்டேன் என்றார் சுவாமி. அந்த நிமிஷத்தில் அந்த குப்புசாமியை கேன்சர் நோய் விட்டு சென்றது. குப்புசாமி குணமடைந்தான். அதனால் குப்புசாமிக்கு பகவான் சத்யசாய் பாபா மீது இன்னும் அதிகமாக பக்தியும் நம்பிக்கையும் உண்டாயிற்று. இது எப்படி சாத்தியமாயிற்று? பிள்ளை பிராயத்திலிருந்து குப்புசாமிக்கு பகவான் பாபா மீது அன்பும் பக்தியும் சரணாகதி உணர்வும் இருந்ததுதான். நம்மால் இதைதான் சொல்ல முடியும். சரணாகத பிரிய சாய்ராமா, சரணம் சரணம் சாய்ராமா. ஓம் ஸ்ரீ சத்யசாய் நாதார்ப்பணமஸ்து.
Om Shri Sai Anandaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is blissful. Bhagavan Shri Sathya Sai Baba says, happiness or satisfaction are temporary things, but bliss is eternal. Swami, who is the ocean of eternal bliss, says, love is my form, truth is my name, bliss is my food. Swami says, for my own joy, I created this universe from just one word. Until then, there was no one to know me. Immediately, mountains rose up, rivers started flowing, earth and sky, oceans and water bodies were created. The sun, moon, and deserts sprang up out of nothing to prove my existence. Then appeared all the living creatures of different shapes and sizes, the animals, birds, talking and listening. And finally, I created man in my own image. He was given the first place, and my knowledge was placed in his mind. Millions of Sai devotees from all over the world are deriving joy from these words. Swami is the embodiment of bliss. Just his name is enough to fill everyone's hearts with ananda. His darshan, sparshan, and sambhashan confers on the devotees the highest bliss. When the Sachidananda Swarupa Bhagavan Baba gives darshan to his devotees, the reward of bliss that is conferred on them elevates their minds and spirits. The otherwise dry hearts blossom with devotion, and the devotees feel secure in his love. The process of surrendering to Bhagavan's will starts taking shape, and the devotees realize for themselves that the auspicious beginning of transformation is shaping their lives for the better. When Sri Krishna came and blessed the gopis with his darshan, sparshan, and sambhashan, the gopis used to experience an overpowering bliss. We all experience the same phenomena today. Why does this happen? It is best to understand this in Swami's own words. Swami says, my heart is ever filled to the brim with blessings. I have no ego. I do not own anything. This is my truth. I am ever in bliss and bliss alone. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Anandaya Namaha. Anandadaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who grants eternal bliss. Bhagavan Baba, the embodiment of Ananda, always confers bliss on his devotees. Swami says, I am pure love. I can give you only one thing, and that is bliss. Through bliss, I give you love. To give peace, courage, and consolation to my devotees is my mission. This means that my characteristics are unchanging. They were present in my earlier form too. Now, only my manifest physical form is new. The mere thought of Swami's darshan makes the devotees happy. And on getting his darshan, the waves of joy that sweep across them make them realize the unique spiritual power of the Supreme Master, who alone can grant us such bliss. Seeing the happiness on the faces of his devotees, Swami says, the bliss that emanates from the radiant faces of this huge crowd is my food. I live on that. When you are happy and content, I feel fresh. When your eyes twinkle with joy, my thirst is quenched. Your bliss is my nourishment. I only want my bliss to reach you and wish to share your joy. This mutual interaction is necessary. Here is a small story which narrates how Swami imparts bliss to his devotees. Some years ago, a family had gone for Swami's darshan. A little girl in the group felt that Swami should look at her. So in darshan, this girl started shouting aloud, Swami, Swami. He was quite far away. After hearing her voice, he looked at her and indicated to her to keep quiet by putting his finger on the lips and saying, shh. Then he walked a few steps further, picked up a few chocolates from the plate of a devotee and threw them towards her. They fell straight into her tiny hands. She counted them. They were 6 in number. The number of family members who had come for Swami's darshan was exactly 6. This little girl was ecstatic and her happiness was beyond description. She shared the chocolates with all the 6 family members and doubled her joy. If such a small incident can give so much joy to the devotee, what will happen when Swami showers his unending grace in bigger doses? All the negative qualities of the devotee drop away and pure eternal bliss remains. Swami says, to give bliss is my task. So not once or twice or thrice, but however many times you want, I will come amongst you to shower this bliss. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Atha Trana Parayanaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is devoted solely in serving those in distress. The Bhagavad Gita expounds on 4 types of devotees: Artha, seeking help; Artharthi, seeking wealth; Jigyasu, seeking knowledge; and Jnani, seeking wisdom. Amongst these 4, the first type, the Artha, are the ones who seek divine help from the incarnations of God, who in turn nurtures them and takes them towards self-realization. In the present avatar, Sri Sathya Sai Baba is the ultimate refuge to those who seek his help. Here's a story about Sri Suresh Dikshit, who was the nephew of an ardent devotee of Swami, Sri Pandurang Dikshit. Sri Suresh Dikshit suffered from sarcoma, a type of cancer of the leg, at a young age. He had very small children and he was the sole breadwinner of the family. The entire family was drowned in sorrow. Since Suresh's father was not alive, Sri Pandurang Dikshit was the head of the family. When he heard about his nephew's illness, he inquired with the doctors. They told him, in this illness, the leg has to be amputated. After that, the patient may survive from 6 months to 1 year. At the time, Suresh was in hospital and was undergoing chemotherapy. Swami visited Mumbai around the same time. Sri Pandurang Dikshit thought to himself, why not take Suresh to Dharmakshetra? Accordingly, he took Suresh there from the hospital. Since Sri Dikshit was the president of the Sai Samiti, he had to attend some meetings. So he left Suresh with Shrikant Sawant, another Sai devotee, and Dr. Dharkar, Suresh's father-in-law, with instructions that he should be introduced to Swami. Swami, the ultimate refuge, came out from Satyadeep to give darshan and walked up straight to Suresh. To the one who knows all the mysteries of the universe, does he need an introduction? Without asking Suresh anything, Swami said, cancel the cancer. From today, you will start a new life, new birthday. And he materialized Vibhuti and asked Suresh to eat it. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Suresh forgot to take Swami's Pada Namaskar. This kept bothering him. But the compassionate Swami came back, lifted the rope slightly, and asked Suresh to take Pada Namaskar. After this incident, Suresh recovered very rapidly. All the reports were normal, and by Swami's grace, his life was restored to normalcy. This is just one example. There may be many known and unknown devotees who have found their refuge in Swami and who has freed them from distress. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Anathanathaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the guardian or the Lord of destitute. In Marathi, there's a proverb which says, one who does not have anybody in this world, he has God.
God is the guardian of every living being in this world. So in fact, nobody is a destitute. But when human beings neglect such souls, they develop a feeling that they are orphans. Bhagwan Baba's name Sai Baba itself suggests that he is the divine mother and father. He nurtures the world and looks after those who are helpless. One incident in this context from his Shirdi incarnation. People from all walks of life used to come to Shirdi Sainath for refuge. From rich to poor, ailing and healthy, there were all types of devotees. Amongst these, there was one Bhagoji Shinde. As an effect of his past karma, he suffered from leprosy and was estranged from his family. This Bhagoji came to Sainath to seek his refuge, and Sainath, who was Anathanath, guardian of the destitute, welcomed him. Sai used to personally clean Bhagoji's wounds, apply oil and turmeric on them, and bandage them daily. While partaking food, he would feed him from his own share. Every morning, he would allow Bhagoji to massage him and press his feet, and the only reason for this was to make Bhagoji happy. This went on for many years. Bhagoji, who had been orphaned by the world, God himself took him close and became his guardian. Sai's second incarnation, Sri Sathya Sai, is also Anathanatha. Right from his childhood, he always helped the poor and the downtrodden, gave them food and clothes, and served them all the time. Later, this was transformed into Narayan Seva. Now, Swami's devotees from all over the world participate in this Seva. Since the Sathya Sai Seva Dal came into existence, every active worker has got involved in serving others and thinks himself to be blessed for getting this opportunity. Whenever there is a natural calamity, Swami's devotees from all over the world lend a helping hand to all those who have suffered by becoming instruments in the divine hands. Here's a story from foreign shores. A lady devotee of Swami from abroad was always involved in feeding and helping the poor and the downtrodden. Once, due to heavy rains and floods, she was unable to visit a particular area. During those 8 days, she continuously invoked Swami and prayed to him to look after those helpless people. She was very concerned about their well-being. After 8 days, the situation eased and it became possible for her to visit the place. She carried food, medicines, along with Swami's photographs and vibhuti packets to distribute among the people. On reaching there, she realized that everyone was safe and secure. She started distributing food packets with Swami's photographs and noticed that on seeing the photographs, all those persons started discussing amongst themselves. When she inquired, she was told that in her absence, the person from the photograph used to come and give food and medicines to all of them. They thought him to be her assistant helper. On hearing this, she was choked with emotion. She told them about Swami, and all of them offered their heartfelt gratitude to the Anathanatha Sri Sathya Sai. Om Sri Sathya Sai Natarpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Asahaya Sahayaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the helper of the helpless. The savior of this world, Bhagwan Baba, is constantly engaged in helping the helpless. By giving them asylum, he steadies their life. He always tells his devotees, help those in distress. This is the only way to reach God. Seva creates love for God in your minds. In this constant help of devotees, Bhagwan Baba is not bound by place or time. Here is an incident in this regard narrated by Sri N. Kasturi. A middle-aged lady from San Diego in USA lived in an apartment in a tall skyscraper all by herself. She had arthritis and sometimes suffered excruciating pain. Once at 11 o'clock at night, she started feeling acute pain. The agony was so unbearable, she started screaming aloud. Is anyone there? Can someone relieve me from this pain? Suddenly, she noticed that Swami was standing next to her bedside. He patted her gently on her head and said, why are you wailing so loudly? I'm right here. And slowly the lady was relieved of her pain. While commenting on this episode, Sri Kasturi says, everybody needs to know that we are never alone. Somebody is always with us, although we may not be aware of his name and address. Not only Swami, but by his inspirations, devotees also help those who are needy and helpless. Here is an enlightening episode. A person belonging to the lowest strata of society residing at Ratnagiri of Maharashtra fell ill. The doctors diagnosed it to be heart disease. He was advised to go to Mumbai for treatment. Somehow he managed to collect some funds and got himself checked in a municipal hospital in Mumbai. They confirmed the diagnosis but told him that the hospital didn't have any facility for an open heart surgery. The man was confused and didn't know what to do. Disappointed, he left for his hometown. In the train, he met a person who was a Sai devotee. As they talked, he narrated a sad story to the poor traveler. The companion told him, don't worry. In Sathya Sai Baba's hospital, all types of heart surgeries are performed, and that too completely free of cost. The man was happy. At last, there was a ray of hope. On reaching Ratnagiri, he tried to find some information about the hospital, but no one seemed to be aware of it. But he did manage to get one bit of information. He got the address of the Sai Samiti at Ratnagiri. As soon as he got this piece of news, he went and met the concerned office bearers. They guided him about the whole procedure and also paid towards his traveling and other expenses. He went to Puttaparthi with a lot of hope. A few days later, he returned home with a broken heart. He met the office bearers and shared his sorrowful story with them. At the Puttaparthi hospital, all the diagnostic tests had revealed that he had defective heart valves and they needed to be replaced. But he was also told that for the time being, the surgeries for replacement of heart valves had been discontinued. It seems the patients who had undergone the surgery earlier didn't return for regular post-operative checkup, which is very vital in this surgery. So this facility had been temporarily discontinued. The patient was really disappointed, but the office bearers of the Sai Samiti didn't give up hope. They got in touch with some Sai devotees and NGOs in Mumbai and managed to raise some financial help. They themselves added some more to this amount and sent this patient to Mumbai once again. He got admitted into Kem Hospital. All the necessary tests were carried out and the date and time for the surgery was fixed. And on the day of the surgery, something most unexpected happened. A ward boy came to the patient and started telling him, "You cannot get operated here. Leave the hospital immediately." Now, the patient was nervous. The ward boy started pulling him out of his bed. The man was in tears, and just then, as if God had sent an angel, a devotee of Swami reached there. He knew about the surgery, so he had come to visit the patient, but when he observed the situation, he lost his temper. He rebuked the ward boy and immediately met the hospital dean. Everything was settled. The surgery went off successfully and the patient recovered his health. What if the Sai devotee had not reached the hospital at that moment? He reached there in the nick of time only by Swami's inspiration and offered his seva as Madhava Seva, service to God. Whoever helps those who are helpless and sad, know that he is a sadhu, good man, recognize him as God. This verse of Saint Tukaram was translated into reality on that day. Om Shri Sathya Sai Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Loka Bandhavaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the kith and kin of the whole world. Swami, who is the sole provider for this entire world, looks after us even more lovingly than our closest relatives. He removes the obstacles and helps everyone cross this ocean of life. Bhagwan Baba expects a similar attitude of service from his devotees. He says, "You may not be able to help anyways, but at least don't hurt anyone. Go to the needy, be one with them. Try to reduce their mental and physical agony to whatever extent you can." In earlier times, there were no comforts in the ashram as compared to now. At that time, Swami used to tell the Seva Dal volunteers, "Everyone comes here for Sai, not for you." They are undergoing a lot of stress. A lot of suffering. Everyone has thousands of household problems, calamities, and suffering. They just want to see Sai to their heart's content and be peaceful and happy. So speak to them softly and lovingly as if they are your own brothers and sisters and give them peace of mind. Swami always says, "My life is my message." His glorious actions are proof that he is Loka Bandhava. Here's a story from the times when Prashanti Nilayam was not established. A couple of devotees of Swami arrived for his darshan. They had brought their son along who had a severe stomachache and was suffering from dysentery. Even at night, he had to go to answer nature's call to the hills nearby. His parents had to leave for their village to attend to some urgent work. So they entrusted the sick child to Swami and left Swami, who is the divine parent of the entire world. Is he not going to take care of this child? In those days, there were no toilets. So at night, Swami himself used to carry water and accompany the child. One night, when the boy felt like going to the toilet, Swami rebuked him in a strong tone, saying, "Don't go, sit here." Swami kept looking at him. After about an hour, the child's stomachache and dysentery stopped, and he fell asleep peacefully. Even in the earlier incarnations, we hear about many instances when God has served his devotees. He stayed in Eknath's house and served him as Sri Khandya. He used to wash Janabai's clothes, weave Kabir's cloth. He was a charioteer of Arjuna. He even carried Draupadi's footwear. Only close relatives serve one in this manner, and since Swami is Loka Bandhava, the universal brother, he serves all his devotees lovingly. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Loka Raksha Parayanaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is solely devoted in protecting the whole world. While explaining in the Gita why he incarnates, Bhagavan has declared, "Paritranaya sadhunam," meaning thereby, "I am born from age to age to protect the good people." In his present avatar, Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is constantly engaged in the task of protecting good people. Here is a story about how Swami protected a noble devotee of his. Sri Radhakrishna of Kuppam was an ardent devotee of Swami. He was suffering from flatulence, and whenever the problem became acute, he would suffer from unbearable stomachache and severe vomiting. Once, when these symptoms surfaced, the vomiting and pain left him so weak that he could not even walk a single step without the support of two helpers. So the doctor injected him with a tranquilizer so that he could get some sleep. On seeing him fast asleep, his family members retired for the night. After some time, when one of them woke up, he found that Radhakrishna was not in bed. They started looking for him all over and couldn't understand how he could have gone anywhere, since he was unable to take even a single step without help. When they couldn't trace him in the house, they came out and started calling out to him aloud. There was a response from a nearby well. They all rushed there. The well was very deep and the wall was 5 feet high. They wondered as to how he could have fallen in, yet could see him standing with both hands raised as if somebody was supporting him from below. So his son threw in a 20 feet long bamboo for support, but the well was so deep that it fell in the water. Just then a policeman who was on a night duty reached there. He brought a chair from the house, tied it to a rope and dropped it inside the well, but in vain, for that too could not reach Radhakrishna. Finally, his son tried to go down by the steps of the well to lift him up with his hands, but that effort also failed. And then suddenly, as if someone pushed him from below, Radhakrishna was thrown up and he landed exactly in the chair he was pulled up with a rope. When he was brought out safely, everyone inquired what exactly happened. He answered, "The agony was so unbearable that I decided to end my life and went towards the well. I don't remember what happened later, but I recovered consciousness with the touch of the cold water and realized that I was standing on some sort of a support." When the family asked the policeman how he reached there, he said, "When I was patrolling the area nearby, an old man came to me and said, 'Go immediately. Radhakrishna needs your help.' So I came here. Although he had fallen from such a great height, he was completely unhurt. Only the metallic vibhuti case in his pocket was crushed beyond recovery." The next morning, they hired a cab and all of them left for Puttaparthi to seek Swami's darshan. The moment they reached Prashanthi Nilayam, they saw Swami standing on the veranda. He smiled and said, "My shoulders are still hurting. All of last night I was carrying you over them." They all fell at Swami's divine lotus feet. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Lokanathaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the beloved Lord of all mankind. Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba is Lokanath. He is the master Swami of this entire universe. It is said that all the worlds are contained inside man himself. The Swami is the supreme Lord of both, which is visible outside and that which is contained inside. Jagatpati Baba was once asked a question. While this present incarnation is walking this earth, Yogi Aurobindo is here too. In a flash, Bhagwan Baba answered, "He is Vyaktinath and I am Loknath." The inner significance of this statement is Sri Aurobindo is the guardian of only those who worship him alone. But Swami is the guardian of all because he responds to the worship of any form of God. Therefore, he is Loknath. The person who asked this question probably didn't know that a day after Swami's advent, Sri Aurobindo had declared, "Today, God has incarnated on earth." While describing Bhagwan Baba's glory, Swami Chinmayananda too has said, "I preach to the classes, but Swami preaches to the masses." The masses have now spread to the entire world. People of different faiths from all over have experienced that whichever form of God they worship, their prayers to reach Bhagwan Baba. Swami says, "I don't belong to any one place. I am not bound by any one name. I have nothing which is yours and mine. By whichever name you call me, I respond and I am present there." The experience of an American lady devotee of Swami, Mrs. Hislop, illustrates the Swami's Lokanath. When Mrs. Hislop was a young child, she saw a vision of an old man wearing a white robe and a white turban on the wall of the garden outside her house. In fact, considering her tender age and her faith in her religion and Lord Jesus, there's no reason why she should get this darshan, but she was blessed with it. Later, when she came to Swami and saw the photograph of Shri Sai Nath, she recognized it and realized the oneness of both the incarnations. Remembering the incident from her childhood, Bhagwan Baba showered his grace on her long before she knew about him. In the Markandeya Purana, it is written that Bhagavan Vishnu, the protector of the universe, will incarnate in South India during Kali Yuga. He will establish peace on earth. Everyone will worship him as protector of mankind, and his name will be Sathya, truth. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Dina Jana Poshanaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who nourishes and sustains the poor and the destitute. Shrishti, Sthiti, and Laya are 3 out of the 7 well-known characteristics of an incarnation. Srishti is creation, Sthiti is maintenance, and Laya is ultimate dissolution. Swami is God incarnate, and we find that all these 3 characteristics are within Swami's absolute control. Sthiti or maintenance means to nurture and protect all living beings. Swami is constantly engaged in this task. In childhood, Swami always gave away food and clothes to any needy person who knocked on the door. He used to urge his family members to do the same, and several times Mother Ishwarama would rebuke him. But little Sathya would never stir from his determination. After the declaration of his avatarhood, the helpless and the seekers of wealth thronged to Swami and continue to do so even now. Swami showers his love and nurtures them, and he also encourages their special talents. Here's an unusual story to illustrate this. Along with the helpless and the seekers of wealth, seekers of knowledge and wisdom also come to Swami. A few years ago, a scholarly lady started coming to him. She had mastery over several languages, and she could translate any prose into poetry in no time. On hearing Swami's glory, she came to him. She had darshan. She was also blessed with Padasparshan and Sambhashan. Instantly, she composed a poem on Baba and recited it to him. Swami lovingly expressed his joy. After this incident, whenever the scholarly lady came for Swami's darshan, she would recite at least one poem to Swami, and however busy he was, he would appreciate it. This almost became a routine. Slowly, a feeling of ego started developing in her mind. Once, when she came for darshan, Swami initially ignored her. So on her own, she went up to him and said, Swami, recently I've composed a poem. Let me recite it to you. On hearing this, he said, I don't have time, and walked on. The scholarly lady followed him. After walking a distance, Swami went to a shed where some women were cleaning grains, pounding spices. While working, they were also singing bhajans and devotional songs. On seeing Swami, they stopped singing. He asked them, why did you stop? Sing louder. God is standing right here in front of you. Will you not sing his glory? Immediately, the lady started singing in a loud voice. Swami pulled up a chair, sat on it, and got immersed in listening to the songs. This went on for about half an hour. The scholarly lady was watching all this from a distance. She wondered how he could listen to them for half an hour when he had told her that he had no time. Her ego was deflated, and she realized that Swami had taught her a much-needed lesson. Later, Swami asked the women to distribute the grains amongst themselves, gave them Pada Namaskar and blessings, and left. Whenever a festival is being celebrated at Prashanti Nilayam, a Narayan Seva is organized and clothes are distributed. If any construction work is going on, Swami, the sustainer of the poor, serves food to the hardworking laborers with his own hands. It is a divine sight to see that Seva ceremony quite beyond description. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Murti Traya Swarupaya Namaha. Oh, salutations to Shri Sai, who is the incarnation of the Holy Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara. Once, during Shivratri, Bhagwan Baba had gone to Ooty. While returning from there to Bangalore, he stopped the cars at a place and asked the devotees and the students to rest for a while. Everyone sat around Swami. He turned to one of the students and said, you still have doubts about me, isn't it? All right, you have a Polaroid camera. Take a photo and you will understand the reality. Swami posed for a photograph. He warned sternly that no one must come closer or try to touch him. He lifted his robe slightly, pressed the big toe of his right foot, and asked that student to photograph him. In a Polaroid camera, the photograph develops instantly, so everyone was very eager to see it. On seeing it, everyone was astonished because in place of Swami, there was a picture of Lord Dattatreya with 3 heads and 6 hands, and all the 3 faces were of Swami. In the hands, there were weapons, kamandala, and japamalas. In the background, there was a cow. At the feet, there were 4 dogs who represent the 4 Vedas. The big toe of Swami's right foot was pressed, and flowers of pale pink and lilac shade were strewn all around it. Without uttering a single word, Swami revealed through the photograph that the 3 characteristics of creation, maintenance, and dissolution are present in him, and he is the one and the same God who creates, protects, and dissolves the universe. Swami also explained why he didn't allow anyone to come close to him when the photograph was being taken. He said that very powerful and effulgent waves were emitting from his body at the time, which could not have been withstood by anyone else. In the past too, there have been many such incidents. There was a disciple of Brahma Chaitanya, Gondavalekar Maharaj from Maharashtra. He was a professor of philosophy. Once in a vision, Gondavalekar Maharaj said to his disciple, Sri Guru Dattatreya is incarnated in Puttaparthi. I feel that you should definitely go there. In obedience to his Guru's advice, the professor went to Puttaparthi. Swami called him for an interview. When he entered the interview room, Swami said, "Take Pada Namaskar. You are in the divine abode of Sri Dattatreya." On hearing this, the professor was overwhelmed with joy. Here's another incident. A family named Rizbad used to reside at Bangalore. The entire family were devotees of Swami. Once, when a boy from the family was leaving for Swami's darshan, his mother, Mrs. Rizbad, stopped him. She hurriedly went to the altar room in the house and brought back an idol of Sri Dattatreya. She gave the idol to her son to get it blessed by Swami. The boy reached Puttaparthi. When Swami called him for an interview, the first question he asked was, "Where is the idol given to you by your mother? Take it out." The boy took the idol out from his bag and gave it to Swami. Baba took it in his hands, blessed it, and returned it to the boy. A Purna avatar of Sri Dattatreya, Sri Swami Samarth Maharaj of Akkalkot, had told his devotees at the time of taking Samadhi, "Go to Shirdi. My brother resides there." It meant that the Purna avatar of Dattatreya was also present at Shirdi in the form of Sai. In the Shirdi Sai Aarti, the composer Sri Madhavrao Adkar describes Kali Yuga avatar Saguna Brahma Sakar Avatirna Jhalasi Swami Datta Digambar Sai Digambar. Sai, from the formless Brahman divinity, you have taken a form and have incarnated on earth in Kali Yuga as the embodiment of Sri Datta Digambar. We are extremely fortunate that we have been blessed with the darshan of the second incarnation of Sai. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Bhukti Pradaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who confers liberation from ignorance, misery, and death. Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba confers liberation from the cycle of birth and death. On no other level does this opportunity exist. This is very rare and privileged and limited only to life on earth. Every being yearns for human birth because only through human form one can realize God. Bhagwan Baba also says the human body is an instrument to realize divinity. To attain this, one must give up body attachment. In order to get liberation, one must surrender one's mind to God. When God catches hold of the mind, all desires end, and once that happens, the mind is dissolved and man is liberated. This condition is called Manolaya or Manonashan, which means the mind is annihilated and merges with its true entity. To make us understand this, Swami gives the example of Gautam Buddha. He says Buddha contemplated very deeply and realized that ultimately it is the mind that obstructs the progress in the process of self-realization. After this, he becomes Amanaska, which means he removed all the barriers from the mind and attained nirvana, self-realization. Here is a very touching story of a little girl who attained liberation by the grace of Bhagwan Baba. Many years ago, once Swami was leaving to go to the banks of the Chitravati along with some devotees. A 6-year-old girl came there. She had noticed that Swami was walking bare feet, so she had brought a pair of sandals with her. She went up to Swami and requested him to wear the sandals. This gesture of the little girl pleased him immensely. He called her close and said to her, "Ask whatever you want." Everyone was taken aback on hearing her demand, for she said, "Swami, I want to merge at your divine lotus feet." She was told to ask for something else, but she kept insisting on the same thing. Finally, her wish was fulfilled. She suffered from fever for just 2 days and her soul merged in Swami. The compassionate Swami fulfilled her wish and conferred liberation. There is another story about Mr. and Mrs. Shankar Narayan of Kerala. Both of them had immense devotion for Swami. When Baba visited Kerala in 1915 and 60, he was pleased with their devotion and said, "Mrs. Shankar Narayan's devotion is great." In 91, she passed away quite suddenly. Her daughter, who was a doctor, was mourning her mother's death and had only one question in her mind: where has mother gone? How is she? Immediately, Vibhuti and nectar started dripping from the photographs in her mother's puja room. It was as if Swami replied saying, "Don't worry, your mother is with me now. Her life is fulfilled." Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Kalusha Viduraya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who removes the faults and blemishes in all of us. When Bhagwan draws his devotees closer to him, he removes their faults and weaknesses. This enables the devotees to carry out their duties in the right manner. Can our faults remain hidden from Bhagwan Baba? Right from his childhood, he was very particular that everyone should stay away from bad habits. Here's a story that highlights this aspect. Swami was just 8 years old at the time. A well-known person living in Puttaparthi had a bad habit of collecting friends and gossiping with them all day long. Satyanarayana noticed this fault and he also knew its bad effects. The person indulging in gossip himself becomes idle and makes others idle too. Little Sathya found a remedy for this. He composed a song and taught it to his friends. When this group of people was sitting around and indulging in gossip, the children would go in their vicinity and sing the song. The song conveyed to the listeners, "Oh, elderly people, your behavior is not ethical. If you don't follow righteousness, your friends will hate you. They will leave you and may even beat you." After hearing the song, the main culprits became uneasy, but by and by, all of them grasped the truth behind it and improved their ways. Satya composed many similar poems and skits in which he highlighted the defects prevailing in society. One of the particular popular skits composed by little Satyam was called Cheppinastu Chestara, which means, should we not behave and do the way we talk? Here is an interesting story from the Shirdi avatar. In 1911, a young man named Vaman Bhai Patel went to Shirdi for Sainath's darshan and wished to become worthy of his grace. Very lovingly, Sainath addressed him as Babu, and other devotees also started calling him by the same name. Due to his young age and growing body, Babu couldn't control his hunger. Once, due to uncontrollable hunger pangs, he kept eating sugar all day long out of a sack of sugar. To help him overcome this bad habit, the omniscient Sainath told him a story. Sai said, "There was a person who was staying with me. He was suffering from tuberculosis. One morning, I woke him up very early, gave him a handful of sugar to eat, and locked him up in a room. He was thirsty, so he caused a big uproar to come out of the room, but according to my instructions, nobody helped him. Finally, he was allowed to come out in the afternoon and was given some food. He was cured in this manner. If one feels like eating sugar, one should eat just a little bit." Babu realized his mistake and gave up his addiction for eating sugar. Once the same Babu, uncontrollably hungry, felt like eating laddu. So he went to an innkeeper named Vasudeo. Sainath saw him from afar and shouted, "You're going there to eat, but you will die." But Babu ignored his warning, proceeded to the inn and ate 3 laddus made out of gram flour. The result was that, as per Sainath's prediction, the next morning Babu suffered from severe stomachache and diarrhea and started feeling uneasy. Finally, in the afternoon, Sainath sent him a piece of sweet barfi as prasad and his health improved. By and by, with the help of Sainath's loving guidance, he was able to overcome his addiction to overeating. Om Shri Satya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Karuna Akaraya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who's compassionate. One of the qualities of divine incarnations is Karuna. They are supremely compassionate and respond to a devotee's call, shower compassion on him and grant him bliss. The present Sri Satya Sai avatar is himself the source of all compassion, and his devotees have always experienced his grace. Here's a story from Chennai which tells us how compassionate Swami is. A few years ago, a manufacturing unit at Chennai signed a contract with a Korean firm to manufacture and supply railway wagons. The wagons had to be delivered in a stipulated time frame, but the non-cooperation of the factory workers resulted in a delay. As the last day for the stipulated time frame neared, a Korean officer arrived in Chennai and booked a cargo ship to carry this consignment. But the wagons were not ready. Since it was not going to be possible to execute the contract on time, the executive in charge was very worried. He was an ardent Sai devotee, so he started praying to Swami fervently. The stress caused him to fall ill, but somehow he managed to write a letter to Bhagwan Baba, praying to him for his compassion, and gave the letter to a subordinate officer to personally give it to Baba. At that time, Swami was staying in a bungalow at Anantpur. When the officer reached there with the letter in hand, he saw Swami coming out from the main door. Baba was walking through the crowd and blessing the devotees. As he walked on, he kept tying knots in the handkerchief in his hand. Swami came near the officer and, on seeing the letter in his hand, said, "Why are your superiors worried? The ship will reach only when the wagons are ready and all their problems will be solved." As he was saying this, he pulled 2 corners of the knotted handkerchief and all the knots opened up. For a few moments, he looked at the sky, moved his finger as if writing something in the air, and walked away. At that very moment, a storm appeared in the sea and the ship was unable to reach Chennai as per the schedule. The ship was also damaged and the storm had needed repairs. To top it all, when it finally arrived near the airport due to heavy traffic, there was a further delay of 4 days before it could be anchored at port. In this manner, the ship reached Chennai after a delay of 1 month. By this time, the wagons were ready. Only Swami's compassion had saved the devotee from disgrace. The other incident is about Srimati Sharadamma. One Swami said to her, "I'm going to get you married to Karunyananda." All those who were present there laughed. Sharadamma was old and Karunananda was an aged sannyasi. But when she pondered deeply over Swami's statement, she realized the inner significance. He meant to tell her, I am an ocean of Karuna and I want you to merge in me. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sarvadharaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the support of all. There's a poem in Marathi which conveys, one who is an orphan in this world has God by his side. Even the sky, which is without a support, he bears its weight. The feeling expressed through this verse is verily true because God is the support of all. He supports all those who seek refuge in him. The most enlightening example is that of Bhagavan Shri Krishna, who lifted the Govardhan mountain to save the people of Gokul. Lord Indra's wrath caused torrential rains, and when the cowherds of Gokul came to Shri Krishna for his help to save themselves and the cattle, he lifted the Govardhan mountain on the tip of his little finger and protected them all. In fact, he didn't even want to take any credit for this glorious act, so he asked all of them to support the mountain with their sticks. So when God supports his devotees, he doesn't even take any credit for it. There are so many devotees all over the world who are leading their life in comfort only due to the support of Sri Satya Sai. Here's a story which illustrates this fact. In 1966, a couple with 2 children were living in Mumbai. Their life was beset with difficulties. The wife was born in a devout family, but after marriage, things took a different turn. She had to face a very difficult life. Although her husband was earning enough, his entire income was spent on his siblings. There was no saving. To add to the woes, the husband developed a cyst on his head. In no time, it got enlarged and turned into an abscess. When they showed it to a doctor, he suspected it to be cancer. He asked the lady to clean it with spirit. On doing that, the cyst burst and started oozing. She applied Shuddhi Sai's Udi on the wound, thinking it to be the best remedy. Due to stress, the husband's health deteriorated further and he suffered a heart attack. In the meanwhile, somebody told the wife that Shruti Sai reincarnated as Sri Satya Sai and resided at Puttaparthi in Andhra Pradesh. The wife persuaded the husband to go there. He agreed and the couple left for Puttaparthi. The day after they reached Puttaparthi, Swami called them for an interview. During the interview, Baba asked the gentleman to take off his shirt and vest. Then Swami materialized Vibhuti. With one hand, he rubbed it on the person's chest and with the other hand, rubbed it on the cyst. Swami laughed and said, who says you have cancer or a heart attack? You're completely all right. The moment they heard this, the couple burst into tears. On reaching Mumbai, they met the doctor. He was greatly surprised on seeing that the patient had recovered so dramatically. After that, the couple started visiting Puttaparthi at least once a year, but their financial condition was still not very stable. One year, they didn't even have enough money to travel to Puttaparthi. They thought of an idea. They sold all newspapers that had piled up since 2 years and managed to procure enough funds to buy 2 return tickets. They left for Swami's darshan. This time also Swami blessed them with an interview. While he was giving instructions, Swami suddenly raised his right hand, stretched it for a moment and closed his fist. As he opened his palm, a photograph had manifested in it. Swami gave it to the husband and said, always carry this photo in your pocket. Don't ever separate it from your body. Then he turned to the wife and said, yours is a devout family. You are humble and patient by nature. I am very pleased with you. I bless you with Akhanda Saubhagya. This is considered to be the highest boon for a Hindu married woman. It means that her husband will have a very long life. After becoming recipients of Swami's grace and blessings, the couple returned to Mumbai and got into the usual routine. As per Swami's instructions, the husband started carrying his photo in the pocket all the time. One day, the gentleman met with a serious accident. He had a head injury and started bleeding profusely. Somebody took him to a hospital. Fortunately, the wound only needed suturing. The family was informed. Everyone was in a state of shock. But the wife was calm and firm. Peacefully, she applied Swami's vibhuti on her husband's forehead. She was mentally only dwelling upon his blessing of Akhanda Saubhagya. After the husband's health improved slightly, they left for Swami's darshan. But the husband had developed a feeling of guilt. As he reached Puttaparthi, Swami immediately called them in and inquired after their well-being. But the gentleman couldn't face Swami. He stood with his head bent. Swami held his chin and lifted his head and asked, are you afraid because you've lost the photo? Did you lose it when you met with the accident? That's what you think, isn't it? I had given it to you for your protection and it's not lost. Here it has come back to me after having saved you. Swami opened his fist and the same photograph was there on his palm. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sarva Hrudaya Vasine Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai who resides in the hearts of all. Swami says, I dwell in the hearts of all, but some don't realize it. Swami also cites a reason for this. He says, God's image is in your heart. If you are unable to see it and understand that your heart is covered with the dust of desires and indiscipline, wipe it and discipline. Wipe it through knowledge, service, and devotion, and you will be able to realize your own divinity. This is an incident from the life of Dr. R.S. Padmanabhan. In 1973, Swami asked him to travel to USA for his son's admission. When the doctor arrived at Puttaparthi, to seek his blessings, Baba materialized a topaz ring for him. At that time, Colonel Jogarao, who was also present there, asked him, Swami, can one see your image in this ring? Baba answered, my image may or may not be there, but I will be in his heart and I will look after him. Saying so, Swami blew on the ring thrice and his image appeared on it. With Bhagwan's blessings, Dr. Padmanabhan left. At first, he disembarked at Bonn and visited a dental hospital there. He had to travel to Dusseldorf to take the onward flight. When he arrived at Bonn airport, he was told that his flight to Dusseldorf was cancelled. He didn't know what to do because he was to reach Amsterdam from Dusseldorf, and two aged friends of his who were Sai devotees were waiting for him at Amsterdam. Just then, the airport officer came up to him and said, Dusseldorf is about 110 kilometers away. If you take a taxi, you may be able to reach in time to catch the onward flight. Saying so, the officer hailed a cab and Dr. Padmanabhan traveled in to Dusseldorf. As he reached the airport and got off the cab, a porter dressed in a white uniform came up to him and lifted his baggage. He carried it all the way through. After taking his seat, the doctor started looking for the porter in order to pay him, but he was already gone. The onward journey was smooth, and after completing the task of his son's admission, he returned to India. On his return, he went to Vrindavan ashram to seek Swami's darshan. Bhagwan inquired after his trip. The doctor said it was fine. Swami commented, except for that incident at Dusseldorf, I had to carry your baggage from the taxi to the aeroplane, and you didn't even thank me? It was then that Dr. Padmanabhan remembered Swami's words, I will be in his heart and look after him. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
ओम श्री साई राम। ओम श्री साई पुण्य फल प्रदाय नमः। पुण्य का फल देने वाले श्री साई को हमारा सादर प्रणाम। भगवत गीता के 5वें अध्याय के 12वें श्लोक में ऐसा कहा है, युक्त कर्म फलम त्यक्त्वा शांति माप्नोति नैष्ठिकम् अयुक्त कामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते। इसका भावार्थ इस प्रकार है, कर्मयोगी पुरुष कर्मफल भगवान को अर्पण करके भगवत प्राप्ति रूप परम शांति प्राप्त कर लेता है, और योग रहित पुरुष कामना के योग के फल के पास आसक्त होने से पाप पुण्य से बद्ध होता है। अर्थात ऐसा होने पर भी कर्मफल भगवान को अर्पण करते समय जो पुण्य संपादन का प्राप्त किया जाता है, उसका फल भगवान उस व्यक्ति को देता ही है। इस संबंध में दो उत्तम उदाहरण, पहला स्वामी अमृतानंद और दूसरा पांडुरंग दीक्षित जी। स्वामी अमृतानंद जी की स्वामी जी से मुलाकात हुई तब उनकी उम्र 85 साल की थी। उन्हें देखकर स्वामी जी ने कहा, आओ अमृतम। अमृतानंद जी के गुरु श्री रमन महर्षि केवल उन्हें प्रेम से इस नाम से पुकारते थे। स्वामी जी ने अमृतानंद जी को केवल आशीर्वाद ही नहीं दिया, तो उन्होंने उनके 60 वर्ष की उम्र में जो गणेश योग के में हिस्सा लिया था, उस संबंध में भी पूछा। उस पर अमृतानंद जी बोले, उस समय तो मैं केवल 7 वर्ष का बालक था, मुझे उसका फल कैसे प्राप्त होगा? तब स्वामी जी ने उन्हें तेजोमय से गणेश जी का दर्शन खुद में करवाया, जो स्वामी अमृतानंद जी के पुण्य संपादन का फल था। इतना ही नहीं, तो अमृतानंद जी को गलत योग प्रक्रिया के कारण अस्थमा की परेशानी होती थी, वो भी दूर कर दी। दूसरा उदाहरण श्री पांडुरंग दीक्षित जी का। माता के गर्भ में ही श्री साईनाथ जी के आशीर्वाद लेकर आए हुए श्री दीक्षित जी को जब मालूम हुआ कि साईनाथ जी ने इस श्री सत्य साई नाम से दूसरा अवतार धारण किया है, तब उन्हें दर्शन करने हेतु वे अपने परिवार सह गए। अपनी गायन से स्वामी जी को प्रसन्न कर लिया। सुंदर सुश्राव्य भजन गाकर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में छोटे देहातों में वैसे ही स्वामी जी के कहने पर के अनुसार अनेक जगह जाकर साईनाथ की भक्ति का बगीचा बनवाया और पुण्य संपादन किया। उसका फल ये मिला कि जब दिक्कत परिवार पर संकट आई, तब स्वामी जी की कृपा से दूर होकर उनका जीवन सुखमय हुआ। ओम श्री सत्य साईनाथ परनमस्तु। ओम श्री साई राम। ओम श्री साई। ओम श्री साई सर्व पाप क्षय कराय नमः। सभी प्रकार की पापों का नाश करने वाले श्री साई को हमारा सादर प्रणाम। भक्तों के पापों का नाश करना यानी उनका कर्म छुटकारा करना, ये केवल अवतारों को उनका ये सामर्थ्य है। भगवान बाबा जी का वर्णन करते समय दर्शनम पाप नाशनम ऐसा कहा है। इसका मतलब जिनके केवल दर्शन से ही भक्तों के पाप नष्ट हो जाते हैं, लेकिन इसका गर्भित अर्थ ऐसा है कि भगवान बाबा जी के दर्शन करने से भक्तों की दुर्गंध नष्ट होकर उनके निर्मल हृदय में मन का निवास होकर कर्म भोग का सुख हो जाते हैं। श्री साई के श्रद्धेय अवतार की ये कहानी मुंबई से श्री ईश्वरलाल नाम का एक युवक साईनाथ जी के दर्शन करने आया। उस समय रामनवमी का उत्सव चालू था। उसमें उसने हिस्सा लिया, जितना संभव हो उतना साईनाथ जी की सेवा की। उसके बाद अचानक उन्हें कलरा हुआ और वो बीमार पड़ा। उस समय वो राधा कृष्ण माई नाम की महिला भक्त के घर में रहता था। इस महिला की ऐसी ख्याति थी कि वो कभी भी साईनाथ जी के सामने नहीं आती थी। द्वारका माई मंदिर में साईनाथ जी को जो बोलते थे, उपदेश करते थे, वो उसे अपने घर में बैठकर ही अवगत होते थे। जिस समय ईश्वरलाल जी की जान घबराने लगी, तब उसका अंतिम क्षण आया। ये जानकर राधा कृष्ण आई ने पूछा, कुछ पुण्यदान किया है या नहीं? तब उसने नहीं कहकर प्राण छोड़ दिए। उस पर साईनाथ जी ने कहा, दूसरे जगत में रहने के लिए वो अच्छे स्थान पर गया है। उसने जीवन भर किसी भी प्रकार का पुण्य कर्म नहीं किया, फिर भी साईनाथ जी को जो अल्प सेवा की थी, उसके फल से उसका पाप नाशन हुआ। उसे सदगति प्राप्त कराने का कार्य साईनाथ जी ने किया। भगवान बाबा जी को बहुत साल पहले पुट्टपर्ती की एक महिला ने जहर मिश्रित बड़े खाने दिए थे। बाबा जी ने वे बड़े बड़े चाव से चबा चबा कर खाए। आगे क्या होता है ये देखने के लिए महिला बाबा जी के पीछे गई। बाबा जी ने अपने पेट को जोर जोर से दबाकर वे विष मिश्रित बड़े वैसे अपने मुंह से बाहर निकाले और उस महिला को दिखाए। ये देखकर उस पश्चाताप दग्ध महिला ने बाबा जी के चरणों का आश्रय लिया। बाबा जी ने बड़े उदार मन से उनका गुनाह माफ कर दिया और उसे भक्ति मार्ग पर चलने के लिए प्रवृत्त किया। उसके पापों का क्षय करके उसका उद्धार किया। ओम श्री सत्य साईनाथ प्रणमस्तु। ओम श्री साईराम। ओम श्री साई सर्व रोग निवारिणी नमः। सभी रोगों का निवारण करने वाले श्री साई को हमारा सादर प्रणाम। 27 मई 1963 के दिन व्हाइट फील्ड में प्रथम मुलाकात की दर्शन, पाद स्पर्श और संभाषण इस प्रकार कृपा का तिगुना लाभ प्राप्त हुए। मुंबई के एक भक्त श्री श्याम जुबले स्वामी जी के अनगिनत भक्तों में से एक सत भक्त। इस दिन के बाद वे अनेक बार पुट्टपर्ती और व्हाइट फील्ड स्वामी जी के दर्शन करने गए थे। हर बार स्वामी जी ने उनकी पूछताछ की, मार्गदर्शन किया। अनेक मुलाकातें हुई। महाराष्ट्र का अभ्यास मंडल स्टडी सर्कल उनके द्वारा चलाए गए। इस जीवन सफर के दरमियान श्री जुबले पर भी सारी आपत्तियां आई थी, लेकिन अपना संपूर्ण जीवन स्वामी जी के हाथ सौंपकर वे निश्चित रहते थे। स्वामी जी के यहाँ जाने की शुरू की कालावधि में श्याम भाई के पाँव को एक चर्म रोग हुआ। उन्होंने मुंबई के डॉक्टर को दिखाकर इलाज शुरू किया, परंतु वो रोग कम होने के बदले ज्यादा बढ़ने लगा, जिससे उन्हें चलना भी मुश्किल हो गया। उसी में स्वामी जी के दर्शन करने की तीव्र इच्छा मन में जागृत हुई और वे परिवार के साथ पुट्टपर्ती गए। उस समय अपने घर में बैठकर स्वामी जी का ठिकाना कहाँ है ये जानने की सुविधा उपलब्ध नहीं थी। वैसे ही टेलीफोन से जानकारी करना शक्य नहीं था। इसीलिए जब जुबले परिवार पुट्टपर्ती में पहुंचा, उन्हें पता चला कि स्वामी जी पुट्टपर्ती में नहीं। तब ये सुनकर श्रीमती जुबले को अपनी आंसुओं को रोक न सकी। दूसरे दिन उन्हें कुछ भक्तों से पता चला कि वो वहाँ नजदीकी पानी का एक निर्जर है, उसका पानी एक छोटे से कुंड में जमा होता है। उसे पवित्र पानी कहते हैं, जिससे अनेक रोगों का निवारण होता है। ये सुनकर श्रीमती जुबले ने कहा, वहां चलकर देखेंगे क्या है। तदनुसार सारा परिवार उस होली वाटर के पास पहुंचा। वहां जाते ही उन्होंने एक छोटा सा कुंड देखा। उसके आसपास अनेक मूर्तियां रखी थी और तुलसी की सुंदर रोपा वाटिका तैयार की थी। अनेक व्यक्ति एक के बाद एक उस कुंड का पानी प्राशन करते थे। कुछ लोग उसके पास जो छोटी बोतलें थी उसमें पानी भरकर लेते थे, परंतु उस छोटे कुंड के पानी का स्तर वैसा की वैसा ही रहता था। श्री जुबले ने भी वो पानी प्राशन किया और अपने पाँव को लगाया और सभी लोग वापस आश्रम गए। इस तरह 2 दिन बीत गए, परंतु पाँव पर कुछ असर नहीं हुआ। अचानक तीसरे दिन स्वामी जी बाहर गांव से वापस आए। नित्य क्रम शुरू हो गए। स्वामी जी ने दूसरे दिन जुबली परिवार को मुलाकात के लिए बुलाया। मुलाकात कक्ष में जाने पर सभी को पाठ नमस्कार मिला। स्वामी जी ने सभी की विभूति साक्षात करके प्रदान की और अचानक जुबली की ओर देखकर कहा, तेरे पाँव को एक्जिमा हुआ है ना, चिंता मत करो, 7 दिन उसे गंजी लगाना। ये सुनकर जुबली के चेहरे पर चिंता दिखाई दी। गंजी का अर्थ उनकी समझ में नहीं आया। ये देखकर सर्वज्ञ स्वामी जी ने कहा, चावल पकाते समय जो पानी छान कर निकाल देते हैं उस पानी को गंजी कहते हैं, और ये भी हाथों से कृति करके दिखाया। तब जुबले के ध्यान में आया कि गंजी किसे कहते हैं। स्वामी जी का आशीर्वाद लेकर जुबले मुंबई वापस आए। स्वामी जी के कहने के अनुसार 7 दिन पाँव को गंजी लगाए और 8वें दिन एक्जिमा नष्ट हुआ। मानो एक्जिमा ने एग्जिट ली, कहीं भी दाग चिन्ह नहीं रहा। वास्तव में पाँव के जिस भाग पर चर्म हुआ था वो कपड़े के अंदर होने किसी को दिखना मुश्किल था, परंतु स्वामी जी से कुछ छिपा रह सकता है क्या? और दूसरी हकीकत इस जुबले के बारे में कुछ साल बाद हुई थी। उसके ध्यान में आया कि अपने कान के पीछे कुछ कठिन गांठ है। उसके कान में दर्द नहीं होता था, मात्र जड़ता महसूस होती थी। शरीर के किसी भी भाग पर गांठ मालूम होने पर आदमी का मन संकटग्रस्त हो जाता है। श्री जुबले की भी इसके अपवाद नहीं ठहरे, इसलिए उन्होंने डॉक्टर को दिखाया और उन्होंने कान के सर्जन को दिखाने की सलाह दी। उसी के अनुसार श्री जुबले मुंबई के प्रसिद्ध नाक कान गला के विशेषज्ञ से जाकर मिले। उन्होंने उस बैठक की जांच करने के लिए कहा। श्री जुबले ने उसी के अनुसार जांच करके उसकी रिपोर्ट डॉक्टर को दिखाई। डॉक्टर ने कहा, इस कान की शल्यक्रिया की यही एक में वो इलाज है, अर्थात शीघ्र ही करना जरूरी नहीं, लेकिन 1 महीने के दरमियान करना, अन्यथा ये गांठ बढ़ती जाएगी। डॉक्टर के पास जाने पूर्वक जुबले ने पुट्टपर्ती जाने के लिए टिकट निकाला, इसलिए वहां से वापस आने पर शल्यक्रिया कर लेंगे। ऐसा निश्चित किया और तदनुसार पुट्टपर्ती पहुंच गए। 2 दिन के बाद स्वामी जी ने मुलाकात के लिए बुलाया। परिवार के बारे में पूछताछ की। स्टडी सर्कल कैसा है, क्या हो रहा है, ऐसा पूछता। श्याम भाई ने दिए जवाबों से स्वामी जी का समाधान हुआ। अचानक स्वामी जी ने विभूति साक्षात की। वो सीट काटने के लिए श्याम भाई ने आहार की अंजलि आगे कर दी, परंतु उस पर ध्यान न देते हुए स्वामी जी 2 कदम आगे बढ़े और उन्होंने अपने हाथों से विभूति श्याम भाई के दोनों कानों के पीछे लगाई। तब श्याम भाई को इस गांठ की याद आ गई, अन्यथा वे इसे भूल गए थे। बाद में उनकी पीठ पर हाथ थमाकर घर जाने के लिए आज्ञा दी। जब वे मुंबई वापस आए तब उनके ध्यान में आया कि कान के पीछे वाली गांठ की कोई भी निशानी नहीं रही, परंतु वापस एक बार डॉक्टर को दिखाने के लिए वे उसी प्रसिद्ध सर्जन के पास गए। उन्हें भी गांठ दिखाई न दी, इसलिए एक बार सब जांच से करवा ली और उन्हें देखकर वो सर्जन बोले, शायद पहली वाली रिपोर्ट गलती हो गई। उन्हें क्या मालूम कि रिपोर्ट गलत नहीं थी, लेकिन धन्वंतरी ने सबसे बड़े धन्वंतरी के इलाज करने पर गांठ क्षण भर में नष्ट हो गई थी। इसी प्रकार के अनुभव अनेक भक्तों को प्राप्त हुए हैं, जैसे उनकी शारीरिक मानसिक रोगों का उच्चाटन केवल स्वामी जी के संकल्प से ही हुआ है। ओम श्री सत्य साईनाथ प्रणमस्तु। ओम श्री साईराम। ओम श्री साई सर्वबारा हराय नमः। सभी बार व्यथाओं का दूर करने वाले श्री साई को हमारा सादर प्रणाम। ईश्वर का हृदय मक्खन से भी मृदु है। भक्तों की व्यथाओं को पिघलता है और उनकी कृपा करने लगती है। केवल ईश्वरी कृपा से ही भक्तों की व्यथाएं दूर होती है। कई बार स्वयं धारण किए हुए मानवीय शरीर पर व्यथाएं ओढ़ कर लेते थे और भक्तों की उसमें मुक्तता करते हैं। साई के सृदय अवतार की एक कथा जनवरी 1912 में दारा साहेब खापरदे नाम के साई महाराज के एक भक्त एक बार अपनी पत्नी और पुत्र के साथ शिरडी आए। उस समय उनके बेटे को अचानक जोर आया, इतनी जोर से जोर बढ़ा कि वो अत्यवस्थ हो गया। इससे उसकी माता का मन बेचैन हो गया। नित्य नियम होने से साईनाथ जी शाम को घूमने निकले। तब उस लड़की की माँ लक्ष्मी बाई खापरदे ने दौड़कर साईनाथ जी के चरण पकड़ लिए और आक्रोश करते हुए सभी वृत्तांत बताए। ऐसे कठिन समय पर भी साईनाथ जी ने कहा, होगी, बिखर जाएंगे और ऐसा होने पर घबरा क्यों? ऐसा कहकर उन्होंने अपनी कमर तक ऊपर उठाए और उसके शरीर पर मुर्गी के हाँ, बस सभी को कहा, देखो तुम्हारा भोग मुझे अपने शरीर पर लेना पड़ता है। लक्ष्मीबाई जब वापस आई तब उनके बेटे का जोर कम हो गया। केवल ईश्वर केवल शारीरिक ही नहीं तो मानसिक मादा बाधा भी दूर करके भक्तों की प्रापंचिक और पारमार्थिक उन्नति करते हैं। बहुत साल पहले की कथा है। एक बार स्वामी जी दिल्ली में भक्तों को दर्शन देने के लिए गए थे। उनके दर्शन की जहाँ व्यवस्था की गई थी वहाँ बहुत भीड़ हुई थी। अनेक अमीर व्यक्ति उसमें थे। उसमें से एक ड्राइवर के मन में आया कि अपने मालिक अपनी आतुरता से किसकी दर्शन करने गए होंगे, इसलिए वो भी गाड़ी रोककर दर्शन करने के लिए गया। किंतु वहां इतनी भारी भीड़ थी कि उससे बहुत दूर से दर्शन लेना पड़ा। स्वामी जी के दर्शन होते समय उनके मन में विचार आया कि अगर मैं स्वामी जी के पास जा सकता हूँ तो मेरी शारीरिक व्यथा और आर्थिक समस्या के बारे में उन्हें कह सकता, परंतु उसे दूरी से ही स्पष्ट दर्शन मिलने वाला था, इसलिए कुछ कहे बिना लौटना पड़ा। इसके बाद कुछ साल बीत गए। इस ड्राइवर की व्यथाएं अपने आप कम हो गई, संकटों के पहाड़ दूर हो गए। चिंता और भय मुक्त होने के बाद एक बार उसे किसी से भगवान सत्य साई बाबा जी के बारे में जानकारी प्राप्त हुई। वो अपने परिवार के साथ प्रशांति नीलम गया। जब वो दर्शन करने के लिए उत्सुक भक्तों की कतार में बैठा था तब स्वामी जी ने उसे मुलाकात के लिए बुलाया। प्रत्यक्ष मुलाकात के समय स्वामी जी ने उससे कहा, हम पहले एक बार मिल चुके हैं, तुम्हारी प्रार्थना मेरे प्रति पहुंच गई। ये सुनकर उसे दिल्ली की घटना याद आई जिस समय उसने बहुत दूर से स्वामी जी का दर्शन किया था और अपनी व्यथाएं कहे बिना वापस आने से निराश हो गया था। और स्वामी जी ने जो कहा था उससे उसकी तसल्ली हो गई। यदि उसे इस समय व्यथा करने का अवसर नहीं मिला और दर्शन भी बहुत दूर से झेलना पड़ा था, फिर भी स्वामी जी ने उसकी व्यथा जान ली थी और अपनी कृपा दृष्टि से उनकी सभी व्यथा और समस्याओं का निराकरण किया था। ये केवल प्रत्यक्ष ईश्वर ही कर सकता है। ओम श्री सत्य साईनाथ ओम श्री साई राम। ओम श्री साई अनंत नमः। अखंड स्तवन किए जाने वाले श्री साई को हमारा सादर प्रणाम। भगवान ने नारद जी से कहा है, मर भक्ता यत्र गायन्ति तत्र में नारद। इसका भावार्थ ये है कि जहाँ जहाँ मेरे भक्त मेरी तुलना करते हैं वहाँ वहाँ मैं उपस्थित रहता हूँ। स्वामी जी कहते हैं, मेरी आनंद के लिए मैंने विश्व का निर्माण किया है, उसमें पर्वत नदियाँ आकाश महा
Om Shri Sai Adi Purushaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the primeval Purusha, the creator himself. Adi Purusha is the one who was there before, who is present now, and who will be there in the future also. He is the Purusha, the eternal charioteer, who rides the chariot of the body. The Bhagavad Gita tells us, Ajopi Sanjaya Atma Bhutaneshwarupi San Prakritim Swamiddhashtya Sambhava Yat Mama Yaha. Though I am unborn and I am of imperishable nature, and though I am the Lord of all beings, yet ruling over my own nature, I take birth through my own Maya. The present Sri Sathya Sai avatar is Adi Purusha, and he is incarnated in human form by his own will. During the Sri Krishna avatar, there were some people who were unable to understand his divine nature, and thinking of him as a mere human, disobeyed and disregarded him. In this day and age too, there are those ignorant who do not understand Bhagwan Baba's divinity and are the losers. A number of yogis and devotees who are seekers of knowledge and wisdom have experienced that Sri Sathya Sai is Adi Purusha. When Bhagwan Baba was at Rishikesh in the ashram of Swami Shivananda, he saved a yogi from drowning in the river near Vashishta caves. The yogi had invoked God and his plea reached Bhagwan Baba. Bhagwan responded to his prayer and saved his life. This incident illustrates that Bhagwan Baba is Adi Purusha. Being Adi Purusha, he remembers the various births of his devotees during the times of every incarnation. The story is from the life of Shri Sai Avatar. Mrs. Lakshmi Ganesh Karpade was an ardent devotee of Sainath. He especially loved her and always showered his grace upon her. When she offered food to him as Naivedya, he would eat it immediately. Once, when Madhavrao Deshpande or Shama asked him about it, he said in one of her earlier births she was a fat cow who yielded lots of milk. Then for some time she went missing. Later, she was born in a Kshatriya family and she was a merchant's wife. After this, she was born in a Brahmin family. I am seeing her now after a long time, so let me enjoy eating some food, which she's cooked with so much love, and let her also get the satisfaction. May the Adi Purusha Sainath bless us too with similar happiness. Om Shri Sathya Sai Sainath Arpanamastu. 57. Om Shri Sai Adi Shaktiye Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the primeval cosmic energy, the Shakti aspect of the Creator. Shri Sathya Sai is the divine mother and is the primeval cosmic energy, the Shakti aspect of Adi Purusha. According to the boon conferred on Seth Bharadwaj, Lord Shiva decided to incarnate thrice during Kali Yuga. Accordingly, Shirdi Sai was a Shirdi avatar, Parthi Sai is Shakti, Shiva Shakti avatar, and Prema Sai will be Shakti avatar. Since Bhagwan Baba is Shiva Shakti incarnate, the source of all power, the Adi Shakti dwells in him. He is given darshan to several devotees as the Adi Shakti. In 1940, Swami declared his avatarhood. Thereafter, during the Navratri festival, the devotees used to worship him every day, and in the evening, they used to take him in a procession, seated in a decorated palanquin. During this time, he gave darshan to several devotees in the form of Adi Shakti. The devotees used to be blessed with darshan in many forms of Devi Ma, like Jagan Mohini, Tripura Sundari, Durga Mata, Meenakshi of Madurai, Vishalakshi of Kashi, and Kamakshi of Kanchi. Later, this festival changed its form, and Swami blessed the lady devotees with the opportunity of chanting the Lalita Ashtotra Shatanamavali and Kumkuma Archana. From 1961, Swami started organizing Sri Veda Purusha Saptaha Jnana Yagna Mahotsava. During this week-long celebration, there was Vedic chanting, Atirudra Yagam, Japa Homam, Sri Chakra Puja, Sahasralinga Puja, reading of Srimad Ramayana and Sri Devi Bhagavatam. So the ever-compassionate Adishakti Rupini Swami started a Jnana Yoga along the worship of Dasabhuja Dharini Sri Durga Devi and blessed everyone. Since Adishakti is the form of Divine Mother, she is full of love and compassion towards her devotees and instantly rushes to their aid. Here is an enlightening example. After Prashanti Nilayam was established in one instance, while talking to his devotees, Swami suddenly started twisting and turning his body and became very stiff like wood. On seeing him that way, the devotees were shocked and felt very anxious. Swami was in that condition for about 10 minutes and then he awakened slowly, and with a soft smile, the Sai Mata said, "A lady devotee of mine in America was suffering from labor pains. In order to free her, I had to rush there. I blessed her and the baby daughter and returned back. A few months later, this lady came for Swami's darshan and this incident was reconfirmed. On 20th October 1965, during the inaugural function of Prashanti Vidwan Mahasabha, Swami announced that he was Adi Shakti. He said earlier, Devi Bhavani had blessed Raja Shivaji with a sword and ordered him to protect the Hindus. And today, this Shiva Shakti is giving these Pandits the weapon of fortitude, and I order them to go out in the world to carry out the mission of the revival and upliftment of righteousness. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Number 58, Om Shri Sai Aparupa Shaktine Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who has delightful and wondrous powers. Bhagwan Shri Sathya Sai Baba is Shiva Shakti incarnate. Before taking human form, he had given auspicious indications about his advent. After birth and right from his childhood, he has performed many miracles. The special qualities of Shakshatkar, realization, Chamatkar, miracles, and Paropakar, benevolence, which are present in divine incarnations, have been prominently seen in Swami right from his childhood. The 7 special characteristics which can be seen only in an avatar are prosperity, knowledge, non-attachment, glory, creation, maintenance, and dissolution, and all these can be embodied in Bhagwan Baba. By his sankalpa, divine will, he has performed many miracles which are beyond the scope of science, be it making a dead person come alive or being present in 2 places at the same time. These things are possible only through Swami's divine will. Here are 2 examples which give a glimpse of his divine qualities. One, Swami's ardent devotee Sri Panduranga Dikshit had gone to Puttaparthi along with his family during Dasera celebrations. His daughter Jyotsana used to participate in the morning Nagar Sankirtan with a lot of zeal. One morning, when some of her friends came to wake her up, she said, "Today I had a wonderful dream. In that dream, Swami materialized a crystal japamala and put it around my neck." The same morning, Swami called the Dikshit family for an interview. He materialized a crystal japamala exactly like the one shown in the dream, gave it to Jyotsana and said, "Your dream has come true." From this incident, we can clearly understand that Swami controls our lives, not only in the waking state, but also in the dream states of our mind, and is a divine incarnation with wondrous powers. The other example is that of Mr. Walter Cohen. He suffered a massive heart attack and was moved to a hospital in Madras, now Chennai, immediately by Mrs. Elsie Cohen with the help of Mrs. Ratanlal and others. On arrival, the doctors declared him dead. His nose and ears were blocked with cotton wool. The body was covered and was transferred to another part of the hospital. It was the morning of the 25th December 1971. Swami responded to Mrs. Cohen's prayers and went to the hospital and restored him to life. Mr. Cohen was declared dead by the doctor, was resurrected. But at that time, physically, Swami was giving a discourse to a gathering of devotees somewhere else. When Mr. Cohen was found to be alive, the doctors conducted some tests on him. At that time, he was not only found to be in perfect health, but there was also no trace of the severe diabetes or any other illness from which he had been suffering earlier. So Swami not only blessed him with rebirth, but he awarded him a new life free from all diseases which disappeared with the death. All this happened only due to the wondrous, miraculous powers of Swami's Sankalpa. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. 59. Om Shri Sai Avyakta Rupine Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the form of supreme unmanifest Brahman. Swami says, "I have taken birth by my own will. I choose my mother. I also proclaim my avatarhood myself. I took a name and a form and came here from the unmanifest in order that man should attain divinity. The present avatar of Bhagwan Baba is the omnipresent one who encompasses the entire universe. He has taken human form only to redeem mankind. It is this experience of innumerable devotees that whichever name and form of God they may pray to, their prayer reaches Bhagwan Baba. Here are 2 examples about the unseen divine power of Sai. One is from the Shirdi avatar and the other is from the Parthi avatar. A student by the name of Vamanbhai Patel went to Shirdi for Sainath's darshan. Once when he was sitting on the steps of Dwaraka Mai, Sainath sent him a piece of sugar candy through someone. Moments after he ate it, he received a letter from Mumbai written by his father. The father informed him that he had passed his SSC examination. He was very happy and thought of ordering some sweets for Sainath. So in the evening, he went to an innkeeper, got a few laddus, put them in a box and brought them to Sainath. And so seeing him, Sainath exclaimed, "Oh, you've come here with laddus, but on the way you did not bother about anybody, and now you've come here with the box." Initially, Vamanbhai did not understand the meaning of the statement, but later he remembered that while coming to Sainath, a hungry dog had been following him. Vamanbhai, however, did not give him a laddu and later offered the box to Baba. How will the omnipresent Sai approve of this, who is concerned about the welfare of all? The other story is from the village of Shetphale in Sangli district. There is a lady named Mrs. Kamal Dikshit from an ordinary middle-class background living there. She gets Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba's darshan daily in her house at midnight. Sometimes he plays the flute, sometimes imparts instructions, and sometimes he teaches bhajans. This has been going on continuously for many years. Once she kept awake all night, but Swami did not come. So Mrs. Dikshit was very dejected. Next night, when he came, she asked him the reason for not coming the earlier night. Swami said, "Of course I had come here last night. I even ate the naivedya." Kamal Dikshit was surprised. Swami answered, "Last night, while you were waiting for me, a bumblebee came to the house. It touched the tea from the teacup and flew away. Who was it? That was myself." Later, by coincidence, Mrs. Sarla Joshi from Pune heard about Mrs. Kamal Dikshit. Mrs. Joshi personally visited the Shetpalli village and spent 8 days and nights with Mrs. Dixit. In fact, for a person like Sarla Tai, who was used to the comforts of city life, it was real penance to spend 8 days in a village where electric supply was erratic and even a fan was not available. However, due to her intense devotion for Swami, she stayed there very happily and published the life story of Mrs. Kamal Dixit of Shetpalli village in a Hindu book titled Sai Charan Kamal. Due to this, devotees from all over came to know about this remarkable phenomenon. Sarla Tai has published several books on Swami in Hindi. Due to her contribution, many people from Uttar and Madhya Pradesh came to know Swami's life, his leelas and his mission. In this way, she fulfilled the worship through literature. Yes, this is the same Sarla Tai to whom Swami has promised, whoever regularly recites my Ashtotari 3 times a day, as specified for the Sanatana Dharma morning, afternoon, and evening, without fail for 1 year, I will fulfill all his tasks. We offer our koti pranams to this unmanifest aspect of Swami, who is ever present in every atom of this universe. May he give us the intelligence to realize his divine invisible power. This is our prayer at his divine lotus feet. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. Chapter 60. Om Shri Sai Kama Krodha Dhamsine Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who destroys desire and anger. In the 21st sloka of the 16th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord is declared, Trividham narakasyedam dwaram nashanam atmanah kamakrodhas tata loba tasmad deta trayam tyajet. These 3 gates to hell are destructive of the self, lust, anger, and greed. Therefore, one should abandon these 3. The Shadrupus, or the 6 negative qualities of the human nature, pose as obstacles in the path of God realization. As long as these obstacles exist, God does not accept that person as a devotee. How will God dwell in a heart which is filled with the Shadrup? Only when we discard the negative qualities like anger, lust, desire, greed, will our mind attain peace. We will lose body consciousness, our heart will be purified, and then God will take his seat in our hearts. Here are 2 incidents which narrate how Swami destroys negative traits like anger, etc. in his devotees. The first incident is from Swami's childhood. One day, a teacher in the class realized that all the students were taking down notes except Satya Narayana. He got very angry and said, whoever is not writing may stand up. Satya stood up. The teacher asked, why are you not writing? Innocent Satya Narayana replied, I know everything that you're teaching. Then where is the need to write notes? The teacher's ego was hurt. He penalized Satya by asking him to stand up on the bench. Satya obeyed the teacher, but when the class got over, the teacher got stuck to his chair and could not get up. When another teacher came there to take the next class, he understood that this had happened due to the unreasonable punishment given to Satya. The teacher was asked to withdraw the punishment. The moment it was done, he was able to get up from the chair, his anger and ego were destroyed, and from then on, he became an ardent devotee of Swami. The second incident is from Mumbai. Swami promised a devotee that during his next visit to Mumbai, he would come to the devotee's house and oversee the study circle that was held there. But when Swami arrived in Mumbai, there was no indication from him about the visit. So the devotee asked Swami about it. She said, if I come there, everything in that area will get disrupted because the road is narrow and it is full of shops on either side. And if I come, a huge crowd will gather and this will inconvenience all of you. On hearing this, the devotee's daughter felt extremely disappointed and then she got angry too. Next moment, Swami said, daughter seems to be very angry. He turned to her and said, I will come. But do you want my presence for 2 hours or would you prefer to have me there for forever? The moment she heard this, her anger vanished and her devotion was reawakened. Who will refuse the gift of Swami's presence forever? Swami kept his word and the devotee experienced his divine presence in the house all the time. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha Arpanamastu.
Om Sri Sai Kanakambara Dharine Namaha 61. Salutations to Sri Sai, wears a golden ochre colored robe. Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba wears an ochre robe and orange pitambar. Sannyasis also wear orange garb. But there is a difference here. The sannyasis wear orange cloths as a sign of renunciation of worldly life. About himself wearing the orange robe, Sri Satya Sai says, it is only to remove the kashaya, evil feeling and bitterness from the minds of the people. I wear this kashaya. When Swami was a child, his grandfather, Sri Kondamma Raju, would visit the district place and get colorful pieces of apparel for all his grandchildren. On his return, all the children would rush to select their favorite colors. But little Sathya used to prefer to be the last one to take his pick. He got more joy in his siblings' happiness. In 1940, after the declaration of his avatarhood, Swami started wearing a white robe right until 1946. When the Kuppam family came to Puttaparthi for the Navaratri celebrations in 1946, Srimat Radhamma got colored silken robes for Swami. Swami accepted a loving offering and wore robes of different colors for the Navaratri festival. Since then, he started wearing the ochre robe. In those days, the crowds around Swami were thin, and Swami used to tell the devotees, "Today you get to meet me, talk to me easily, but a day will come when you will see me from a very long distance only as an orange dot." He also mentioned this in the letter to his brother Sri Sesham Raju in May 1947. Here is an incident from the old times, which is very enlightening. Once a lady who called herself a devotee thought that she should get an orange robe stitched for Swami. Just to fulfill her wish, Swami asked her to get him a robe. She rushed to get it stitched and offered it to Swami. But by this time, there was a change in her attitude. Ego replaced the joyful state. Swami asked me to get him a robe, he will wear it. This egoistic thought kept surfacing in her mind. In that frame of mind, she went all over Puttaparthi and started telling everyone about it. On her return to the mandir, she witnessed a startling scene. The robe offered by her was shredded into festoons and hung all over. As she had started speaking to others with an egoistic attitude, Swami had asked for a pair of scissors to have a rope cut up into festoons and pull all over. The lady understood her mistake and also realized that Swami had asked for a robe only to fulfill her wish. She fell at his feet and asked for pardon. Here is a sweet story with reference to Mother Ishwaramma. Once Swami was at Dharmakshetra, Mumbai, and was to leave for Vandarpur. Mother Ishwaramma and a few devotees were with him. Swami asked Mother Ishwaramma, "Why don't all of you go and do some sightseeing in Mumbai?" In playful anger, she exclaimed, "One needs money for that, isn't it? If you give us some, we'll be able to go." Swami tugged on the side seams of the robe and showing her that the robe did not have any pockets, he said, "Does this have pockets? From where can I give you the money?" On hearing the dialogue between the mother and son, everyone burst into laughter. Om Sri Sathya Saina Tarpanamastu. Om Sri Sai, Adbhuta Charyai Namaha 62. Salutations to Sri Sai, whose deeds are amazing. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is God incarnate, and the 7 qualities of prosperity, glory, knowledge, non-attachment, creation, sustenance, and dissolution are present in him. Just by his divine will, he performs many wondrous miracles. Years ago, once he was sitting on the sands of Chitravati with some devotees. He started drawing something with his fingers on the sand. Someone asked, "Swami, what are you drawing?" He smiled softly and said, "Soon a new mandir will be constructed. This is the plan of that mandir. From now on, not from India alone, but thousands of devotees from all over the world will come here. Lakhs of people will come. Puttaparthi will become a very famous pilgrim center." Some of the people who heard it at that time had some doubts, but today every word that Swami said has turned into reality. Swami has established temples of knowledge, temples of healing, and has provided drinking water through the water projects to thousands of people, all as a part of his glorious mission. The Chaitanya Jyoti Museum, Purna Chandra, and Sai Kulwant Halls, Hillview Stadium, the beautifully carved idols, the planetarium, the university, aren't all these wondrous creations? Bhagavan Baba has also cured many devotees of serious ailments. He has given rebirth to the dead. While being at one place in his physical body, he travels to any part of the world in his spiritual form to rescue his devotees from calamities. Let us ponder over one such wondrous deed of Swami. Once, while in Vrindavan ashram, Swami said to one of his devotees, Dr. Bhatia, "Yesterday I had gone to Kampala to save your parents from a car accident. Kampala is a town in Africa, and Dr. Bhatia's parents, who were residing there, met with a serious car accident. The car was crushed beyond repair, but both of them survived unhurt. This became possible only due to Swami's grace. And while doing so, Swami's physical form was at Vrindavan Ashram in Bangalore. Whatever Swami told Dr. Bhatia was later confirmed by his family at Kampala. Om Sri Sathya Saina Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai Apad Bhandavaya Namaha 63. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is in our calamities, comes to help like a close relative. When calamity strikes, Bhagavan Baba takes care of us even more than a close relative would. So, for all his devotees, he is Apad Bandhava. Those who have total faith in God surrender themselves completely to Him. According to their past karma, they have to encounter calamities, but at that time, God rushes to help and rescue them. Here is a story to illustrate this. A devotee of Swami named Mr. Kulkarni lived in Bangalore. In July 1964, while performing puja in his worship room, he felt giddy and fainted. Mrs. Kulkarni and a servant were in the house at that time. The servant ran to the neighbor, Mr. Risput, and informed him. Mr. Risput, along with this another neighbor, rushed to Mr. Kulkarni's house. They saw Mr. Kulkarni lying flat on the floor. So the two of them lifted him and put him on a bed. In doing so, they realized that his left side of the body was paralyzed. Mr. Risput rushed to call the doctor. When Mr. Risput returned with the doctor, he saw Mrs. Kulkarni sitting in the puja room. She was very calm and was engrossed in her prayers. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Vibhuti started falling from Swami's photograph. The doctor, meanwhile, diagnosed paralysis and started the treatment. The Vibhuti shower came continuously for 4 days. After 4 days, it stopped. But by then, Mr. Kulkarni was out of danger and within 2 months returned back to normal. What one understands from the story is Mrs. Kulkarni's total faith in Swami. She had completely surrendered to him. Through the Vibhuti, Swami showed his divine presence and pulled Mr. Kulkarni out of danger and cured him completely. Mr. Kulkarni's neighbor, Mr. Risput, had a son who was undergoing some training in Mumbai. In order to come home to Bangalore, he took leave for a few days. Before reaching Bangalore, he got off the train at Dharmavaram station and came to Puttaparthi. He took Swami's darshan and blessings and left for Dharmavaram in order to reach Bangalore. As he reached the station, the police stopped him and started asking a lot of questions. This was during the Indo-China War and the police were extra vigilant. Although they made a detailed inquiry, this young man was not afraid. Calmly, he took Swami's photo out of his pocket, showed it to the police and told them that he had gone for Swami's darshan and was returning to his hometown. The moment they heard this, they let him go and his onward journey to Bangalore was uneventful and safe. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai. Prematmane Namaha 64. Salutations to Sri Sai, whose inner reality is only love. Swami says, I am pure love. I only give bliss. And through this bliss, you get love. Innumerable devotees the world over have experienced Swami's love. It has also been scientifically proved that he constantly showers love. In July 1976, a scientist named Dr. Frank Baranowski photographed Swami with a Korean camera. This is a special camera which can capture the aura that surrounds living beings. Dr. Baranowski had conducted a lot of research on this topic and had photographed many people from different fields and stratas of society in order to study their auras. When he observed Swami's photographs, he was stunned because he had never ever come across such an aura, which was white, blue, and pink in color with streaks of gold and silver. These colors represent pure, concentrated love. Here's a story about Swami's pure love for his devotees. In 1966, a couple from a middle-class background went to Prashantinayam for Swami's darshan. Swami showered his grace and called them for an interview. During the interview, he told the lady, even if you haven't told anybody the real reason for your sorrow, I know about it. Your husband thinks you are sad because of the financial constraints, but that is not true. You are sad because you are worried about your brother. You call me your mother, father, guru, brother, and friend, isn't it? Then why do you worry? From now on, you will be free of worry. Go home happily. They returned home happy with Swami's blessings. They had a big surprise awaiting them. The reason was very unusual. This lady's brother had participated in the 1942 freedom struggle. He had got injured badly in the police lathi charge. He had been struck on his head and had fallen unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he had suffered from loss of memory. The lady was worried about the brother's condition and was especially concerned about his well-being after she would pass away. But Sai, who is the embodiment of love, gave her the assurance and removed her worry. When the couple returned home, the brother was standing in the doorway, awaiting their arrival. After a long span of 24 years, he had recovered miraculously and was a normal man. This was a gift from Premas Swarupa Sai. Sant Tukaram says, love is a gift from God. It removes body consciousness and unites us with God. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Sri Sai, Prema Murtaye Namaha. 65. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of love. Swami says, love is my form. Prema Swarupa Sai showers unconditional love on everybody with his gracious glances. During the Shirdi incarnation, many were recipients of Saina's anger. However, deep below, the anger was the only love for the devotees. In the Parthi incarnation, Sri Sathya Sai only shows love and does not get angry with anybody. Once, when someone asked Swami about this, he said, when a mother is cooking, if a child comes in the way, she gets angry. But when she is serving food, she feeds the same child very lovingly so that the child is satiated. Here's a story about Prem Swarup Sai's grace. Some years ago, the students of Puttapati school were seated for Swami's darshan. After his route in the darshan hall, Swami reached the veranda. He stopped for a moment and turned back. He came to the rows where the children were seated, stood in front of a child, and stared at him. In a stern voice, Swami asked the child, can't you go to the doctor? Why did Swami get annoyed with the child? The boy had mumps. Since the past 2 days, his cheeks were swollen and he was wincing in pain. When Swami asked this question, the child replied in innocence, Swami, when you are everything to me, why should I go to the doctor? Swami burst out laughing. He gently patted the child on his back and went away. Next day, everyone who saw the child was surprised because he looked completely normal. The swelling on his cheeks was gone and there was no pain. But when Swami came for his round of darshan, everyone saw the swelling on his cheeks. That innocent child put his burden on me with so much faith. How can I let him down? I had to free him from pain. Sant Tukaram says, wherever Hari's name is chanted, love dwells there. Love comes from God in search of his devotees. Om Sri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu.
Om Sri Sai Prema Pradaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who bestows love on all. Swami says, I don't want anything from you. If you want to give me something, only give me your love. When a pure heart overflowing with love is offered to me, my hand comes forth to receive it. Otherwise, it keeps giving all the time. It never receives. Swami also says, love is God and God is love. The real measure of an individual's spiritual progress is divine life. Love. We receive it directly from God. If we practice see good, be good, do good constantly in our lives, we can become recipients of God's love. There are many ways by which we can help the needy and the underprivileged. If we are able to see God's image in them while serving them, we will be able to experience divine love. Here's a story about a doctor from Mumbai who became a recipient of Swami's love. In February 2002, the doctor had to go to Chennai to attend a wedding ceremony. A friend of his was also invited to the same wedding. So when the doctor asked the friend to come along, the friend put a condition that he would go along only if doctor went to Puttaparthi on the way. The doctor agreed and they both reached the Prashanti Nilayam. They were seated in darshan and Swami called them for an interview on the same day itself. They went inside the interview room along with some other devotees and Swami offered a chair to the doctor's friend saying, sit on the chair, you're unable to sit on the ground, isn't it? The gentleman was surprised because he had never met Swami earlier. As gifts of grace, Swami materialized a few things for some in the room. And then he turned to the doctor and said, what do you want? Only your grace, the doctor replied. Swami smiled and inquired about his practice. The doctor said, I don't charge any fees to poor patients and I also give them free medicines. Swami seemed very satisfied with the answer. He blessed the doctor and said, Sri Siddhivinayak is watching over you with his gracious glances. The doctor's dispensary is very close to the Sri Siddhivinayak Mandir in Mumbai. Next day in darshan, from a distance, Swami looked at the doctor very lovingly, raised his hand in a blessing and walked away. While walking, he gave some instructions to the Sevadal volunteer. In a short while, the volunteer came up to the doctor, took him along with his friend to the Ganesh gate. A car was waiting there. The Sevadal volunteer took them in the car to the super specialty hospital. According to Swami's instructions, they were taken to each and every department. The doctor was very touched. He felt very grateful for experiencing Swami's love and attention, which he realized was Bhagavan's, Baba's reward to him for service to the needy. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Priyaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is dear to all. God is very dear to all devotees. The present Sri Sathya Sai avatar is very endearing to all those who worship his name and form. But at the same time, he is dear to all others too who come. The answer is provided by Swami himself. Swami says, "My life is my message." Every word and deed of his inspires his devotees. Every action of Bhagavan Baba reflects the work he has undertaken for the temporal and spiritual welfare of all mankind. As a child, he told Mother Ishwaramma, "I have come here to serve," and every word of this statement has been translated into action by this incarnation of God who has come down to earth only to grant deliverance to the entire world. Bhagwan Baba had promised Mother Ishwaramma that he would provide education, medical aid, and drinking water to the people of Puttaparthi and the surrounding villages. As a fulfillment of that promise, huge institutions imparting quality education, super specialty hospitals, and mammoth drinking water projects, all free of cost, have been gifted by Swami to lakhs of people. Along with his devotees, others too are reaping the benefits of all these projects. This shows that Swami is Loknath, and today his mission is spreading far and wide and is touching the life of each and every person. Here's an incident which narrates how Swami is enduring to all. A few years ago, a Sai devotee was traveling by train to Puttaparthi. In the train, he started talking to his co-passengers. He realized that the person sitting next to him was also going to Puttaparthi. The devotee started talking to him about Swami with a lot of enthusiasm. But there was a cold response from the co-traveler. He told the devotee, "I am not a Baba devotee like you. I am going there for treatment of my heart problem." The devotee gave him all the information about the hospital and the facilities available there. They reached Puttaparthi. The person went to the hospital and the devotee came to Prashanti Nilayam. After 1 year, the devotee went back to Prashanti Nilayam for Guru Purnima. He had darshan and heard Swami's Guru Purnima discourse. As he was walking out of Sai Kulwant Hall, somebody patted him on his back. He turned around and saw an unknown person smiling at him. As the devotee was wondering who this person was, the person said, "Don't you recognize me? Last year, we had traveled together in the same railway compartment." The devotee remembered the incident and asked, "How is your health now?" The gentleman answered, "By Swami's grace, I am fine. I got a new lease of life. Since today is Guru Purnima, I have come here with my family for the darshan of the Jagat Guru in order to seek his blessings." Just a year ago, this person was aloof and disinterested. How did he start talking about Swami with so much love and respect? How did this come about? It seems this person had been advised emergency heart surgery by the city doctors. After he got himself admitted at the super specialty hospital in Prashanti Nilayam, all the tests were conducted with the help of the latest state-of-art medical equipment. The doctors here told him that he did not need a surgery. Instead, he was advised medication, a strict diet, and daily practice of yoga. He had been following this routine regularly for 1 whole year and was now in perfect health. While he was at the super specialty hospital, he heard about Swami's life, his mission, and his glory. Throughout the year, he, along with his family, read Sai literature, and all of them became very eager to take Swami's darshan. So now, on this auspicious occasion of Guru Purnima, they were here to seek darshan of Sai, who's enduring to all. Om Shri Sathya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Bhakta Priyaya Namaha. All devotees love God and are devoted to Him. But who is a true devotee? The one whose devotion is accepted by God is a devotee. Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, "Yo me bhaktaha se me priyaha." My devotee is very dear to me. So just as God is dear to his devotees are very dear to God too. Since his birth, Bhagavan Baba has been loved by one and all. The moment he was born on this earth, Ishwaramma, Subbamma, and Lakshmamma were the first ones to have darshan. And this divine baby was very endearing to them. As a small child, he was a favorite of his older sister and he used to fulfill all his demands. As he grew a bit older, little Sathya became dear to all the needy who came to his door to ask for food and clothes. Satyanarayana, who with his playmates started the Pandri Bhajan group in Puttaparthi, was popular not only amongst his friends but also among the villagers of Puttaparthi and the surrounding villages. It was as if he had a magnetic pull. But after Bhagwan's advent on earth, the one whom we may truly call a devotee was Swami's grandfather, Sri Kondamaraju. He was Swami's first devotee because he realized Swami's divinity right from his birth. He knew that this was Satyabhama Sri Krishna, a fact alluded by Devi Satyabhama to him in a dream. Due to the manifest divine qualities of Bala Satya, he used to call him Chinna Guru, young Guru. Later, Satya's playmates also made him the Guru, and the villagers used to address him as Brahmajnani. Swami's glory began to spread in the nearby villages even prior to the declaration of his avatar. After the proclamation, the fragrance of his glory started spreading far and wide. People from faraway places started coming to Puttaparthi for the fulfillment of their desires and became devotees of their dear Bhagavan. Swami, who is dear to all his devotees, fulfills all their desires. The incident given here illustrates this. Swami was very dear to Subbamma. He had promised her that he would pour water in her mouth in her last moments. But when she laid her mortal coil, he was not in Puttaparthi. Her dead body was kept for 2 days, but the effulgence on her face had not faded. Finally, Swami reached there after 2 days and called out to her in a sweet tone, "Subbamma, I have come." And slowly, Subbamma opened her eyes. Swami held her hand in his, gave her vibhuti, and poured some water in her mouth. After partaking it, she passed away peacefully. The centenarian Sri Kondamaraju had just one desire. He wished that his dear Bhagavan should be by his side in his last moments. When he realized that the end was drawing near, he told Ishwaramma, "My end is drawing near." When Ishwaramma was about to give him the tulasi water, he stopped her and Swami arrived there at that very moment to fulfill his grandfather's last wish. He was about to pour the water in his mouth when Kondamaraju stopped him and said, "Swami, please drink some water first and then give me the remaining water." Swami acceded to the request of his dear devotee, and after partaking the teeth given by Bhagavan, Sri Kondamaraju breathed his last. Swami, who is very dear to all his devotees, accepts their heartful prayers and grants them salvation. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Bhakta Mandaraya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who, like the divine Mandara tree in the heaven, describe the Puranas, fulfills our sacred desires. On the completion of the sacred Dhyaneshwari, Sant Dhyaneshwar in his Pasayadhan requested the Lord, "May the darkness of the ignorance disappear. May the world see the light of righteousness. Let the auspicious desires of all living beings be fulfilled." This prayer of Sant Dhyaneshwar was accepted by God and he incarnated on earth in Sai's form to fulfill the auspicious desires of all living beings in the world. Swami says, yoga means the acquisition of something desirable and kshema means the preservation of what is thus acquired. The discipline by which you can preserve this is Ananya Chintan, exclusive meditation on the Lord. That will cleanse the mind and it will make you into a bhakta. Swami also says, a devotee is one who talks about God, sings about God, only sees God, spends all his time with God. Bhagwan Baba has incarnated on earth to fulfill the auspicious desires of his devotees and to look after their welfare. He is like the Kalpadruma, wish-fulfilling tree to his devotees. When little Sathya was in school, he used to put his hand inside the school bag and manifest peppermints pencils and give them to his playmates. Later, from the tamarind tree on the hillside, he gave a lot of desired things to his devotees, and this tree came to be known as wish-fulfilling tree. This was then an instrument. The real Kalpataru is Bhagavan Baba, who fulfills the desires of his devotees. When Ishwarama heard about the stories from the Shirdi incarnation, she realized that other than 3 to 4 villages near Shirdi, Sai had not visited any other place. So she asked Baba, Swami, you are an incarnation of Shirdi Sai, and he did not go anywhere beyond Shirdi. Then why do you go everywhere? The purpose of asking this question was merely because she could not bear the separation from Swami even a few moments. On hearing this, Swami laughed and replied, how can I not go anywhere and stay in Puttaparthi alone? Wherever my devotees are and by whichever name they call me, I have to visit those places in order to bless them. I have to do this. This is why I have taken birth. Innumerable devotees of Swami have experienced the truth of the statement of his. Whoever calls out to him with pure heart, he rushes there to help and serve and save the devotee, whether worldly or spiritual. He fulfills all the auspicious desires of all his devotees. As Sant Dhyaneshwar has said, Swami is verily an all-pervading paradise of fulfillment. Om Shri Sathya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Bhaktajana Hrudaya Viharaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who sports and revels in the hearts of devotees. Sri Madhavacharya has said, devotion is love for God. Those who accept God to be their true friend and love him wholeheartedly are devotees. In the sacred book, Viveka Chudamani, it is declared devotion is Swarupa Darshan, to realize one's higher self as God. And God likes to revel and sport in the hearts of such devotees. Lord Sri Krishna is the best example of God who revels and sports in the hearts of devotees. We all know about his Rasa Krida with the Gopikas of Gokul. During the Rasa Krida, every Gopika used to feel that Sri Krishna was sporting with her alone, in spite of the fact that there were numerous Gopikas and just one Sri Krishna. This Leela would take place, and the only explanation is that Lord used to rebel and sport as the self in the pure hearts of Gopikas. Once long ago, Swami was in the mood to sport with his devotees. There were a few around him. He said to them, we will adorn me with a tulsi garland today, which will reach right up to my feet. All the devotees rushed to the garden nearby and brought tulsi leaf. Each one estimated the length and started stringing the garland. To their surprise, Swami also started stringing one. When all the tulsi garlands were ready, Swami led each devotee garland him turn by turn, but none of the garlands reached up to his feet. The only garland which reached his feet was the one made by Swami himself. Everyone was overjoyed at this Leela. Then Swami collected all the garlands and rolled them into a ball. He asked everyone to form a circle and started throwing the ball at each one. Slowly, he increased the speed to such an extent that each one felt as if Swami was throwing the ball only to him. The bliss that Hridaya Vihari Swami gave all of them is quite beyond description. Om Shri Sathya Sai Natha Arpanamastu.
Om Shri Sai Ram, Nama 71. Bhaktajana Hridaya Alayaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who makes the art of the devotee a sacred abode for himself. Bhagavan Sri Krishna has declared, I have instilled myself in the art of every living being. So God himself has chosen the heart as his abode. Swami says the spiritual art is quite different from the physical heart, which of course is a vital organ of the body. In spiritual terms, the heart is eternal and unchanging, the one Who realizes this principle attains all types of knowledge. Real freedom is contained in this realization. Here is a story from the Shirdi incarnation which tells us how God is the indweller of the devotee's heart. Sri Dada Sahib Kapade was an ardent devotee of Sainath. He used to visit Shirdi quite frequently. Once Sainath kept Dada Sahib with him for a long time to protect him from being arrested by the police during the British Raj. Sri Madhavrao Deshpande was another ardent devotee of Sainath. He used to call Sainath Deva and Sainath used to call him Shama. On 8 December 1911, Sri Dada Sahib Kapade had a very unusual experience. He went to Madhavrao's house and found Madhavrao fast asleep. But every time he inhaled and exhaled with each breath, the sound Sainath Maharaj could be heard from his mouth. The sound was quite clear and could be heard from quite a distance. This shows that Madhavrao had crossed the 4 steps of devotion. Samipata, closeness to God, Sarupata, that to see God in all, Salokhata, to concentrate on Him, and Sayujyata, to merge in God. Swami says Bhakti, devotion leads to Shakti, power, and Shakti leads to Yukti, that is skill. The Yukti helps you fix your Rakti, attachment, on the proper objects, and your bhakti thus prompted finally results in mukti, that is liberation. One day Swami told a devotee, I will come to your house. The devotee got very excited and gave his address to Swami. Swami asked for the address once more. The devotee repeated it. Swami said, this is not your house. It is a rented place. Your body is your house and I am ever present there. But due to illusion, you are unaware of it. Remove the Maya and experience my presence. Every purified heart is a Prashanti Naya and Bhagavan Baba dwells there in all his glory. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 72, Bhakta Paradhinaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is bound by the devotion of the devotees. Bhagavan Shri Krishna says, Pujeshwa Anurago Bhakti Iti. The love towards those who are worthy of worship is devotion. Bhagavan Baba says there are 2 types of bhakti. One is Sahaja Bhakti and the other is Vishesha Bhakti. Sahaja Bhakti is satisfied with worship, bhajan, namasmaranam, vrata, pilgrimage, etc. Vishesha Bhakti craves for purity of character, suppression of impulses, practice of compassion, love, peace, non-violence, and inquiry. While treating the path of devotion, the Navavida Bhakti, or the 9 forms of adoration, are Shravanam, listens to God's glory, Kirtanam, sing God's glory, Vishnu Smaranam, to chant God's name, Padasevanam, to worship God's lotus feet, Vandanam, to bow down to God, Archanam, to offer worship to God, Dasyam, to serve God, Sneham, to love God as a friend, Atmanivedam, totally surrender to God. Atmanivedam is ultimate form because God gets bound by the devotion of a devotee who has completely surrendered to him. We find innumerable examples of Bhakta Paradhinata, to name a few. Sri Krishna ate the parched rice offered to him by his poor friend Sudama. He ate granules of rice at Vidura's place and weaved cloth for Kabir. Lord Vitala washed clothes for Janabai and served Sant Eknath as a servant named Sri Kandya. When Swami was residing at the old mandir, there was an aged lady devotee named Sakama. She could not bear separate from him. She was very concerned that Swami should have his meals on time. She would fear that his health could get affected. If he went out in the bright afternoon sun, consequently she would follow him wherever he went. But it was impossible for her to bind this mischievous god to one place. Whenever Swami was missing, she would go all over the village in search of him, walking with the support of a stick. Finally, after getting tired, she would return only to find Swami resting in his room. On seeing him taking rest, she used to feel at ease. Baba used to pretend that he was resting only to please Sakama. The moment she turned her back, he would vanish someplace. During the same time, there was another lady devotee named Yadalama Subhamma who used to come for Swami's darshan. In those days, the journey was not easy. She used to come there by taking any means of transport that was available and would bring moong dal dosas and chutney for Swami. The dosa were prepared in the morning. The moment she saw her, Swami would ask for the bag and would happily partake of the cold dosas and chutney, and Yadalam Subhamma used to ride on waves of bliss. Many others used to bring several sweet delicacies, but Swami used to ignore them and preferred to have the cold dosa and chutney brought by his dear devotee. Isn't this the best example of how God is bound by the love of his devotee? Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 73. Bhakti Jnana Pradipaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who kindles wisdom and devotion. Bhagavan Baba has shown us that the 3 paths that lead to liberation, that is work, worship, wisdom, are interrelated. Bhagavan says, let all your work be based on wisdom. Let your bhakti be permeated with humility, love, compassion, and non-violence. Karma is like a passenger train which moves slowly. When you mix bhakti with it, it picks up speed and moves like an express train. Karma and bhakti together develop the knowledge of the true self and enables you to start the real journey towards your inner self. Here is a story from Sai Shirdi Incarnation. On 4/3/1912, Mrs. Lakshmibai Kapade, an ardent devotee of Swami Sainath, went to Dwaraka Mai in the afternoon with a food platter to offer Naivedyam. Usually at noon, Sainath did not give permission to ladies to enter Dwaraka Mai, but he did not stop Lakshmibai and even partook the Naivedyam lovingly. After the meal, Sainath took his seat and purposely stretched his legs. On seeing this, Lakshmibai was very happy and she started massaging them. Everything seemed fine up to now, but later something unusual happened. Sainath held Lakshmibai's hands, which were massaging his legs, and started pressing them with his own hands. On seeing this, Madhava Deshpande remarked, "Deva, what a remarkable sight we are seeing. We are witnessing the actual expression of love between God and his devotee. This is wondrous." Sainath was very pleased with Lakshmibai's attitude of seva and he worshipped in her ear. "Keep chanting Raja Ram constantly." Sainath, who normally did not give a mantra to anybody, being pleased with Lakshmibai's devotion, lit the lamp of wisdom in her heart in order to guide her on the path of liberation. Here is a story from the life of the present Sri Sathya Avatar. According to the Hindu calendar, every 4 years there is an Adhik Masa, that is an additional month. This period considered very auspicious because it is very dear to God. Dear to God is also known as Purushottama Masa. There is a custom that during this month an Akhanda Deepa, lamp that burns continuously, is lit and kept burning in front of God's idol, and the lamp is also offered to him in the name of Purushottama. Once a devotee of Swami was traveling to Puttaparthi for Bhagavan's darshan. During this month, his wife gave him a silver lamp and asked him to offer her pranams and gave it to Swami. The devotee went to Baba, offered him pranams and took the lamp out to give it to him. Swami asked, "What is this?" The devotee replied, "This is a lamp offered to you by my wife on the occasion of Purushottama Mass." Swami accepted the lamp but did not seem very pleased about it. He said, "Tell her there is no need for these extra rituals. She has an eternal flame of devotion in her heart. Let her always keep that burning bright." The couple remembered this instruction always and reverentially followed it through their lives. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 74. Bhakti Jnana Pradaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who confers wisdom and devotion on us. Bhagavan Baba has said, Vedas declare there are 3 types of bhakti: Bhautika, Ekanta, and Ananya. Bhautika bhakti is connected with Jada, the physical. If one is immersed in meditation and idols, all the experiences arise out of body, mind, and intellect, and they are transient. The body has to perish one day, and so the experiences also perish. However, this type of bhakti is necessary for the first stage. Traveling on this path, we should slowly march towards the second stage of Ekanta Bhakti. This bhakti means dedication to one idol or form and experiencing mental vision of that form exclusively in privacy. Ekanta Bhakti is a subtle state achieved by effective control of the mind and experiencing oneself as Antaratma. In case of Ekanta Bhakti, the mind is dissolved and is in a still state. One develops a feeling that God is everywhere and in every being. And lastly, Bhakti without any other thought or feeling is Ananya Bhakti. It is pointed devotion to God involving total surrender. Swami also says, Bhakti is not a temporary state. It is an unbroken contemplation of God without any interposing thought or feeling, a sadhana to be undertaken constantly. Earlier, during Guru Purnima and Vaikunta Ekadasi, Bhagavan Baba used to give Amrit to his devotees. All the devotees used to sit in rows in a disciplined manner, and Swami used to move among them and give Amrit, which manifested from his divine lotus hands. After the devotees, it was given to the Sevadal volunteers. 1 year after distributing Amrit to everyone, Swami was leaving for his residence on the first floor. A lady devotee named Sharadamma came up to him. She was blessed with darshan and nearness to both Shirdi and Parthi Sai and said, Swami, I did not get Amrit. Shall I sit here? He gave her permission to sit. Baba put a drop of nectar in her mouth with the silver spoon from the vessel in his hand. But she said, Swami, not even a drop has entered the mouth. Baba said, second chance. And he stirred up the spoon in the silver vessel thrice, and in no time the entire vessel was filled with Amrit. Swami put some in her mouth and then gave it to all students. The same Sharadama once asked Baba, Swami, it is said that one attains immortality on partaking nectar, but I have seen several people who have passed away in spite of partaking Amrit given by you. Why is it so? Swami replied, I do not give Amrit to grant physical immortality. I give it to bestow wisdom, health, devotion, and good qualities. Bhagwan Baba bestows devotion and knowledge upon us. Let us pray at his lotus feet that we may have ability to accept this grace. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 75. Sujnana Marka Darshakaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai who shows the path of attains the right knowledge. Swami says that the knowledge that comes from the intellect is gained through the combination of the senses and the mind. But the enlightening knowledge from Atman is absolute, real, and grants liberation. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is our Sadguru and leads us on the path to highest wisdom. He is a Loka Guru, Guru of masses, and also a Vyakti Guru, Guru for individuals. As a part of his avatarik mission, he has started a magazine called Sanatana Sarathi. Through this magazine, Bhagavan Baba guides the sadhakas. The devotees are able to gain insight into right knowledge through his divine discourses, which are published in this magazine. In addition to this, when Bhagavan Baba calls devotees for interview, he gives them instruction through various examples and short stories. He also individually guides them, solves their problems, and brings about transformation in their personalities. There is a well-known story about a naked sadhu of Puttaparthi. This sadhu observed silence and being lame went around in a palanquin completely naked. At that time, around the year 1941, Swami was staying at Subbamma and Karnama's house. When the palanquin was brought in front of their house, everyone was very curious to see Swami's reaction. Bhagavan very calmly came out carrying a towel in his hand. He gave it to the sadhu and told him, since you stay naked all the time, I assume that you have served all your ties with society. Then why do you live in society? Why do you have disciples? If you are greedy for fame, why do you give the impression to others that you are desireless? On hearing this, the sadhu was ashamed. Swami continued, one who is engaged in namasmaranam, God will never keep him hungry. Go to some place and stay in solitude. Wherever you are, I will provide you with food and shelter. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 76. Om Shri Sai Jnana Swarupaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is wisdom personified. This happened a long time ago. One day, Mother Ishwarama came to Bhagavan Baba and said, Swami, our small Puttaparthi village has no school. All the children have to walk many miles to get to school. I know you are an ocean of compassion, so please construct a school for these children here in Puttaparthi. Mother Ishwarama did not stop at this. She gave some land for the purpose, which belonged to her, and Swami constructed a school. Jnana Swarupa Sai thus planted a small sapling of the tree of knowledge. Slowly, this sapling grew into a huge tree. A bigger school was established in Puttaparthi. A ladies' college was started at Anantapur, and colleges were also established at Puttaparthi, Whitefield, Jaipur, and Bhopal. By and by, Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning was established on 22nd November 1981. This is a one and only university which has integrated value education with academics. All this was made possible because Bhagavan himself is wisdom personified. He personally pays attention to each detail and ensures that all those who receive academic education also benefit from value education. Prior to this, Bhagavan Baba had established a Veda Pathashala to teach the Vedas to young children. As a part of his mission to restore Vedic knowledge, in 1965, for the first time, he conducted the Upanayam ceremony of over 400 boys and initiated them into the Gayatri Mantra. He also taught them the holy Vedic Vakyas, Devo Baba, Pitru Devo Baba. A few years ago, Bhagavan Baba asked a devotee from Shimoga, do you follow Sandhya Vandanam regularly? Sandhya Vandana is chanting of Vedic mantras thrice a day. The devotee bent his head in shame because although he had been regular in it earlier, recently there had been a lapse of his part. Swami told him, doesn't matter, there is still time, but from now on you must do it regularly. On returning home, the devotee started following the Sandhya Vandana regularly. He also started performing Abhisheka on the Shivalingam at home, formerly a regular practice which he had discontinued. In a few days, he noticed that the colorless Shivalingam was now seen as Swarnalingam, that is gold lingam, and he could also see Bhagavan Baba's image in it. In this way, Bhagavan Baba bestowed devotion and wisdom on his devotee. May he shower the same on all of us. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 77. Om Shri Sai Gita Bhotakaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai who teaches us the Bhagavad Gita. In the Varaha Purana, the glory of Bhagavad Gita has been described by Lord Krishna as follows. Gita me parama vidya brahma rupa na sanchayaha ardhamatra kshara nitya swani yachya padatmika. The Gita is my supreme Vidya. It is verified the form of Brahman. It is the eternal half syllable, the dot on the Om, everlasting, the ineffable essence of the self. Further, it is said, Chidanandhen Rupena Prokta Swamyukta Rojuna Vedatrayi Paramanda Tatwata Jnana Samyuta, spoken by Krishna, consciousness and bliss incarnate to Arjuna. It is the three Vedas, the ultimate bliss and full of knowledge of the Tattvas, that is essentials. When Arjuna lost his courage on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, Bhagavan Shri Krishna himself narrated the Bhagavad Gita to motivate him. We are extremely fortunate that Bhagavan Shri Krishna, Sai Krishna, who is the Sanatana Sarathi, is himself explaining the Bhagavad Gita to us. On 16 February 1958, Swami started a magazine named Sanatana Sarathi. Sanatana means eternal and Sarathi is a charioteer. Just as Bhagavan Shri Krishna was a charioteer of Arjuna's chariot, Sai Krishna is incarnated today to establish Sathya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema and Ahimsa in each and everyone's consciousness, and he is a charioteer who is guiding us from within. Swami says, each one's art is a Dharma Kshetra as well as Kurukshetra. It is a field where a man can redeem himself through his good karma. If he turns it into Dharma Kshetra, he can cross over the ocean of life easily. If it becomes Adharma Kshetra, he gets destroyed. The first sloka of the Bhagavad Gita teaches us the same thing. In the Kurukshetra, which is Dharma Kshetra also, what are the Mamakaha, mine, and the Pandavaha, the sacred white-skinned people, doing their Mamakaha, mine, signifies ego, selfishness, tamasic and rajasic qualities. Pandavaha signifies a white-skinned people imbued with the Sattva Guna. All beings are inward in this battle. By God's grace, those who are stabilized in Sattva Guna will achieve victory. They will always remain worthy of God's grace. This is what the Gita teaches us. This incident took place quite a few years ago. Sri Panduranga Dikshit was an ardent devotee of Swami. His daughter Jyotsna was studying for BA with Sanskrit as a subject. Swami asked her, what is the essence of the Gita? She gave a correct answer based on the syllabus. On hearing it, Swami said, all this is true, but the essence of Gita is quite different. It is Dharma. Dharma is not religion, but man's innate duty. Swami also says the first word of the Gita is Dharma, that is duty, and the last word is Mama, my. So the entire Bhagavad Gita teaches about my duty, each one's duty. Word Gita, Dharma. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 78. Om Shri Sai Jnana Siddhidhaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai who grants the achievement of wisdom. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord had spoken about Avyabhichari Bhakti. When a devotee's mind gets totally fixed on God and does not wander towards any object of the material world, the devotion is called Abhibichari Bhakti. To such a devotee who has surrendered completely, God bestows Atma Jnana, that is knowledge of the self. During the Shirdi avatar, there were a few chosen devotees whom Sainath had graced with Atma Jnana. Among these were Malsapati, Madhavrao Deshpande or Shama, and Srimati Lakshmibai Kapade. Malsapati was a priest of the Kandoba Mandir who led the life of a sannyasi. When Sai first came to Shirdi, Malsapati had welcomed him, saying, Avo Sai, welcome God, and was the first one to be blessed with this darshan. It is a well-known fact that the sound of Krishna used to emanate from the hair of the Gopikas. Madhavrao Deshpande or Shama had achieved the same oneness with Sainath. Some devotees heard the word Sainath Maharaj with every breath of this, even while he was sleeping. Such a worthy sadhak was blessed by Sainath with Atma Jnana. Srimati Lakshmibai Kapade was just a housewife, but she served Sainath selflessly, and she also used to give food and shelter to poor, promising students. Sainath was very pleased with her meritorious seva, and he gave her the Guru Mantra Raja Ram, Raja Ram. Besides, 10 years after his Mahasamadhi, he blessed Lakshmi Bai with darshan just prior to her death. The present Sri Sathya Sai Avatar also leads his devotees towards self-realization. The names of grandfather Kondamar Raju, Srimati Subbamma, class teacher Sri Mehboob can't come to mind. But there is one more devotee who stands out, Indra Devi. She was born Russian, worked in the USA, and had an Indian name. She was an excellent yoga teacher. When Indra Devi came in contact with Swami, he increased the level of spiritual knowledge along with the yogic knowledge. He gave her a pearl rosary and a mantra for chanting. He not only materialized Vibhuti for her, but also manifested an Akshaya Vibhuti Patra, a vessel which has an unending supply of Vibhuti for her. And the ultimate gift of grace was that he blessed her with the power which she could help people facing calamities. Here is a most extraordinary example. Without doubt, she herself attained self-realization with Swami's blessing. Om Shri Satya Sai Natha Arpanamastu. Nama 79. Om Shri Sai Sundara Rupaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who has charming form. On 23rd November 1926, in the wee hours of morning, amidst the reverberating auspicious sounds of the musical instruments playing on their own, God himself incarnated in a remote village of Puttaparthi in Andhra Pradesh. His radiantly beautiful face with attractive features, dusky glowing skin and curly hair delighted everyone. He had a mole on his left cheek, as if to ward off the evil eye. This enchanting, beautiful babe filled Mother Ishwarama, grandmother Lakshmama, and neighbor Subhamma's life with bliss. Since he was born as blessing after the mother had partaken the Satyanarayana Vrata Prasad, he was named Satyanarayana. Everyone started calling this darling babe Sathya. Like the waxing moon of the Shukla Paksha, the baby was growing more beautiful each day. On seeing his enchanting form, Mother Ishwarama was reminded of Bala Krishna of Gokul. As the child grew a little older, he started drawing horizontal lines of Vibhuti on his own forehead. He would insist that his older sister should do this for him. Everyone was enchanted by his charming looks and ways. When he turned 6, the favorite grandchild of grandfather Kondamaraju started taking part in plays organized by his grandfather's drama company. His unusual beauty, sweet melodious voice, and dancing skill used to make the audience feel as though Sri Rama and Sri Krishna had appeared once again on earth. Once, when a program was organized to collect school funds, Satyanarayana enacted the role of the well-known dancer Rishindramani so perfectly that none realized that this was not a performing. After Sri Satyanarayana proclaimed his avatarhood and declared that I am Sai Baba, many devotees began to throng Puttaparthi and several festivals started being celebrated there. In the procession during Navaratri, Bhagavan Baba's form looked very beautiful and divine. Earlier, during the procession of Ramanavami too, Balasatya's playmates used to dress him up as Sri Rama because of his charming form and divine qualities. During the Navaratri festival, Swami's form used to seem especially divine and attractive. In 1946, the devotees decided to take Swami in a procession in a beautifully decorated palanquin, and Swami acceded to their wish. At the time, the devotees saw him on different days as an indescribable glowing Meenakshi of Madurai, Vishalakshi of Kashi, Kamakshi of Kanchi. Sometimes he was seen as a Shiva Shakti avatar. Those who were blessed with this resplendent darshan were verily fortunate souls. It has been an old tradition for devotees to sing songs and stotras describing the exquisite beauty of God. From ancient days, the sages and the saints have been describing this divine beauty. In the Rama Raksha Stotram, while describing the beauty of Prabhu Ramachandra, Buddha Kaushika Rishi says, one should meditate on the beautiful Sri Rama, whose hands are adorned with a bow, who is seated in a lotus pose, wearing a yellow silken garment, whose eyes are competing with fresh lotus petals, the one who is blissful and his eyes are set on the lotus face of Sita, who is seated on his left thigh, whose skin is lustrous like the dark rain filled clouds, and who is adorned with various precious jewels, and whose head is crowned with a halo of shining curly hair. Let us meditate on this charming Sri Rama. While describing the beautiful form of Panduranga, Sant Dhyaneshwar sings, just like the luster emitting forth from innumerable precious gems, the effulgent glow on Panduranga's divine skin is spreading in all directions. That effulgence and its immeasurable beauty cannot be described in words. Similarly, God's beauty has been described by a number of devotees in many ways. In the Kakada Arati, early morning Arati of Shri Sainath, it is said, I perform your Kakada Arati early in the morning. O Sainath, accept the Lagu Seva, small service of this child of yours, and bless me with a vision of your Chinmaya Rupa, all-knowing effulgent form. In the Sri Sathya Sai Suprabhadam, it is said, Deshankata Rakata Buddhastava Divyamurti Sandarshana Birati Samyuta Chitta Vritya. The intellectuals from several countries have come here to seek your darshan. They are earning to see your divine form. In the Sri Sathya Sai Ramakaksha Stotram, Bhagavan Baba has been described as one should meditate on the beautiful Sai Rama, the embodiment of love. His face, sweet with a smile, framed in the halo of his curly hair, wearing an orange silken garment, with his eyes competing with fresh lotus petals, who is gracious, the distributor of the divine vibhuti, created from his hands for the benefit of the people, calm and peaceful, seated on a lion throne with raised hand bestowing boons. The description of this beautiful form makes the devotees experience waves of bliss, giving them the divine ambrosial Sai Darshan within. What happens due to this beautiful darshan? Swami himself has told devotees about benefits of a darshan. When Bhagavan Baba comes to the darshan hall amidst Veda chanting, all the devotees, Baba says, should focus on his beautiful divine form with undivided attention. None should leave their place in darshan grounds before he leaves for his residence, for otherwise they are deprived of the divine energy that emits from him during darshan. A well-known scientist, Dr. Frank Baronovsky, once photographed Swami with a Kirlian camera and saw that Swami was surrounded by a wide white, pink, and blue aura, which also had gold and silver stripes. All these colors of the aura are known to represent pure love. Dr. Baronovsky was stunned to see this phenomenon, as he had never seen such an aura before. Sri Sathya Sai's darshan bathes the devotees in the rays of love, peace, and bliss, and it is a soul-stirring experience for one and all. Darshanam Papanashanam. Darshan of a divine being has the power to destroy all our sins. This description matches perfectly with the darshan of the charming form of Sri Sathya Sai, which has the power to destroy our sins and bad tendencies. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 80. Om Shri Sai Punya Purushaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the embodiment of purity. Bhagavan Baba is the embodiment of purity and is always engrossed in promoting sacredness in his devotees too. Swami says purity should be practiced in 3 ways: purity in thoughts, purity in speech, and purity in deeds. Once a person attains these 3 types of purity, he becomes worthy of my love. It is possible to achieve this purity through constant namasmarana and serving all beings as forms of God. Let us observe the story which shows how Swami showers his love on those devotees who have attained purity. Swami's biographer, Sri N. Kasturi's mother Janaki Amma, was an ardent devotee of Swami. Though through each action of hers, one could see that she was a recipient of God's grace. Swami had fully bestowed his grace upon her. One day, Janaki Amma said to Baba, Swami, in my last moments, will I receive the holy teeth from your sacred lotus hands? Will I attain liberation? Swami said, yes, it will be so. As Janaki Amma's end drew near, Swami was at Bangalore, but he had promised the sacred soul a boon, and it had happened so. From Swami's photograph, which was on a wall next to her bedside, teeth started flowing. Janaki Amma partook it thrice and peacefully attained moksha. The second story is about a lady living in a city who was constantly engaged in namasmarana. In accordance with Swami's teaching, she was also involved in seva work. She was now advanced in age. Once while in Pashanti Nilayam, she said to Swami, I am old now, yet I am sacred of death. Baba replied, don't be scared. I'll be with you till the last moment. Then this is my promise. In due time, the old lady and old lady's end neared and she passed away. Due to the promise given by Swami, the burden on her mind had been removed. But the rest of her family members were curious to know how Swami was going to fulfill his promise of being with her until the end. How was anyone to understand this? A hearse was brought to take away the dead body on its last journey. As the body was placed inside the earth, they saw a picture of Swami inside with a smiling face and the Abhaya Hasta raised in blessing. It was as if Swami was telling her, I will be with you till the end. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 81. Om Shri Sai Balapradaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who dispenses fruits of merit acquired by good deeds or acts. Here is a story about how Bhagavan Baba instantly grants a reward for our good karma. In 1968, Bhagavan Baba paid a visit to East Africa. At the time, a gentleman there heard about him for the first time, but it did not occur to him to take Swami's darshan. Not just this, but even when his wife wanted to attend one of the programs and he went to leave her there, he came away without entering the venue. During this time, a close friend of his told him, only by Swami's grace, my diabetes was cured. On hearing this, he had a change of heart and started getting the urge to seek Swami's darshan. But he was told that Bhagavan Baba was returning back to India on the very same day. He thought of going to the airport to seek darshan, and since time was short, he got into his car and drove fast in order to reach in time. But the airport was about 40 kilometers from his house. After having driven halfway, he saw a motorcade of cars coming from the opposite direction. He saw someone he knew in the group. He stopped the person and asked him, are you returning from the airport? The person replied, Bhagavan Baba just left for India. So we bade him goodbye and are returning back. Although he was terribly disappointed on hearing this, something within urged him to go on to the airport and he drove at a faster speed. On the way, he started praying earnestly to Swami, you came very close to my house, but I did not seek your darshan. Now I have realized your glory and I am yearning to see you. If I have performed any meritorious deed, please let me have your darshan. As the prayer ended, he reached the airport. Before entering the premises, he bent his head down, reverentially touched the gate with his head and went inside. As he walked ahead, he saw a plane landing on the runway. The door was open and wonder of wonders, Bhagavan Baba was standing in the doorway. He could not contain his happiness and tears of joy started rolling down his cheeks. He said, Bhagavan, from this moment my heart will have only your image. How did this come about? After the flight took off, the plane developed a technical snag, so it was brought back. Within few minutes, the snag was rectified and Bhagavan Baba left. Every devotee will agree that it was only the omniscient Swami's Leela. Swami returned only in response to the prayer of his pure-hearted devotee to give him darshan and reward him for his meritorious acts. Swami says, karma is a seed which is bound to grow into a tree and reap its fruits. But if the seed is roasted in the fire of non-attachment, it is rendered fruitless and frees man from the bondage of sorrow and pain. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 82. Om Shri Sai Purushottama Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the Supreme Person. Yamakshara Mate Toham Aksharadapi Chotamaha Atosmi Lok Vecha Pratitaha Purushottamaha. As I transcend the perishable, I am even higher than the imperishable. Therefore, I am declared as the Purushottama, the Supreme Person in the world and in the Vedas. Here is a story which narrates how Sri Sai Purushottama showered his grace on an innocent farmer. This farmer named Ratudhan Gadvi lived in a village called Makwana in Gujarat. He was simple by nature and found it hard to make both ends meet. Due to the famine, all the farmers in that area, including Ratudhan, were undergoing a lot of difficulties. There were no fodder for the cattle and the conditions were really adverse. To find a way out of the situation, he decided to consult a relative to office by the name Gulab Das Barot and traveled to a village called Limodi near Rajkot to meet Gulab Das. Gulab Das Barot was a devotee of Swami. In fact, a science center was established in his house and activities such as bhajans and Naga Sangeetanam were conducted there regularly. On hearing Ratun Das' sad story, Gulabda suggested a remedy. He suggested that Ratudan should pray to Swami from his heart and then sprinkle Vibhuti all over his form. Ratudan, once a robber, somehow was unable to believe that Swami is God because Swami's physical form did not match with the image of Sri Krishna and that was installed in his heart. But since he was desperate, he did as he was told. And wonder of wonders, that year there was plenty of rain and he reaped a very good harvest. Ratudan gathered up courage and traveled all the way to Puttaparthi to offer his gratitude to Swami. Baba called him for an interview. During the interview, he asked Ratudan, "You have been telling everyone that a person with this type of hair cannot be my Muralidhar Sri Krishna, isn't it?" Ratudan said, "Yes, Baba." Swami told him, "Look here," and lo and behold, that a very moment he saw Swami's form changing into Muralidhar Sri Krishna with tearful eyes. Ratudan fell at Swami's feet and said, "Baba, please forgive me, please grant me devotion." To which Swami answered, "I did not give you this darshan for devotion, but I have given it so that it will bring about complete transformation in you. Are you going to quit your earlier business completely or not?" Ratudan asked. "Which one?" Swami said. "Tell me the truth. Were you not a dacoit, looting and killing people?" Repenting for his past deeds, Ratudan once again fell at Swami's feet. Baba gave him vibhuti and sent him away. As Ratudan walked out of the interview room, he was a completely transformed person. Later, a Sri Sathya Sai Center was established in his house. There is another story about an Australian lady devotee of Swami. In the interview room, she photographed Swami with his permission. After returning home, she developed the film, was astonished to see in that photograph Swami as Purushottama Sri Krishna. The Lord says, "Yo Mamevama samudho janati purushotamam sa sarva vidbhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata." He who undiluted thus knows me, the Supreme Purusha, he all knowing worships me with this whole being, O Bharat. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 83. Om Shri Sai Purana Purushaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who is the most ancient supreme person. Bhagavan Baba says, "There was no one to know who I am till I created the world for my pleasure with one word, with the divine sankalpa. Ekoham Bahushyam." The one became many and this universe came into existence. Once somebody put a few questions to Purana Purusha Bhagavan Baba. Question: Swami, it seems many noble souls and yogis are still doing penance in the Himalayas. Is this true? Swami: Yes, there are many of them. Then why don't they come to Swami? Won't they miss the opportunity of seeing God in human form? I'm always with them, and Swami says, "I'm always with them and protecting them." These noble souls and yogis don't need my physical presence because they are aware of my inner presence in their hearts. Question: Did you save the life of a yogi from drowning near the Vasishta case while he was in a deep meditative state? Swami: Yes, this is just one example. When Devara Baba, who is over 450 years old, or Baba Ji, who is 1,000 years old, seek Swami's darshan and earn for his blessings, we are convinced about the fact that Bhagavan Baba is Purana Purusha. In 1961, Bhagavan Baba went on a pilgrimage to Badrinath with a few chosen devotees. One evening, he called for all the lady devotees from the group and asked them to start preparing a meal. In a short time, puris, vegetable, and shira were prepared. At night, the meal was laid out on a table, and within a short time, many seers and yogis arrived there from the Himalayan caves to seek prasad and receive dakshina at the divine hands of Purana Purusha Bhagavan Baba, and waited in a long queue for this purpose. No one had been informed about this earlier in any way, but all of them came on their own to receive Bhagavan Baba's blessings. There were almost 500 in number, and the important fact to note here is that none of them had earlier received darshan of Swami's physical form. Yet they all arrived there as they were in close contact with his Divya Swarupa, that is divine form. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 84. Om Shri Sai Atitaya Namaha. Salutations to Sai, whose glory is transcendental. Bhagavan Baba says, "Do not try to measure or understand me. I am beyond your comprehension." Here is a story which tells us how Swami and his Leelas are beyond human comprehension. A person who hailed from Burma, now Myanmar, a yogi by the name Krishnadas, was doing penance in the Himalayas as for many years. He was meditating upon Lord Vishnu. A long time elapsed as reward for his sadhana. One day he heard a divine voice telling telling him, I have incarnated at Puttapati in Andhra Pradesh. Come for my darshan as soon as possible. Krishnadas could not contain his joy. Immediately he left for Puttapati. He never wore any clothing most of the time. And if he had to move in city, which was on a very rare occasions, he would cover himself with a loin cloth. When he reached Puttapati, Swami sent a lungi and shawl for him along with a message that he should wear it and come for darshan. Swami called him for an interview and gave him darshan in the form of Lord Vishnu. He also gave him a photograph of himself. As Krishnadas was taking Swami's leave, he told him, now there are no need for you to go back to the Himalayas. Go and stay at Chal in Maharashtra. According to Swami's instruction, Krishnadas traveled to Mumbai and visited several temples to seek darshan. He did not know the exact location of Chal, so he got a map of Maharashtra, got the details, and reached Chal. During the interview, Swami had foretold the chain of events that were going to unfold once Krishnadas reached Chal. Everything happened exactly as Swami had spoken. A few people came to him and said, will you take charge of and become a priest of a temple here? When Krishnadas asked them, temple of which deity? They replied that it was a temple of Lord Dattatreya. Since Swami had already instructed him about this, they accepted the responsibility and started living in the temple. The Dattatreya Mandir was situated on top of a mountain with peaceful surroundings. Krishnadas carried out these duties as a priest and in the remaining time pursued his sadhana. Krishnadas installed photograph of Shri Sai and Sri Sathya Sai in the temple. He had kept a small container for Vibhuti in front of Swami's photographs. In no time, it was filled with Vibhuti. He had with him an ordinary vessel for food. The exact amount of food required by him used to appear in that vessel. Krishnadas was basically a small eater, so he did not require much food. But in order that he should not waste time in cooking, Swami turned the ordinary vessel into an Akshaya Patra. Swami had promised Krishnadas in Puttapati, Yoga Kshema Vahamyaham. I will take care of everything, and he kept his word. From the Akshaya Patra, Krishnadas used to give food to a few select devotees, especially small children were given their favorite eatables by him. Once Swami arrived in Mumbai and was staying at the residence of Sri P.K. Sawant during his stay, Swami personally sent a car to Chaul and asked Krishnadas to come for his darshan. And he did not forget to send the message where the lungi and the shawl. Krishnadas came to Mumbai and Swami blessed him with darshan. He also gave him Guru Upadesha and sent him back to the Chaul. In obedience to Swami's directive, Krishnadas stayed there and continued his sadhana for 12 years. Later, with Swami's permission, he moved to the Siddheshwara mountain near Kantala and continued his sadhana in solitude. Finally, he took samadhi there and merged in Sai. Om Shri Sathya Sai Tarpanamastu. Nama 85. Om Shri Sai Kalatitaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai who trans the limits of time. We ordinary mortals are bound by the limits of time and space. But how can God be bound by these when He is the one who created time and space through His divine will? When we read about the Leelas of all the avatars, we realize this aspect. During the incarnations of Sri Rama, Sri Krishna, and Sri Sai, there have been innumerable incidents which illustrates a God transcends time and space. When Bhagavan Sri Krishna played the Rasa Krida, one night used to turn into 6 months. And it was just the opposite when Bhagavan Sri Krishna imparted the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna at Kurukshetra. He condensed the time. Here the story from the times of the present Sri Sathya Sai avatar, which illustrates how the Bhagavan Baba can control time. With his permission and blessing, a group of sadhakas left for the Naranarayana caves. When they reached the Urvashi Kunda, they were inspired to sit in meditation. By meditating, they must have reached the Samadhi state. When all of them came out of this state simultaneously, they were feeling very peaceful and relaxed. Normally, whenever they practice meditation, they could not do it beyond 2 hours at a stretch. So out of habit, when one of them checked the time in his wrist with the watch, they were wonderstruck. They found out that they had been in the Samadhi state for not just 2 hours, but for a long duration of 18 days. The day and the date in the wristwatch were reflecting this. In these 18 days, they had been recipients of such a nectarine experience that in spite of the several cold and snowfall, they had remained peaceful and unaffected by the extreme weather or hunger and thirst. Bhagavan Baba had condensed this period of 18 days to 2 hours. All of us know of the incident when Lord Sri Krishna brought the people of Mathura All of us know of the incident when Lord Sri Krishna brought the people of Mathura overnight to Dwaraka while they were asleep in order to rescue them from Jarasandha's harassment. When the Mathura Vasis woke up from their sleep, a miracle took place. They went about the daily course in Dwaraka as if they always belonged there. A somewhat similar incident was repeated at Dwaraka by Sri Sai Krishna. Bhagavan Baba reached Dwaraka at the invitation from the Rajamata of Jamnagar. When Sai Krishna set out to visit the Sri Krishna temple, the organizers who had reached there much in advance found a huge crowd of awaiting Swami's arrival. They requested the temple priest to open the room adjacent to the temple, but he expressed his inability to do so. The organizers were at their wits' end. Just then, Swami reached there. A huge crowd was following him, and there was a stampede. Swami, realizing the seriousness of the situation, did a leela. He held the hand of Sri Raja Reddy, a dear devotee of his, and within a moment they both disappeared, and the next moment they appeared outside the temple, right in front of the Rajamata's car. This miracle was possible only for Kala Tita, Bhagavan Baba, who transcends time and space. Swami left a message with the Rajamata's chauffeur that they were driving ahead and asked Sri Raja Reddy to drive the car. When the Rajamata and others heard the news, they were concerned as to how Swami will know the way to the desired destination, but will not the Kalatita Bhagavan Baba know the way? All the other cars started following Swami's car and they reached the destination. After the divine discourse at Vitapur, as they were returning back, Swami stopped the cars at a particular spot. He said to Sri Kasturi, "You want to see the seashore, isn't it? Behind this hill, you will be able to see it." All of them crossed the hill and they saw a picturesque view of a seashore. Once again, everyone wondered how Swami knew about the seashore, because most of the people who belonged to that area did not know about it. Then how did Swami know it? On the same seashore, Bhagavan Baba moved his hands through the sands and created a 40-inch long gold idol of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and all the devotees were thrilled and blessed with the special darshan of Lord Sri Krishna. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
Om Shri Sai Siddhi Rupaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who is the embodiment of all accomplishments. The scriptures explain the Mahasiddhi's great powers to be Anima, Mahima, Garima, Lagima, Prapti, Prakamya, Ishita, and Vashishta. They are attained by yogis as a result of prolonged sadhana over many years. But the Sankalpa Siddhi of the Sai avatar is very different from all these Siddhis. The power of Bhagwan Baba is a spontaneous divine expression. Bhagwan constantly uses this power for the welfare of people. In the Shirdi incarnation, Sainath exhibited his mastery over all these 8 Siddhis. In the 10th chapter of the Sri Shirdi Sai Satcharita, it has been described as follows. Baba slept on a wooden plank about 4 arms in length and only a span in breadth. It was tied like a swing to the rafters of the masjid with rags. The rags were so thin and worn out that it was a wonder how they could even bear or support the weight of the plank itself, let alone the weight of Baba. But somehow or the other, it was Baba's sheer leela that the worn-out rags did sustain the plank with Baba's weight on it. On the 4 corners of this plank, Baba lighted earthen lamps which were kept burning all night. It was a sight for the gods to see how Baba moved up and down the plank which was hanging in midair. To the one who's above gunas, how can any physical object obstruct him? Baba had all the 8 Mahasiddhis' great powers at his command. He never craved or labored for them. They came to him naturally as a result of his perfection. In the present Sri Sathya Sai Avatar, the devotees have experienced the Siddhi Rupa of Swami on many occasions. Years ago, when Swami was once bitten by a snake, he touched a devotee who was beside him, and it was as if Swami's Mahasiddhi manifested in that devotee for a short span. Just like Swami, the devotee's hand started moving in a circular motion. The medicinal herb appeared in his palm. He gave the herb to Swami, and instantly the effect of the poison disappeared. The devotee was completely unaware of what was happening. He only felt a slight twinge of pain for a few moments while the herb manifested in his palm. The great philosopher Sri T.S. Bharade has said, Sri Sathya Sai's Mahasiddhi is such that the reality of his miracles can easily convince even a hardcore rationalist intellectual who generally disbelieves miracles. All this goes to show the powerful effect of the Atma Shakti, power of the soul, on the Jada Shakti, power of the physical. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Siddha Sankalpaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, whose divine will is immediately effective. As an expression of his limitless grace, Swami materializes vibhuti or other objects. He calls this process Sankalpa Siddhi. This means that objects are created only through Swami Sankalpa. Not only Vastu objects, but we have seen many Vastus, buildings or structures erected through Swami Sankalpa. To name a few, Prashanti Nilayam, Dharmashetra, Shivam, Sundaram, Trai, Brindavan, a number of schools and colleges, university buildings, hospitals, the Hillview Stadium, the huge idols erected there, museums, planetariums, Purnachandran, Sai Kulwant, the Sarva Dharma Stupa have all come up through Swami Sankalpa in a short span of time. Besides, even the work that is carried out here, whether related to education, healthcare, water projects, is carried out smoothly and efficiently. All this happens only due to Swami's divine will. Years ago, once somebody asked Swami some questions regarding this. What power manifests a miracle? For this, Swami said, to call it a miracle is wrong. That which is the power, which is ever present, can be called a miracle. But I have understood your question. What you call miracle is a divine power. This is a power which is vast and endless, like an ocean. Anyone can come and fill up his vessel with the water of this ocean according to his capacity. I manifest objects, what you call a miracle, but not for exhibiting my power. One exhibits to impress people. The object appears the moment I will. It is spontaneous. Yad bhava, yad bhava, tad bhavati. Whatever comes to the mind just happens. Objects come in the hand with a sankalpa. In which year did you attain this divine power? Swami says, I chose my birth. I chose my mother. In life, people can choose only a husband or a wife. They can't choose a mother, but I chose my mother. And right since my birth, I have this prema drishti, loving glance, and divya shakti, divine power. Sri Rama and Sri Krishna had also chosen their mothers. They served their people with love. Sri Krishna even took the role of a charioteer in order to serve. Dr. Bhagwantam was a very well-known Indian scientist and an ardent devotee of Swami. Once he had to attend a science conference at Accra in Nigeria. Prior to his departure, Swami told him, go to Arusha and meet my devotee, Dr. Gadhia. In accordance with the plan, Dr. Bhagwantam reached Arusha. The people who were present, they asked him, will you tell us something about Swami's miracles? Dr. Bhagwantam answered, thousands of miles away from Prashanti Nilayam, I am seeing the Om Shri Sathya Sai dispensary in Sai Nilayam here. What can be a bigger miracle than this? While elaborating further on the statement, he said, Swami Siddha Sankalpan biggest miracles to bring about transformation among his devotees. However, interestingly, once Swami told Sri N. Kasturi, if a student does not study all round the year, he's bound to get a 0 in the examination. So just like you need to put hard work into everything, sincere efforts are required in sadhana too. If your sankalpa, sadhana efforts is not there, what can Swami Siddhi do? Om Shri Satya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Arogya Pradaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai who grants us good health. For being healthy, physical well-being alone is not enough. Along with the body, even the mind has to be healthy and strong. Only then can one be called a healthy person. If either of the two gets afflicted, one falls sick. Bhagavan Baba's grace ensures that his devotees are healthy in body and mind. Among the many names of Bhagavan Baba, one name describes him as Om Shri Sai Sarva Roga Nivarane Namaha, which means that when the devotees get afflicted with health problems, Swami easily removes the disease and grants good health. As a part of the divine mission and in order to fulfill the promise given to Mother Ishwarama, Bhagavan Baba established the first hospital at Puttaparthi in 1956. A number of health centers were also started, but the pinnacle was reached when on 22nd November 91, the super specialty hospital came into existence at Prashanti Nilayam to treat patients completely free of cost for various ailments related to the heart, kidneys, liver, eyes, and brain. Although succeeding in such a huge task is possible only to a divine incarnation, some doubting Thomases might question if Bhagavan Baba has the power to cure all diseases, where is the need to build hospitals for health care? The all-knowing Bhagavan Baba has already given a reply to such questions by saying, some people may think if Swami can cure all diseases by his divine sankalpa, where is the need to construct such a large hospital? If they think deeply, they will realize that this is not the only hospital which belongs to me. All hospitals, wherever they may be, are mine. I keep an eye on all of them. Any person who seeks my help, whoever it may be, whether at home or in a hospital, praying to me in any language, is mine. Don't limit my existence to Prashanti Nilayam. From whichever place a person prays for Prashanti with a pure heart, that place turns into Prashanti Nilayam. The truth of this statement can be confirmed through this incident which happened in Canada. There was a family of Indian origin who migrated to Canada. In the initial years, they had to struggle for getting a job, setting up a home, educating the children, etc. While they were still struggling, the lady of the house fell ill. She was found to have tumors all over her body. She was not in a proper emotional state to undergo surgery. Besides the expenses for the surgery, getting leave from a new job was some of the problems faced by the family. It seemed as though a major calamity had struck. The lady would constantly worry about her small children and the future in case anything should happen to her. This lady was a devotee of Shri Sai Nath. A few years ago, she had heard about Swami being the reincarnation of Shri Sai. Only recently, she had been drawn towards Swami, and slowly the seed of faith had started sprouting in her heart. And now this calamity. The medical treatment started, but to no avail. Every day, she used to constantly invoke Swami. Many days passed, even as ups and downs continued, and the fear of death was still looming over her. One night, Swami came in a dream and said, I am changing your blood. He cast upon her a loving, gracious glance and blessed her. Next day, one of her relatives from India, who also happened to be a doctor, telephoned and suggested a new medicine, which was also inexpensive. The lady started taking it immediately and slowly regained her health. The black clouds of calamity disappeared through Swami's assurance in a dream. Not just hers, but even the family's mental equilibrium was restored back to normal. Here, the important factor to be noted is that all this while, neither this lady nor her family had ever had Swami's darshan in person. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Annavasradaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who provides us with food and clothing. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord has declared, Ananyashchintayato mam ye jana parupashate tesham nitya bhayuktanam yoga shevam vahamyaham. To those men who worship me alone, thinking of no other, to those ever self-controlled, I secure for them that which is not already possessed, yoga, and preserve for them what they already possess, shema. Bhagwan Baba has been similarly looking after the welfare of his devotees. During his childhood, he always gave food and clothes to any needy person who came to his door. Sometimes Mother Ishwarama used to rebuke Bala Sathya and say, if you give any more food to the beggars, you will not get your meal. Satya Narayan did not mind this at all. He never stopped giving food and clothes to the needy. Today, Swami's devotees from all over the world are carrying forward the same work as Narayan Seva. Swami says, if you start giving spiritual advice to a person who's starving, what is the use? Instead, feed him, appease his hunger, give him enough clothes. This is your primary duty. All Swami's devotees have this ideal to follow, and they put in their best efforts to realizing it. Whenever a festival is celebrated, Prashanti Nilayam, a Narayan Seva is mandatory. The poor and the needy and the hardworking laborers are given food and clothes. The joyous expression on their faces, the feeling of gratitude expressed through their eyes is beyond description. It's not just the needy alone, but when any devotee receives Swami's prasad or his blessings, he's overwhelmed with joy. To receive a handkerchief which has been touched by Swami is an indescribable feeling. Whoever gets it preserves it carefully like a Mahavastra. Here is a story from Toronto which illustrates the importance of Annadan, feeding the poor. An Indian lady living there was Swami's devotee. While doing any kind of work, she had the habit of constantly chanting his name in her mind. Once Swami came in a dream and said, I'm going to make you an Annapurna. Saying this, he disappeared, and on waking, the lady remembered the dream and wondered about its meaning. The dream unfolded in a very interesting way. A few Indians living in Toronto came together and formed a Maharashtra Mandal. This group undertakes many cultural and social activities. In order that the activity should be well organized, there's a working committee whose members are elected once every 3 years. Each person is given a post and has to take the lead in organizing any event. The elections were scheduled for the year in which Swami came in this lady's dream. When the time to choose people for the various posts drew near, there was keenness for all of the posts but that of Annapurna. The other posts provided opportunities to earn respect and enjoy the festivities, but the particular responsibility of Annapurna was very strenuous. The person in charge had to arrange food for all the events organized by the group. Even for feeding the poor, she was solely responsible. So nobody was keen to take up this position. Finally, everyone decided to give the responsibility to this lady, although she was not very keen to accept it. Swami had given her a hint about this in a dream much earlier. So she accepted this responsibility as his directive. She worked hard and brought about very positive changes, and everyone lauded her work. She organized the Narayan Sevas very well. With the result, everyone was very pleased with the work. Finally, when her term came to an end, all the co-workers asked her to continue the good work permanently, which she did. Swami again came in a dream and said, I'm very happy with the way you've worked. Swami's words filled her heart with joy, and she felt a sense of fulfillment. Here's an incident from Mumbai. In 1982, Swami was once at Dharmashetra. He gave an interview to two doctors. When the doctors expressed their concern over malnutrition amongst the poor, Swami gave them a recipe for protein food. The Mahila Vibhag of the Sri Sathya Sai Seva organization in Mumbai started preparing and distributing this food amongst children and adults. It consists of various roasted dals, groundnuts, sesame seeds, dry ginger, cardamom, and sugar. While it is being prepared, the ladies sing bhajans or do namasmarana, so the food is charged with spiritual vibrations. Even now, this protein food is being supplied regularly, completely free of cost, to mobile creches in several hospitals such as Nair Hospital, Kama Hospital, Tata Memorial, and the TB Hospital at Sevri. Besides doing Narayan Seva, Swami's devotees also provide protein food to the malnourished children in the Adivasi districts of Maharashtra. The Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Agriculture and Biotechnology at Aksa, Mumbai has launched a nourishing protein food known as Sri Sathya Sai Poshak Ahar, which is given to the malnourished children all over Maharashtra. It has been found very effective in curing nutritional disorders and restoring health. The seed of Narayan Seva that Swami sowed in his childhood has now grown into a huge tree, giving succor to millions all over the world. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Nama 90. Om Shri Sai Samsara Dukkashya Karaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who destroys the sufferings of this world. In life, we experience joy and sorrow, gain or loss, according to our past karma. Samarth Ramdas has said, O mind, you alone have stood up the past and I have to suffer along with you. Swami says, joy and sorrow are equal like the two scales of a balance, but men give more importance to the sorrow, hence they find it heavier. In spite of this, the ever compassionate Swami constantly alleviates the suffering of those who surrender to him. A long time ago, on hearing about the glory of the Shiva Shakti avatar, a couple went to Puttaparthi for Swami's darshan. Their family had been worshippers of Shiva Shakti since many generations. They were blessed with several interviews and became recipients of Swami's love and his instruction. During one such interview, Swami told them, life is full of joy and sorrow. God gives you the strength to overcome difficulties. The dark clouds of calamities come and they get dispersed through divine grace. At the time, they didn't understand the meaning of the statement, but within 8 days, the adolescent son suddenly passed away. This tragic blow of fate was a disastrous calamity. Somehow, they managed to hold their own and thought that only Sai Mata could give them the courage to start their life afresh. So they went to Swami. Sai Mata showered her nectarine love on them and pulled them out of the sadness. In spite of this, the boy's father was unable to overcome his grief. So during one of the interviews, Swami made him sit in front of him and started singing a bhajan in a sweet, melodious voice. Nanda Kishora Navanita Chora Vrindavana Sanchara. He Shesha Shayana, He Garuda Gamana, Arvind Nayana Gopalana. The father's name was Gopal and the son's name was Arvind. Normally it is the devotees who sing bhajans to please God, but here God himself composed a bhajan and sang it to his devotee in order to alleviate his suffering. What a rare occurrence. Sukha Dukkhe Same Kritva Labha Labhao Jaya Jayo. The one who accepts both joy and sorrow with the same attitude, he always attains victory. May Bhagwan Baba shower his grace upon all of us so that we may develop this attitude of equipoise. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sarvabhishta Pradaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who fulfills all our good desires and aspirations. Wherever in the world there are people with good thoughts engaged in good work, Bhagwan Baba fulfills all their aspirations, irrespective of whether they are aware of Baba's name and form or not. Here's an example to illustrate this fact. Srimati Bharati Maiya of Ambika Niketan lives in Surat in Gujarat. Ever since her childhood, she felt intense love for Lord Krishna. After having spent 10 years continuously in worship of Krishna, the Lord blessed her with a darshan and guided her to commence worship of Shakti. Accordingly, she spent the next 10 years in worshipping Shakti. Pleased with her sincere efforts, Amba Mata manifested in front of her and gave a directive that Bharati Maiya should construct her temple. To fulfill this directive of Devi Ma, Bharati Maiya collected an amount of 1 rupee per person, constructed the Devi temple and installed an idol of Amba Mata. Alongside the temple, a cow shed and a Veda Pathshala to accommodate 50 students was also constructed. In addition to the several dispensaries and old people's homes for the aged and the sick were constructed various places. All this was done in accordance with the directive of the Divine Mother. Around the same time, something wondrous happened. A message written Vibhuti appeared on a wall of the house of a Sai devotee who lived nearby. It read, study the life story of Bharati Maiya. Initially, Bharati Maiya didn't believe this, but when she saw the constant flow of Vibhuti appearing on the wall, she bowed in reverence in front of Swami and installed a photograph of his in the shrine at her house. After this, she realized that a part of the Naivedyam which she offered every day used to disappear. It was a sign from Swami that he was accepting it. One day, the students of the Veda Pathshala expressed a desire to go for Swami's darshan. Accordingly, they all came to Prashanti Nilayam. Swami asked them to chant the Veda mantras. He appreciated their efforts, blessed them, and gifted them with clothes. He gave a darshan to Bharati Maiya in the form of Amba Mata, her desired deity. She totally surrendered to Swami and also expressed a desire. A large hospital was being constructed in Surat by the Jain community, and she aspired to construct a diagnostic center with modern facilities attached to it. Swami blessed and guided her to travel to UK and USA. During her visit abroad, devotees of Swami residing there helped her to collect the desired amount within 2 weeks, and she was able to fulfill her aspiration. Srimati Bharati Maiya believes that all this was possible only due to the grace of Bhagwan Shri Satya Sai Baba, the one who fulfills all the good aspirations of his devotees. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Kalyana Gunaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, whose virtues are beneficial to humanity. Sant Gyaneshwar says, shall I call thee Saguna with a form, or Nirguna, formless, whereas Saguna and Nirguna, Govinda is one and the same. When the formless divinity assumes a form, he incarnates his God in human form. This Saguna Rupa of his comes to earth for the welfare of mankind. Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba is incarnated on earth for the same purpose, is constantly engaged in the welfare of mankind. Bhagavan Baba says, I am not a Nayak, leader, but I am a Sevak, servitor. I am born to serve. And in accordance with this statement, he serves not only those who worship him, but serves all mankind.
Swami says, my life is my message. And right from childhood, the Kalyan Vinod Bhagwan Baba has been translating his words into dreams. Little Sathya was ever engaged in giving food and clothes to the needy. As Bala Satya Narayana, he started the Pandhari Bhajan group and attracted not only the residents of Puttaparthi but also the folk from the surrounding villages.
Through this bhajan group, he inspired people to tread the path of devotion, also beckoned them to keep their homes, their surroundings, and their minds clean. He taught them that the pure vibrations that are emitted through Nama Sankirtanam keep deadly diseases away. After the declaration of his avatarhood, he started monumental projects in the three spheres of education, healthcare, drinking water supply to fulfill the promise given by him to his mother, Ishwaramma. The entire world is acknowledging him and lauding these projects today. Anyone can avail of these benefits completely free of cost. Tasks on such a mammoth scale are possible only to God whose Kalyana Gunakari, whose virtues are beneficial. In the earlier times, when the crowds of devotees were not so large, the bhajans at Prashanti Nilayam were held every morning and evening for a duration of 1 to 1.5 hours. After the bhajan, 3 aartis, Pavana Purusha Saisha, Om Jai Jagadishare, and Kayo Karuna Nideva sang. After the aartis, the head priest of the temple used to hail in a loud voice, Bolo Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba Ji Ki Jai, Bolo Puttapati Mahatma Sri Sachidananda Murti Ki Jai. And all the devotees used to repeat Jai in a loud chorus. Later, after Swami's mission stepped up, the duration of bhajan was reduced and Bhagwan Baba asked for only one aarti to be sung. A few years later, Swami told everyone that instead of the Jai after the aarti, everyone should say Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu thrice and end the session with Om Shanti 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 Hi, meaning thereby let all beings in all the three worlds be happy, let all attain peace. Swami has also said, whenever you sing to me with a pure heart and a sacred selfless thought, I always keep my gracious glance upon you. If a person has done a great sacrifice during his lifetime or any good deeds in his previous births, Swami especially showers his grace on him. Is it possible for anyone to survive without God's grace? Such benevolent thoughts can come only from the Kalyana Gunaya Bhagavan Baba, who constantly thinks about the welfare of mankind. Om Shri Satya Saina Tarpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Karma Dhvamsine Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who destroys our karmas to give us liberation from retribution in this life. Swami always lays emphasis on the fact that each one must fulfill his duty without expecting any rewards. One has to always suffer the consequences of good and bad karma collected over past births. Swami says that the Tyaga Rupa Karma, the sacrifice, destroys the bondage of karma and frees us. This story dates back to the year 1935. There lived a couple in a village called Kikeri in Mandya district of Karnataka who were ardent devotees of Shri Sainath. They had one son. When this boy was about 12 to 13 years of age, both husband and wife passed away and the boy was orphaned. Since then, there was no one to look after him. He left home and joined a group of wandering sadhu Bairagis. He visited many places of pilgrimage along with them. While traveling this month, 1953, he arrived at Puttaparthi. He read the Telugu letters inscribed on the arch of the main entrance, Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, Prashanti Nilayam, and felt attracted to the word Bhagavan. A thought crossed his mind that he should test the power of this Bhagavan. Having spent a lot of time with sadhus, he was now familiar with Tantric Vidya. But instead of progressing on the spiritual path, he had developed many vices in the company of the sadhus. The name of this young man was Sri B. Halgappa, and this was his first darshan of Bhagavan Baba. A few years after his visit to Puttaparthi, Halgappa journeyed to the ashram of Swami Shivananda at Rishikesh. He met Swami Shraddhananda and spent some time in the ashram. During his stay, he heard about Sri Sathya Sai and his visit to Rishikesh. Swami Shraddhananda told him, your future can become happy only with the blessings of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Halgappa stayed at Rishikesh until Swami Shraddhananda attained Samadhi. Then he travelled southward and met to Puttaparthi. Once again, he took Bhagavan Baba's darshan, but he felt that Baba completely ignored him. This was a new experience for him, as he felt that sadhus and sannyasis always attracted people and got attention. He went back confused and unsure. A few days later, when he heard that Swami was a Whitefield, he went there. This time, Swami didn't disappoint him. Along with darshan, Swami also blessed him with sambhashan. Baba told him, instead of wandering aimlessly, go and find a job. Halgappa obeyed Swami's directive and found a job as a laborer in the sugar factory at Pandavpura. He started attending bhajan at a devotee's house in Mysore. Then one day suddenly he lost his job. After that, an intense desire to visit Puttaparthi arose in him and he left for the ashram. When he reached the railway crossing at Pedukonda, he heard Swami calling out to him from a car which was waiting at the railway crossing. Halgappa was overjoyed. As he reached the car, Swami told him, "Go back home. Your job is now permanent." Saying so, Swami placed a 20-rupee note in his hand. Halgappa was ecstatic. He spent every rupee from it on enjoyment and returned to Pandavpura. On reaching home, he was told his job was now permanent at a daily wage of rupees 2. In those days, this was not a small amount. But for Halgappa's needs and vices, it was not enough. He also used to get the urge to travel to Puttaparthi often, so he was always short of funds. By and by, taking advantage of the crowds at Puttaparthi, he started stealing them. Once when he had gone for Swami's darshan, Halgappa overstayed. The money was over, but he had a remedy for that. He stole a devotee's suitcase and hid it near the banyan tree on the hillside. The devotee made a big hue and cry about his suitcase being stolen. So Swami assured him, saying, "Your suitcase will be returned to you." Halgappa was standing among the devotees who were waiting for Swami's darshan. Shri Kasturi came to him and told him, "Go inside, Swami is waiting for you." When Halgappa went to Baba, he rebuked him harshly with strong words and told him to return the suitcase to the devotee. As Swami manifested vibhuti for him, Halgappa thought that Swami would also give him some money, but this time he didn't do so. As he came out, Shri Kasturi gave him enough money for the railway fare to travel back home. Halgappa returned, but his troubles worsened. He got married and the expenses mounted. He couldn't go for Swami's darshan as and when he wanted. He had no option but to worship Swami's photograph at home and cry silently in his heart. Finally, after a long span of time, he went to Puttaparthi for Guru Purnima in 1963. On reaching there, he heard that Swami had suffered a paralytical stroke. Shri Kasturi told him, "Swami has taken somebody's illness upon himself." When Halgappa saw Swami, he wondered to himself, can one who is God be in such a condition? Just then, Swami asked for some water to drink. He drank a sip and sprinkled some with his right hand on the affected parts of his body, and in a moment, he was back to normal and stood up. He even started giving his divine discourse. He spoke elaborately on the 3 Sai incarnations. This incident had a deep impact on Halgappa's mind. He thought to himself, if Swami is really God, tomorrow he will give me namaskar and blessing, and then I will give up all my vices. The next day, Halgappa's thought translated into reality. He happily went back to his village, but now he was a completely transformed man. In a few days, vibhuti started falling from Swami's photograph in his house, and Amrit started oozing non-stop from a ring and a pendant of Swami's. Halgappa's home turned into a pilgrim center for devotees. Halgappa started an orphanage in his house and started looking after destitute children. Along with his own children, he provided education to all these destitutes and also inculcated good values in them. With sincere efforts in this direction, he set an example for others to follow. All this came about only because Swami destroyed the bondage of Halgappa's past karma and showered his grace on him. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sadhu Manasa Shobhitaya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who shines in the hearts of good people. Bhagwan Baba is aware of each and every person in this world and is also aware of the special qualities. So when a person comes in contact with him, Bhagwan Baba enhances his goodness, enlightens his conscience, and grants salvation. In 1962, Shri Madhav Rao Dixit from Bangalore came in contact with Dr. Gadya, who was a devotee of Shri Sathya Sai. When Dr. Gadya informed him that Shri Sathya Sai was a reincarnation of Shri Sai, Madhav Rao accompanied him to Puttaparthi. Somehow he was not ready to believe that Swami was Shri Sai Baba reborn, but when Bhagwan narrated in detail the chain of incidents from Madhav Rao's life during the times of Shri Sai Avatar, he fell at Swami's feet. Suddenly, Swami turned to Dr. Gadya and said, "Do you administer an injection of insulin to him for his diabetes every day?" Dr. Gadya replied, "Yes, Swami. He has very high diabetes, so he has to take a daily dose of 40 units of insulin." Swami told him, "Tomorrow, stop the insulin injections." He materialized vibhuti, which is brownish in color, and asked Madhav Rao to eat in front of him. On seeing this, Dr. Gadya was quite nervous because he had brought Madhav Rao along with him and was worried that stopping insulin might prove to be fatal. Knowing his thoughts, Swami told him, "Gadya, you don't worry. Dikshit's end had drawn near. But Swami has increased his lifespan by 8 years. The reason for this is the 8 years he spent with me during the Shirdi time. Now he can eat as many sweets he wants. I know he likes them." After a week, Madhav Rao's blood sugar level was tested and found to be absolutely normal. Then Swami asked him, "In the next 8 years, what do you wish to do?" Dikshit replied, "I would like to serve you as a gatekeeper." Swami entrusted him with the responsibility of looking after the Brindavan ashram. He was given a house right next to the main gate. He served Sai for exactly 8 years, and finally this noble soul merged in Sai. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Nama 95. Om Shri Sai Sarvamata Sammataya Namaha. Salutations to Shri Sai, who accepts all faiths as equally true. There is only one caste, the caste of humanity. There's only one religion, the religion of love. There's only one language, the language of the heart. There is only one God, and He is omnipresent. Bhagwan Baba says, don't give any importance to difference of opinion about language, religion, caste, or country. Develop the feeling that all are children of God. Always bear the thought that there is only one God. Swami has always been teaching us that all religions are one, and the symbol of the Sri Sathya Sai Seva organization has symbols of the 5 main religions inscribed on it. This is visible on the Sarva Dharma Stupa at Prashanti Nilayam. Are you aware of how and when this stupa came into existence? 23rd November 1975 was the 50th birthday of Bhagwan Baba. It was the 50th year of the advent of the avatar on earth for the welfare of humanity. To commemorate this occasion, it was decided that a Sarva Dharma Stupa would be constructed. According to Swami's instruction, a plan was drawn up and the responsibility was entrusted to Brigadier Bose. He was given a time of only 60 days to complete the task. But it was also backed by Swami's boundless grace. It was Swami's wish that the work be carried out only by the devotees and should not be entrusted to any contractor laborers. It was an arduous task to carry out this work without the help of skilled laborers, but it was made possible because of Swami Sankalpa. The first stage of laying the concrete was carried out by the divine lotus hands of Bhagwan Baba himself. All the office bearers of the central office took part. The Seva Devil volunteers and the college students also got the opportunity to participate in this project, and what seemed impossible at first became possible through Bhagwan Baba's grace. When the work was in progress, one night there were heavy rains. Brigadier Bose was very worried that all the work done so far would go waste due to the rains. Next morning, he visited the site and to his surprise found that it had rained all over, barring the area around the site. How God has control over nature. During the inaugural ceremony, the Bal Vikas children sang several sacred verses from the Vedas, Zenda Vesta, Tripitak, Bible, and the Quran. While inaugurating the 50 feet tall pillar bearing a lotus on top, Swami explained that the 5 petals of the lotus symbolize the 5 major religions of the world. He said, Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam, God exists in all things, in all living beings. If this truth is realized, all differences will be cast aside. Self-realization will dawn. Everything will be seen as divine. To all the devotees belonging to different faiths and parts of the world who had gathered there, Swami said, thousands of devotees from different castes, creeds, and religions have come here from all over the world. They are all inspired by one goal. Love brings everyone together. It broadens the heart. All religions teach the same thing, love. So no one should give any undue importance to personal differences, hate, selfishness, etc. and tread the spiritual path with faith and courage. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
Om Shri Sai Sadhu Manasa Pradakshidaya Namaha. Salutations to Sai, who is cleanser of the mind of all aspirants. This is the story from the year 1962 at the time of Sri P.K. Sawant, a generous and pious gentleman, was the agricultural minister of Maharashtra. He had also been appointed as honorable president of the Shirdi Sai Sanasthan. When he heard that Shirdi Sai reincarnation is now well known as Sri Sathya Sai, he got in touch with a devotee of Sri Sathya Sai named Sri Lakshmidas Bhatia. Through him, Sri Sawant met Sri Madhav Dikshit, the nephew of late Sri Kaka Sahib Dikshit and Dr. Gatia. From all these people, he heard about Swami's Leela and his life story. Once, Sri Sawant went to Sri Bhatia's house to get some information on Prashanti Nilayam. He saw a long queue outside the door. Out of curiosity, he inquired about it. He was told that Sri Bhatia's old and trusted servant suddenly took ill and with no medical help available, had been wincing in severe pain. At this juncture, Dr. Gatia was inspired to give him vibhuti. He took a pinch of vibhuti, invoked Swami, and put it in a servant's mouth. The servant got completely cured within half an hour. When the news spread, all the servants from the building gathered there to get some vibhuti. Just then, Sri Sawant reached there. He started insisting that Dr. Gatia should put some vibhuti in his mouth too. Initially, Dr. Gatia was hesitant. He told Sri Sawant, I will give it to your hand, you eat it yourself. But Sri Sawant would not agree. And finally, Dr. Gatia had to put vibhuti in his mouth. This moment was captured by the photographer on his camera. He was a part of the crowd. Now, Dr. Gatia was really worried. He thought that if someone showed this photograph to Swami, he might not be pleased. However, when the photograph was given to Dr. Gatia, he was wonderstruck. The picture showed him putting the vibhuti in Sri Sawant's mouth, and in the background, one could see a beam of light from Swami's photo on the wall, reaching Mr. Savant. When the photograph was shown to Swami, he said, when Dr. Gatia was putting the vibhuti in Savant's mouth, he thought to himself, will this vibhuti be effective as a Udi from Shirdi? So I had immediately cleared his doubt. Swami did the Leela only to purify a sadhak's heart. Later he appointed Sri Savant as a trust member of the Sathya Sai Trust and president of the Prashanti Vidwan Mahasabha. We were so fortunate that God has taken a human form and is moving amongst us, taking utmost care that each and every one of us transform into good human beings. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sadhaka Anugraha Vata Rikshap Pratikshita Bhakaya Namaha. Salutations to Sri Sai, who has planted a banyan tree as a boon to the sadhukas. A long time, Swami once explaining to his devotees about meditation. He said, when you sit in meditation, brings his rupa form in front of your eyes. Along with this, chant any of his names you desire most. If you do this japa alone without seeing his rupa, who will respond to you? Do not feel that I will get angry if you do not choose me as than dhyana rupa for meditation. You have the freedom to choose the name and the form of you desire the most. All names and forms are mine. After seeing me, hearing me, there is no need for you to change from the earlier name or form that you are accustomed to. Swami did not stop at this. In April 1959, he was giving a discourse on the sand of the Chitravati and speaking on Buddha, the Bodhi Vriksha, and a suitable place to tapasya. Suddenly, he ran his hand through the sand and materialized a copper plate about 10 to 15 inches long. There were some known and unknown syllables inscribed on the Swami on it. Swami showed to all those who were present and there and said, if this copper plate is buried under the tree and the sadhak meditates on the spot, he will progress much faster. On 29 June 1959, Swami buried his copper plate in the tapovan and planted a banyan tree on the spot. While doing so, he said, those yogis who have attained a specific stage in meditation will be mysteriously attracted on the spot. What could have been the reason for Swami to select a banyan tree as a dhyana vriksha tree for meditation? Lord Shiva in his Guru Rupa is seen seated under a banyan tree, imparting knowledge to his disciple. Mahavishnu rests in Yoga Nidra on a banyan leaf during the Pralaya, the devastating flood, and protects all the three worlds. Similarly, our Sanatana Dharma, which is the combination of several philosophies, can be compared to a banyan tree. The banyan tree has shoots emergency from its branches, which on reaching the ground go below as the roots, thus making this tree immortal. Today, millions of sadhakas have meditated under the banyan tree and have experienced yogic bliss. This is the story from the time after the Dhyana Vriksha was planted. Shirdi Amma Peda Botu was once going to the Dhyana Vriksha for meditation. She saw Sri Raja Reddy returning from the Tapovan. He asked Peda Botu, have you taken Swami's permission to meditate under the banyan tree? Peda Botu told him that she had not taken permission, but she would do so. Once Peda Botu was meditating under the Dhyana Vriksha around the Brahma Muhurtam time, while in a deep meditative state, suddenly her eyes opened and she saw an unbelievable, wondrous sight. She saw several celestial nymphs moving in the sky above the Prashanti Mandir, beautifully in appearance, rich adorned with flowers. They were floating towards the east. She could clearly hear melodious musical sound. On seeing them, Peda Botu guessed that they were divine residents of the Devaloka who had come down for Swami's darshan. Since she was a yogini, she was therefore blessed with such a soul-stirring experience while meditating under the holy banyan tree. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sakala Samshaya Haraya Namaha. Salutation to Sri Sai, who removes all doubt in us and strengthens our faith. In the 4th chapter and 40th verse of Bhagavad Gita, the Lord declares, Adyankta Shuktra Samshakyama Vinakshate Nayam Lokshati Nam Pravo Nam Sukham Samakshyatmanaha. The ignorant, the faithless, the doubting self goes to destruction. There is neither this world nor the other, nor happiness for the doubter. Bhagavan Shri Krishna has thus explained in the Gita what happens to a person who always doubts. We are extremely fortunate to have Lord Sai Krishna among us today, who is constantly working towards removing our doubting tendencies. There is a story from 1959. A young man had come to Prashanti Nilayam from Madras, now Chennai, for Swami's darshan. Swami called him to the first floor of the Prashanti Mandir. It was a moonlit night. In those days, sometimes Swami used to enjoy having moonlight dinners and his devotees. This program was held on the terrace above the Prashanti Mandir. Earlier, before the expansion, the Mandir, there was a terrace above the first floor. This young man was extremely happy for being a recipient of such grace. When he went to meet Swami, he was asked a young man to touch him. The youth found Swami's body's temperature very high, as in fever. So someone got a thermometer and checked the temperature. It was 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Everyone realized that Swami had high fever and they were very concerned. But Swami was joyous as usual. He told this young man, in your house in Madras, your mother was going to fall prey to the fire. While saving her, my body temperature rose high. That is all. After 5 minutes, Swami asked for his body temperature to check again. And this time it was 96 degree Fahrenheit. Everyone was relieved and the dinner program went off smoothly. But the young man could not sleep all night. As he tossed and turned, only one thought troubled him. It was about his mother. How is she? Has she really suffered burns? Did Swami really go to Madras to save her? Is this true, or is he making up a story? So on and so forth. His mind was engulfed in doubt. Next morning, he went to the post office and booked a trunk call to Madras. In those days, telecommunication was not efficient as today. When his mother came on the line, he narrated the earlier night's incident to her. After hearing him out, she could not control her emotion. She sobbed as she told him, yesterday while I was doing a puja in the shrine at home, my sari caught fire from the flame of the burning oil lamp. I frantically invoked Swami, and within a few moments, miraculously the fire was put out. She further asked her son, how is Swami? I hope his hands did not suffer burns while saving me. After hearing this from his mother, the young man felt ashamed for having doubted Swami. He returned to the ashram with an overpowering feeling of guilt. As he reached the mandir, he saw Swami waiting outside the door. Swami asked him, what did your mother say? Look here, see my hands. They didn't get burnt at all. Only my body temperature rose high. That is all. The young man's doubts had been removed completely, and he bowed down in reverence and touched Swami's feet. Swami smiled gently and patted him on his back. Om Shri Sathya Sainath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Sakala Tattva Budakhaya Namaha. Salutation Shri Sai, who gives us the essence of all knowledge. On summer, Swami was in Kodaikanal. A few students, teachers, and devotees accompanied him. One morning, Swami told all of them, whoever answer my question correctly, I will reward him a special gift. On hearing this, everyone, especially the students, got very excited. Swami then asked, who am I? Most of the students answered loudly in one voice, God. Swami replied, not correct. One student, Shiva Shakti Swarupa. Swami, not correct. Second student, Sri Krishna has incarnated again. Swami laughed and said, not correct. Another student said, Sarva Devata Swarupa. Swami once again replied, not correct. Finally, everyone told him, Swami, please tell us who you are. Swami answered, I am I. Initially, everyone burst into a laughter, but as Swami started explaining in a serious tone, there was a pin drop silence. Swami explained, I is the basis of everything. When you say I am this or I am that, a feeling of Dvaita, duality, is expressed. I expresses Advaita, non-duality. I am recognized by many names such as God, Atma, Brahman, Sri Krishna, Sri Rama, Shiva, Allah, and Jesus. But this I-ness of Advaita is the ultimate truth. Swami's teaching reflects the essence of all knowledge. One of the many devotees of Swami in the world famous cricketer Sri Sunil Gavaskar. Since 1970, the Gavaskar family has been devotees of Baba. But Sunil visited Prashanthi Nilayam for the first time only in 1982. After blessing him with an interview, Swami took him to the boys' hostel. All the students had gathered in the prayer hall. Swami made Sunil sit next to him and said to him, today is Bakrid. So tell the students about the importance of this festival. Sunil replied, Swami, I have no knowledge about Islam, Quran or Bakrid. How can I speak about it? Swami told him, you just stand in front of the mic, everything will be all right. Sunil obeyed Swami's directive and spoke on Islam and Bakrid for about 10 to 12 minutes. His speech drew a loud applause. As he returned to his seat, Swami said, didn't I tell you that you will be able to speak? Sunil only folded his hand in reverence to Swami. Today, after so many years, Sunil, his wonder says, I really don't remember anything that I spoke. It was Swami who spoke through me. Om Shri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu. Om Shri Sai Yogeshwaraya Namaha. Salutation Shri Sai, who is the Lord of all yogis. On 23rd November 1926, the Shiva Shakti Swarupa Bhagavan, Shri Sathya Sai Baba, incarnated on earth. On the very next day, Yogi Aurobindo announced in his ashram, yesterday Lord Shri Krishna himself has incarnated on earth in human form. He will lead all the humanity on the righteous path. Yes, in this immortal land, this power will light the Atma Jyoti in each and every heart. His voice will reach the ears of millions. Today, God has incarnated on earth. Thousands of years ago, the sages Bihuru, Agastya, Vasishtha, and Sukhamuni has written in great detail about Bhagwan Baba's advent in their respective Nadi Granthas. In 1957, after the conclusion of the Divine Life Convention held at Bengadagiri, Swami Sachidananda declared, Sri Sathya Sai Baba is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. He is the Atma and dwells in everything, being, and he is the embodiment of truth, the awareness and bliss. The Swami Sivananda of Rishikesh and Sri Mahapurushi have accepted the supremacy of Bhagavan Baba. Swami Chimnyananda, Swami Amritananda, who is the disciple of Ramana Maharishi, and Sri Godavari Mata of Shakori, Sri Devatai, have all expressed reverential feelings and about Bhagwan Baba greatness and divinity. The great Yogiraj Parama Pujya Ganganagiri Maharaj has spoken about Yogeshwar Sri Sathya Sai Baba as follows. In our country, from the Himalayas to Kanyakumari, there are many secret places where many sadhus and yogis have been engrossed in severe penance over thousands of years. Even if you collect all their yoga smartya, spiritual yogic power, it will pale in front of Sri Sathya Sai's influence. Devara Baba, whose physical age is over 450 years, resides at Tritaraj Prayag. This is the sacred spot where all the three sacred rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati merge. He has expressed, Bhagwan Baba is Lord Shiva himself. He is Parabrahma Swarupa, the well-known author of the world-famous book Yogi Kathamrit. Swami Paramahamsa Yogananda, he has said, God has incarnated on earth in South India and is well known by the name Sai Baba. In the name Yogi Kathamrit, there is a reference of Mahavatar Baba or Babaji, whose age is over over 1,000 years. He says, I am familiar with all three Shiva incarnation. I have had darshan of Sri Redi Sai and I take darshan of present incarnation of Sri Sathya Sai. I also known about the future Prema Sai avatar. In this way, millions of devotees from all over the world are fortunate to be blessed with the darshan of Yogeshwar Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, who is the Lord of all yogis. Om Shri Satya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
Sainath Maharaj ki jai. Om. Om Shri Sai Yogindra Vanditaya Namaha. 101. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is revered by all the masters of yoga. When Param Pujya Asaram Bapuji went for Bhagwan Baba's darshan in September 2004, he said Bhagwan Baba is Lord Shri Krishna himself. Many known and unknown yogis have uttered similar words about Swami. Bhagwan Baba says the celestial beings, devatas from Devaloka, are also yearning for my darshan. An incident which illustrates the truth of this statement was witnessed by one of Swami's ardent devotees, Sri Raja Reddy. This happened quite a few years ago. It was Vaikunta Ekadashi, a day of exceptional sanctity. It is described as a glorious day when Lord Sri Mahavishnu gives darshan to his devotees at the northern gate of his celestial abode Vaikunta. On that day, Sri Raja Reddy was sleeping on the veranda on the first floor of Prashantin Nilayam. At about midnight, he woke up. He noticed through the slightly open door of Swami's room an effulgent illumination. Being curious, he drew closer and peeped through the gap between the doors. He was astonished at what he saw. Several celestial beings were taking turns to bow down in reverence at the divine lotus feet of Bhagwan Baba. Swami was reclining on the bed and accepting their homage. 7 effulgent masses of bright light were seen round Swami's bed. The vision startled Raja Reddy. He quickly closed the door and went back to his bed on the veranda, totally stunned. Next day, he inquired with Swami about this heavenly experience. Swami explained, they are all celestial beings, devatas. They had come for my darshan. What you saw as the 7 masses of bright light were the Saptarishis, the 7 great rishis. As I protect you with my blessings, you are still alive. Otherwise, the moment you set your eyes on that scene, you would have been reduced to ashes. Just this one incident alone is enough to reveal Swami's glory. Many great personalities representing different faiths honor Swami. In 1968, there was a peer named Haji Baba who lived in Nairobi. At that time, he was 92 years old. He was known to have performed many miracles, such as controlling the 5 elements, healing the sick from incurable disease, etc. He used to say, my area of work is limited to Karachi, East Africa, United Kingdom, and few other countries. But Bhagwan Sri Satya Sai Baba works for the entire world. There are no limits to his work. When he said this about Swami, it was the 42nd year of Baba's advent. Today, in the 82nd year of the advent of this Yuga Avatar, we find that every word spoken by the Peer has come true. Om Shri Satya Sai Nathar Nastu. Om Shri Sai Sarva Mangala Karaya Namaha. 102. Salutation to Sri Sai who grants all auspiciousness and prosperity. Swami says that he has incarnated on earth only for the upliftment of all the mankind, and true to his word, he is constantly engaged in overseeing that each one's life is sanctified and filled with auspiciousness. The story of the world famous vocalist Srimati M.S. Subbalakshmi tells us about the Mangala Karaya Rupa of Bhagwan Baba. Srimati Subbalakshmi was well known all over the world as Suswar Lakshmi. Right from childhood, she had offered her devotion to God through Nada Upasana, and she had accepted this path to lead her to liberation. The readers will be surprised to know that this well known singer's life was full of calamity and misfortunes. Maybe this was one reason for her music being full of bhakti rasa. When she embarked upon her career, she had enacted the role of Mirabai in a movie. Her melodious voice and gifted acting abilities were lauded in this role. Then onwards, until her last moment, she only sang devotional songs. She donated all her earnings to charitable institutions and led a saintly life. Srimati M.S. Subbalakshmi was blessed with Swami's first darshan in 1975 at Vrindavan. With tearful eyes and intense devotion, she bowed down in reverence and placed her head on Swami's lotus feet. Swami said to her, "Come, since the past 10 years you have been waiting for my Pada Namaskar, take it now." Why did Swami say this? 10 years prior to this, Srimati Subbalakshmi heard about Swami's divinity from one of her friends, but her husband, Sri Sadashivam, was not ready to believe in Swami. Just like other noble ladies, she did not go anywhere without her husband's permission or his company. She therefore requested his friend to offer pranams to Swami on her behalf and give and bring prasadam for her. When her friend told this to Swami, he said, "I know her husband Sadashivam is not ready to come here, but one day he will come." Saying so, he gave prasadam for Subbalakshmi. As per Swami's words, the day dawned after 10 long years, and finally Srimati Subbalakshmi and her husband arrived for Swami's darshan. During this time, she was passing through the most arduous phase of her life. Swami gave her Pada Namaskar and also blessed her with an interview. After coming out of the interview room, Srimati Subbalakshmi said, "I have been privileged to receive the bliss of Swami's darshan in person only as a reward of my penance for several years." The couple were recipients of this bliss several times at Prashanti Nilayam, Vrindavan, and Sundaram. Subbalakshmi recorded several bhajans of Swami in her golden voice. She also lent her voice to record a lyric Sairam Chiluka, which was composed by Swami himself. Swami showed his boundless grace on her several times. In 1982, her daughter was seriously ill. At that time, Swami kept both of them in his divine presence at Vrindavan for over a month. When Subbalakshmi was asked the question, "How did you become a devotee of Swami?" With humility, she replied, "People speak about Swami's glory and how he rescues his devotees from calamities. But as far as I am concerned, his biggest miracle is the one when he casts his loving and compassionate glance on you and you experience a peace which is indescribable. There is a sense of security one experiences in his presence, and besides that, one realizes the truth through his words, each of which is a sacred mantra. I feel that during Kali Yuga, Lord Sri Krishna has incarnated on earth to protect the people. We are really fortunate to be living during the time when ever compassionate Swami has incarnated on earth. Once a devotee of Swami was traveling from Chennai to Puttaparthi. He asked Subbalakshmi, "Amma, tomorrow I am leaving from Prasadi Nilayam. Do you want to send a message to Swami?" Choked with emotion, she folded her hands before Swami's photographs in her house and said, "What can I say to God? Before any desire enters my heart, He fulfills it." A few days later, she merged with God. Bhagwan Baba blessed Subbalakshmi and filled her life with auspiciousness. May He also make our lives auspicious in our heartfelt prayer at the lotus feet of Mangalakarya Swami. Om Shri Satya Sainakar Nustu. Om Shri Sai Sarva Siddhi Pradaya Nama 103. Salutations to Shri Sai, who grants all accomplishments and skill. The Dhyana Vriksha meditation tree was planted by Purna Brahma Swami so that devotees could attain Purna Avastha perfection. Along with this, he also planted the seed of the Jnana Vriksha, tree of knowledge. Today, this has grown into a huge tree. Through value education, great emphasis is laid on the development of character in students who are also accomplished in various types of knowledge and skills. These educational institutes impart not only the knowledge related to Padartha, material world, but also Prarartha, spirituality. Swami constantly guides the students so that instead of just gaining knowledge about the material world, they gain all around, all around knowledge and beam it to the rest of the world. Swami is especially particular about those serving in medical institutes, that they perform their duties to the best of their ability. The ever increasing number of patients who come for treatment at the super specialty hospital are a proof of this. Every year on the 11th January, the sports day celebrated in Puttaparthi is the best example of the expertise in physical skill the students have perfected. The convocation ceremony held on 2nd November every year reflects upon the academic all-round achievements of the students. Also, this has been made possible only because the knowledge imparted here is not for mere living but for life. This kind of perfection in skills and knowledge is not just achieved by students through the Sri Sathya Sai Institutes, but even devotees who have recipients of Bhagwan Baba's grace are known to have attained it. Scientists, doctors, economists, lawyers, educationists, artists, and sportsmen are all included in this. To cite an example, the world famous vocalist Begum Parveen Sultana says, all the credit for my presentation on stage goes to Swami. It is only by his grace that I am able to sing so well. He taught me how to present my talent on stage and guided me even better than my own parents. Another recipient of Swami's grace is the world famous cricketer Mr. Sunil Gavaskar. Sunil is well known for several world records and his sound batting technique. Once was asked, can you narrate any one incident where you have achieved success due to Swami's grace? Pat came reply, if Swami were not with me, I would not have been able to score a single run. I have no doubt about this. Sri Satya Sainath Namastu. Om Shri Sai Apanivarne Namaha 104. Salutation to Sai who removes calamities. Whenever a devotee suffers a calamity, God rushes to his rescue. Wherever he may be, the God keeps a close watch on him. Whatever calamities the devotees may have to suffer due to his own past karmas, God gives him strength to overcome them. The Lord God enters the devotee out of the adverse condition and leads him to safety. Some years ago, with Swami's permission, a few devotees started the Sri Sai Rama Center in London. Some of the devotees who were not, some of the residents who were not devotees were very impressed by the work done through this center. A few spiritual organizations and churches also expressed keen interest to know more about the work, and lectures were organized in different venues to this effect. Accordingly, Dr. Gadia, an ardent devotee of Swami, started visiting these venues to give information about Bhagwan Baba, his life, the mission, and the experiences of devotees. The lectures drew crowds consisting of many eager and studious people. One such program was organized by a church. As Mr. Gadia was walking out after his lecture, a British lady came up to him and said, my husband wishes to see you. Will you please come and meet him? The doctor happily gave his consent, and both of them went to meet the gentleman in question. On seeing Dr. Gadia, the lady, his husband, was very happy. He said, Doctor, you were my brother in my past life. You are one in this present life and will be my brother in future life too. Do you agree with this? On hearing this, Dr. Gadia replied, you are 100% right. If we go backward to our lineage, we will realize that ultimately we are all children of Adam and Eve, or children of one God generator plus operator plus destroyer. In that sense, we are all brothers. The gentleman was ecstatic with Dr. Gadia's reply, choked with emotion. He hugged Dr. Gadia warmly. The doctor too responded to his love with a tight hug, and suddenly something terrible happened. The man began to feel uneasy and started gasping for breath. He squealed, my pacemaker is broken. Call for an ambulance. Hurry up. Soon his face started turning blue. By now, Dr. Gadia was petrified. He did not know the gentleman's heart was working with the help of a pacemaker. This was a big calamity. He knew right away that only the Apanivarni Swami could rescue them. So he invoked Swami with all his heart and clearly heard his words from within. Put Vibhuti in his mouth and draw an Om with Vibhuti on his heart. Dr. Gadia instantly obeyed Swami's directive and put a pinch of Vibhuti in the patient's mouth and also drew an Om with Vibhuti in the heart region with his fingers. Within minutes, the patient miraculously recovered. His heart started beating normally, and that too without a pacemaker. The color of the face returned to normal, and he shouted, Sai Baba has restarted my heart. I had only heard about his glory. Today I have experienced it. Needless to say that this person is now an ardent devotee of Swami. As for Dr. Gadia, he was greatly relieved and thanked Baba again and again for having rescued both of them from a calamity. Om Shri Sai, Om Shri Satya Sai, Om Shri Satya Sai Nathar Panavastu, Om Shri Sai Arthi Haraya Namaha 105. Salutation to Sai who takes away physical and mental agony. As a result of their past karma, when the devotees undergo physical and mental agony, God destroys their sorrow and ultimately leads them to happiness. Bhagwan Baba constantly ensures that his devotees do not suffer. The Rayalaseema region, being a drought-stricken area, people there had to undergo the physical strain of walking miles in order to get drinking water daily. Naturally, they were in misery. To free them from their plight, Swami started the Sri Satya Sai drinking water project and quenched their thirst. This was just the first step to free the people of Chennai from the physical and mental agony caused due to the acute shortage of drinking water. Swami started another manmouth water project there. Many such water projects are taking shape in different parts of the country, and lakhs of people are now grateful to Sai Mata. To free the underprivileged of this country from the physical and mental agony, this Universal Mother started the Ishwaramma Mahila Welfare Project on the 19th November 2004. In the following year, it came to be called Ishwaramma Mahila Welfare Trust. This trust undertakes health projects for all the needy and underprivileged women and children. Another project named Ishwaramma Self-Help Plan was launched to help the deprived women to stand on their own feet. Through all these projects, the distressed and the needy women have been rescued from their misery. The following story tells us about how Swami freed a person of his mental agony. On the 31st March 1973, Bhagwan Baba paid a visit to a college in Rajkot. From there, he left for the Jamnagar Palace. The motorcade was following him. The Rajmata was also traveling in one other car. Swami's car stopped at the main entrance of the palace. As he got out of the car and started walking, and something untoward happened. An Arab by the name Sheikh, who was a security guard, came forward and said to Swami, Baji, remove your footwear. Swami smiled to him, removed his slippers, and walked on. It was a hot afternoon, and Swami walked barefoot with the members of the welcome committee to accept the guard of honor. When Rajmata got off from her car, she heard about this incident. Appalled and holding his slippers in her hand, she hurriedly ran towards Swami, but by then he had already gone ahead, walking barefoot on the hot sands to accept the guard of honor. Generally, Swami never wears footwear on his divine lotus field, but since the weather conditions in this area were severely hot, someone had requested him to do so. When Baba returned to the palace, he saw Rajmata scolding Sheikh in harsh words. Sheikh sorrowfully hung his head down. With tears in his eyes, as soon as he saw Baba, he came forward to apologize. At that time, Swami said to the Rajmata, it is not his fault. You had asked him to ensure that everyone removes their footwear. You did not tell him that I should be excluded. In fact, I appreciate his honesty and sense of duty. Saying this, Swami lovingly patted Sheikh on his back. The next moment, he materialized a greenish grey talisman of about 1 inch in size. It had the letters from the Holy Quran inscribed on it. Swami gave the talisman to Sheikh, and in a moment, his mental agony was changed into joy. May we all be freed from our mental and physical sorrow through Swami's grace. This is a heartful prayer at his divine lotus feet. Om Shri Satya Sai Nathar Namastu. Shri Sachidananda Sadguru Sainath Maharaj ki jai.
Om Shri Sai Santamurte Namaha. Salutation Shri Sai, who is pacification of peace. When Shantamurti Swami was asked a question during the Shirdi incarnation, you lost your temporary sleep, but now you are an embodiment of peace. How come? Swami replied, when a mother is cooking and her child comes in the way, she scolds him, but while feeding the same child, she never loses her temper. In the sacred text named Brahmanadi, which was written a few thousand years ago, there is a significant mention about Sri Satya Sai Avatar. It says, Sri Satyanarayana may seem like an ordinary human being, but he will be the Shivashakti incarnate and the incarnation of Shirdi Sai. Peaceful by nature, this divine being will reside in the Parthi village on the banks of Chitravati, the abode of peace. Today, we are all experiencing the truth of that prediction, the abode of peace, described here in Prashad Nilayam. Today, devotees from all over the world throng here to attend peace. As a young child, Sathya had to stay away from home to pursue education. His paternal and aunt tortured him physically in many ways, but he did not hold this against her. In fact, when this same aunt became an invalid due to old age, Swami had her brought over to Prashadrilayam, provided her a helper and looked after her lovingly. Once a small child, when Swami was sitting on a chair, a relative of his confidently told him, "Are you deserving to sit in a chair?" Bala Sathya got off from the chair and calmly said, "One day I shall sit on a golden throne." And today we have all witnessed that Swami, of course, is not keen about all this, but he allows it only to make his devotees happy. Otherwise, what Swami really likes is the devotees' pure and sacred heart. This is the throne he likes to be seated upon. Love all, serve all is the message given by Shantamurti Sai to the entire world. We can hear his footprints only in the depths of silence. So all of us must strive to be peaceful and follow his philosophy of Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema to become a part of his divine mission. Om Sri Satya Sai Nathar Paramastu. Om Shri Sai Sulabha Prasannaya Namaha. 107. Salutation to Sri Sai, who is easy to please. Bhagavan Baba is Shiva Shakti Swarupa. Lord Shiva is known as Bola Bandari, and Mother Parvati is the ever compassionate one. When these two have merged as one Sai, he becomes our beloved father, mother, brother, and friend. He is ever compassionate and easily pleased by his devotees. Here is an amusing story narrated by Bhagavan Baba himself. When Shiva and Parvati were roaming in the sky, they heard a bewailing of person. The compassionate Mother Parvati looked below and saw a man hanging from a tree on the edge of the hill as a branch was about to break. He was bewailing. Mother Parvati said to Lord Shiva, "Oh, Bola Bandari, I feel that you should save this man." Lord Shankara replied, "You are the universal mother. Why don't you save him?" Shiva then suggested to her, "When the branch breaks, if the man calls out Appa, I will save him. If he calls out Amma, you should save him." In a moment, the branch broke. While falling, the man shouted aloud, "Ayyo," remembering neither Appa or Amma. While crossing the turbulent sea of life, we all have to encounter difficulties. For overcoming them, Swami has given us the easiest way. He says that amongst the 9 from devotion, the best one for Kali Yuga is Maranam. One should constantly chant the name of the God. This does not have any limitation of place or time. If anyone keeps his form in front of his eyes and chant his name incessantly with one pointed devotion, the person is easily able to please God and can weather any calamity. The Swami says God exists in each and every being. In this animate and inanimate world, realize this truth and serve him. This is the only way to please God and attain him. Om Shri Satya Sai Nathar Paramastu. Om Sri Sai Bhagavan Shri Satya Sai Babaya Namaha. 108. My humble salutation to Sri Satya Sai Baba. Bhagavan Baba says Bhagavan means the creator, the nourisher, and the one who enlightens the entire world. Bhagavan also means the one who has the 6 qualities of Ishwaraya, wealth, Dharma, righteousness, Yash, success, Shri, respect, Jana, knowledge, and Vairagya, detachment. Bharat is the sacred and land of yogis, saints, righteous souls, and the land of sacrifice. Avatars have periodically taken birth. Here is the answer to the earnest prayers of yogis, spiritual aspirants, saints, devotees who constantly yearn for divine proximity. God and the ever compassionate and gracious takes human form and moves amongst his devotees to grant them bliss. The reason why the Lord God chooses the land of Bharat or his advantage Baba, emotion, Raga, music, Tha, Tal, rhythm. Bharat symbolizes all these three. This is the land where God's glory is constantly sung with Baba, Raga, and Tal. Bharat is also known as Hindu Desh. Hinsa, violence, Duratva, away from. This is the land which stays away from violence. This is why the Lord God has chosen Bharat as a place for his advent. We are extremely fortunate that in response to our heartfelt prayers, God has incarnated in India as Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, born in the Bharatwaj tradition, Ratnakara lineage and Raju family. Bhagavan Baba is the refuge of millions from all over the world. Prior to his birth, he had given several hints about his advent through many miracles. Since his birth, the Ananta Rupa, Bhagavan Baba, has only granted Ananta to all. Although he is a Lord God himself, instead of a Nayak leader, he has chosen the role of Sevak, servitor. He constantly tells us, "My life is my message," and exhorts us to follow his life. He loves all and expects only love in return. Right since his childhood, he has blessed many devotees by giving them darshan and as their desired deity. To some, he has also granted the Vishwarupa darshan. Today, people from many countries the world over worship Bhavan Baba. While taking forward his mission, he clearly tells us, "I have not come to establish a new religion. Everyone should abide by their own faith and follow the path of Sathya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema, and Ahimsa to attain divinity. I have taken birth for the upliftment of all mankind." During the previous divine incarnations, it was very difficult for any but a few devotees to attain proximity to them. Besides, humanity realized the importance of these incarnations and their divine mission only after they left the earthly plane. We are extremely fortunate that it is possible for all of us attain close proximity to the present incarnation Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba during his lifetime. Swami always tells us, "Do not have blind faith in me. Come, examine, experience, and then have faith in me." May all of us develop in our hearts a firm, unshakable faith in Bhagavan Baba. We pray at his divine lotus feet to grant us the good fortune and to the rest in the shade of blessings of Sri Sathya Sai Kalpadruma. Om Sri Sathya Sai Nath Arpanamastu.
ॐ तत्सत् श्रीनारायणतुं पुरुषोत्तमगुरुतुं सिद्धबोधतुं स्कन्दविनायक सविता पावकतुं ब्रह्ममर्दतुं यौवशक्तितुं ईशुपिता प्रभुतुं रुद्रविष्णुतुं रामकृष्णतुं रहीमताओतुं वासुदेव गो विश्वरूपतुं चिदानन्दहरितुं अद्वितीयतुं अकाल निर्भय आत्मलिंग शिवतुं आत्मलिंग शिवतुम्। ॐ ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविर् ब्रह्माग्नो ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी सत्य साई हरे भक्त जना संरक्षक पति महेश्वर ॐ जय जगदीश हरे शशिवदना श्रीकरा सर्वा प्राणपते स्वामी सर्वा प्राणपते आश्रित कल्पलतिका आवद्बान्धवा ॐ जय जगदीश हरे माता पिता गुरुदैवमु मरियन्तयु नीवे स्वामी मरियन्तयु नीवे नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्राशयना ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप ओजः शिव साई महादेव सत्य साई महादेव मंगलारति अंदुकु मंदर गिरिधारी ॐ जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण नारायण ॐ नारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ सत्यनारायण नारायण ॐ जय सद्गुरुदेवा ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थ इष्टार्थ मोक्ष प्रदानं बाबा विभूतिम् इदमाश्रयामि साई विभूतिम् इदमाश्रयामि जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की जय।